It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
The back and forth has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs. We've had enough of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way. Find a way. Find a way. Find a way out. got me turned around, but I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way. Find a way. Find a way. Find a way out. Find a way out.
this over? I'm scared to ask these questions, 'cause I know that you'll reject my love, moving slower, frozen to these pieces without a shoulder to cry on. I will only climb the mountain without your goodbyes, 'cause you're my life. If I fail and crumble, would you help me build this downfall and change the color of my falls? I never wanna hold you back, I wanna give you every chance, and I'll stand against all enemies, your enemies. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight, 'cause I'm changing and I'm breaking, but I'll still be your superhero. I'll be your superhero.
Okay, so I think it's okay. We can start now. So thank you everyone for your participation to the African Creative Meeting. So this is the start of the second day. So yesterday was really interesting and a lot of talk and speakers. So thank you to you to be part of this new day. So the talk will be about state of play and history of animation in Africa. So can you please all introduce yourself, please? Maybe we can start with you, Nick. Okay.
Myself, Nick Wilson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Nick Wilson. I'm the founder and head of projects and content at the African Animation Network, which is a pro-profit, talent-driven social enterprise founded with the core mission to empower African animation professionals and help build a sustainable African animation industry. We've been in operation since late 2016, and we've participated in some of the exponential growth that's happened in the animation industry in that time. So again, thank you very much for having me. I'll pass on to one of my other colleagues to introduce themselves.
Thank you. Abel, maybe? Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Abel Kwame. I'm producer and director in an animation studio based in Ivory Coast, Abidjan. The name of the studio is Africatoon. So we produce feature film, TV series. And I'm the president of the IFA, is the National Association for Animation. And I'm the president of the organization of a festival right here in Abidjan. The name of this festival is FFAA, Abidjan Film Festival. Thank you.
Okay, Johnson, maybe you can go.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Mbotsidem Johnson, the CEO and director at Basement Animation Studio based in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm also a co-founder and on the board of trustees for our association in Nigeria called Animation Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last, Sebastian.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sébastien Nomo. I'm a French film producer with Cameroonian origins. I'm based in Paris, but we have a company, my company, Special Touch Studio, created 6 years ago. We produce a lot of animation and feature film and TV. We also have our studio in the north of France, Creative Touch Studio, based in Valenciennes. And recently we create 2 companies in Africa, one in Douala and another one in Abidjan, to follow our editorial slant about African content. And I'm very happy to be with you this morning.
Better with the mic on. Sorry. Thank you. So my question is, what is the situation of animation in Africa today? How do you see the animation industry, its its weaknesses? And if someone wants to start with it, or we can start with you, Abel. What you think the situation of animation is in Africa today?
Yes, of course. I think that animation in Africa is a new opportunity for the different actors of the animation industry. There is very good talent in the continent. There is some studio produce in animation. There's not a lot of production right now, but there is a lot of projects right now in pre-production and in the continent. In Ivory Coast, we have some studio who have begun the production of animation projects. Most of the production right now is the short film, very short film, and TV series. And and I think that one of the big difficulties for the sector, for the industry in Africa is the internet access, because there is a very big opportunity for the co-production, but one of the big project for the big difficulties, sorry, for the co-production is the transfer of different of information, different data. For me, is one of the big projects. After, there is a very big difficulty to find the talent. We have all the skill for the production, because it's very difficult to find a talent in the continent who have all the skill for the production in animation.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Johnson, you want to react to that? Something? Well, how do you see animation industry? What are the strengths or the weaknesses? No? Okay, so maybe Nick?
Sure. So one of the strengths of, pardon me, of the industry in Africa is the original stories. Having run, African prelims of Animation du Monde for Annecy Festival over a period of 3 years, one of the striking things is that Africa has top original ideas and stories, and Africa has unique art styles. But one of the challenges, and Abel already mentioned it, is skill shortages, access to internet, both in the case of accessing audience. A lot of the broadcasters are either internationally owned, and they license their catalogs, their international catalogs, to Africa at a fraction of the cost that it takes to produce content, and so therefore it puts African producers at a disadvantage. But where we do compete favorably internationally is in storytelling. So it's one of the strengths of the African industry, is the unique art styles and stories.
Okay. Do you want to react to that, Sébastien or Johnson, or maybe I go to the next question?
Yes, I can. I will be a bit repetitive, but for me, situation of animation in Africa today is very dynamic. But I think also it depends of the territories. If we compare French-speaking territories and English-speaking territories, I think the level of quality is a bit higher in English territories, actually, but it's something who could be equal very soon from my perspective. There is a real appetite for animation in Africa, for talent and for audiences. And for me, the strength is the diversity and the richness of the cultures, the story, which should permit to have universal, singular, and very powerful stories, like said Nick. And if we compare with the main countries on the top of quality level of animation, the weakness for me are the lack of training in one side and the lack of professional production in the other side. Because after the training, you have to practice if you want to be better and stay in the competition, the world competition. So this is for me a kind of stage point.
Okay, thank you. Maybe as Johnston, you want to react?
Yeah. I think they've mentioned everything that is. I think the opportunities are very big for Africa because it's still a very virgin and growing industry. So like this, just like Sebastian mentioned, there's differentiation between the French-speaking countries and the English-speaking countries, which is very true. But from my observation, I think talent shortage is a big thing, and I think the major focus, I think, for Africa now is a lot of training. We're training to the individuals, training to the studios, training to get things to a professional standard, so to say. Because I think from my own industry, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, I think Nigeria in general, I think I'll say 95% of the people that do animation are self-taught. So there's still that gap of professionalism or experience doing international productions or getting hands-on on productions that can expose them to the necessary standards for the industry. So I think the opportunity for Africa is still very, very large in the sense of storytelling, sense of culture, sense of different stories coming from different cultures. Like in Nigeria, we have over 100 and something languages. So we have different cultures that we could derive or pull out stories from.
Okay, it's perfect for my next question. It's animation honors heroes and heroines with whom children can identify. What role does animation play in culture, identity, African software? I don't know if you want to go, Johnson, to proceed, or maybe Nick or Adele.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Sorry?
I didn't hear your question well.
It's what role does animation play in culture, identity of Africa?
Yeah, Johnson, you need to begin.
Someone else can start.
Yes, I can say that the culture in the animation project in Africa is very, very important. Because, for example, my studio, the first success of our production is around cultural project in because we have make a feature film around a traditional heroes, historical heroes in West Africa. So for me, is one of the key for the success of the African animation project in the world. I need to come back for one point that Sebastien has said. For me, I'm not sure that English country in Africa, the level is higher than Francophone. I'm not agree for this vision, because for me, the talent in Africa is the same. Francophone area of Anglophone area is the same talent and is the same difficulty for the production. For me, is the key is the first walk around, for sure, the culture, Africa culture, because it's a very important aspect for us. But we can also work of the quality of the stories. There is a lot of thing for in the African culture, but we must work of the storytelling to bring to the world, or to bring to our local people a very good aspect, a very good story, very good story, a very advertising story. So for me, is the key. And after that, we can find the good talent, the best talent, give the very good formation for the pipeline of the production around animation. And I think after that, we will have a very good industries, a very successful stories. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One of you want to react to that?
Sure. I want to, pardon me, just make a point around representation, because going back to the point I made earlier, many of the broadcasters in Africa license European or North American animated content very cheaply. And so in my experience, most of the channels don't have African representation in the media that our children are consuming. So I think it's critical that we are able to gain market access and audience access to be able to build a cultural identity for the children that are consuming content. And so that's allied to your point about, or at least the point that Abel was making about the success of African stories and developing strong African stories that can travel.
Okay, thank you. Any other reactions? They want to speak, go ahead. If not, I have other question. And it's about animation festival in Africa and how important they are for the recognition of this industry. When will we see an African animated TV channel? Maybe Abel?
Sorry, we talk about animation festival?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, today there is a lot of activities around the market or festival for for animation. So, for example, in our country, in Ivory Coast, we organized a festival, a local festival. The name of the festival is FFAA, so Animation Film Festival of Abidjan. For the first edition, we are very scary because we don't know if we will have a lot of submission, but we'll be very happy when we received a lot of, I think, for the first edition, we received around 16 submissions. feature film, short film, TV series. And after we organize the next edition, and we will see that there is a lot of talent around the continent. This year, for example, in the FESPACO, I think there is a 2 edition for the FESPACO. FESPACO is one of the biggest cinema festival in Africa, and I think there is a 2 edition that were organized, were open animation competition, and I think for this edition there is a lot of project, very amazing projects for this edition. So I think that the festival market and other platform for the meeting for the artists is very, very important for the development of this activity in the continent. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Johnson, maybe you want to react to that? Johnson? Okay, so maybe Nick or Sebastian?
I think for the festivals, the number of festivals that happen, I think there's some festivals that happen in Ghana. Also, there's some festivals animation festivals that happen in South Africa, Cape Town, animation festival. There's also something that happens here in Lagos, the Lagos Comic Con Festival, which is a mix of comics and animation. And I think that's one of the most consistent events we had. We just had that last week, and the turnout was really, really large. I think by next year they should be hitting their 10 years of running the event. So I think festivals are very important. Festivals are very important. They play a big role in the ecosystem of our industry to help build the ecosystem and grow it at a larger pace.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Nick?
Yeah, so festivals for us at the African Animation Network play an important component in developing audience for African animated content. In 2017, we launched a short film festival called Fupi Tunes. Fupi in Swahili means short, so it's a short film festival. We debut it each year at DISCOP in Johannesburg, and then in the next calendar year, we tour it around Africa. We've been touring it for 3 years now. In 2019, we toured 11 countries in Africa, and we essentially support the existing animation festivals around the continent. This year, in fact, we made our European debut with a screening of the best of Fupi Tunes at Annecy. And in terms of your question regarding a channel, by early 2022, we will be launching a Fupi Tunes program block in partnership with approximately 11 broadcasters in sub-Saharan Africa. Essentially, the program block consists of early childhood development content from Tanzania, a series called Akili and Me by Ubongo. It's one of the top early childhood development shows in Africa. And another series called Bino and Fino from Nigeria, also hugely popular in West Africa. And as interstitials, we will be including short films from Fupi Tunes. And in the years to follow, as production capacity increases on the continent, we intend to build that program block out into a fully fledged 24/7 animation channel. So it's certainly on our roadmap in terms of building audience and market access and opportunities for production capacity to increase across the continent.
Okay, thank you. And maybe Sebastian, to finish, can close to that question.
Yes, just to complete things about festival and the impact. I totally agree with everything that has been said by my colleagues, and I will just note that it's very interesting to see that some main festival or different festival in Africa are including animation in the large programmation in the same level than live action movies and documentaries, and I think it's a good sign for animation to exist and to exist as a technique to tell stories. I think it's very interesting to see that, because it's more difficult in Occident.
Okay, thank you. We have a question on the chat. Is by Mohamed. Do you think that Africa will need a character like Mikey, Bugs Bunny, or other to make itself known? Do we need a worldwide success for Africa to be credible, and how do we do it? Maybe Nick or Johnson?
Okay, yeah, I'll jump in there. We probably do need a slapstick comedy brand to be successful. Notably, in India, that's what they did. They created a TV series called Rat-a-tat. The studio was called, the studio that produced that is Toons Media Group. And that is the #1 rated slapstick comedy series on YouTube. And they've built one of the largest studios in the world on the success of that brand. So yes, creating a slapstick comedy animated series will travel well. And, how do we do that? Well, we need to farm for ideas across the continent to build that. And there are a number of pitching competitions that run annually across the continent. And hopefully out of those platforms, something will jump out and go on to be that global success.
Okay, thank you. How do you see the future of animation and its place in Africa internationally? Maybe Abel, another question.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
It's how do you see the future of animation and its place in Africa internationally?
Yeah, for me, the first step for the future is right now, and it's begin by the production. It's begin by the production. It's begin by the project. It's begin by an idea. And now I'm very happy to see that there is a lot of projects, very small project and a very big project for the different major in the world. We are very interesting to produce with a local talent. So for me, we have right now in a very, very exciting moment for animation. And now we must grow the quality of production. We must find the good partners for the pre-production, for the development of the project. We must find the good talent. We must make a reflection around the formation for the new talent. For example, open definitively in the I think in South Africa there is some animation school. It's very interesting for us, but I think that it's very important to work for on the local animation school in the, for example, in the West Africa, maybe we're not in Francophone area, or in Nigeria or in Ghana, a very a school specialized only in animation, because animation for me is one of the key for the production, animation production for sure, but also for the live action, because there's a lot of step in the pipeline of production in live action where we must introduce the animation talent, for example, for the VFX and for other element in the production in the live action. So for me, the key is make a summary is first the production. We must produce. We must grow the quality. We must find the good partners for the project. We must create more schools specialized in animation. And like I said in the beginning of this meeting, is optimize the access of internet, because I think today in Africa we have around 11% of access in internet is very small for the development for this activity.
Okay, thank you. Nick, Sebastian, Johnson, you want to add something maybe?
Sure, I'll jump in there. One of the things that I see in the future for Africa is becoming a part of the service industry for the global animation industry. I think if we can build up the Pan-African capacity, then we will be able to service international projects. And by a process of osmosis, we will be able to develop the skills, the professionalism required for us to build successful homegrown brands as well. And in actual fact, what the African Animation Network does is we partner with the main or essentially the national animation associations across the continent, from north to south, east to west. And where there's a community and not yet a animation association, we help, we freely consult to that community to create a national animation association, because we truly believe that we can build capacity. There's enough human capital in Africa. There's 1.2 billion people. The UN estimates by 2050 that will double. So there's going to be a huge population explosion in Africa, and we have the human capital to be able to produce or at least service the international animation industry.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question in the chat again. It's why are the main cartoons produced in Africa not broadcast in African TVs? Why is there no pressure to impose a minimum of African series to the TV of the consumer? I need someone want to go with this question.
Who is it directed to, sorry?
Why are the main cartoons produced in Africa not broadcast in African TV?
Because it goes back to my point made earlier. Those broadcasters can license international content from Europe, Asia, North America, cheaper than they can license content produced in Africa, unfortunately. And where they have placed pressure on some broadcasters to have a quota, some of those broadcasters have struggled to remain sustainable. And some of them have gone bankrupt. So we have to get the business model right to be able to, enforce quotas on broadcasters. And that's why, as the African Animation Network, we're launching a 1-hour program block in 2022 to be able to access markets, a critical mass of audience across the continent, and turn that into an advertising revenue model. Because, as Abel has said, there's not enough internet connectivity across the continent or internet access for digital platforms to sustain many of the animation studios that are producing series. And the largest audience currently available in Africa is free-to-air. So we're partnering with free-to-air broadcasters to bring a African program block to approximately 85 million households in sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, thank you. So there is another question about Ornella, who is someone who is actually producing his first featured movie, but you don't know how to get the support of the other in the industry. Maybe you have some key or some advice to give. Maybe Johnson, you can answer the question.
I think I'm not into feature films, so I think maybe Sebastian will have a better advice for that.
Yes, my advice is very simple. It's try to contact a producer or a co-producer, depends of your needs, but contact someone who can help you to develop and produce the movie, because the feature film it's a big adventure, and it took time. You need to have some financing possibilities if you want to touch a large audience, and this is the advice I could give for someone who wants to direct a feature film.
Okay, thank you. So another question is, do you think it's worth looking to game development to spread African culture and animation for the international stage? To go, maybe Sébastien or Abel?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Sorry?
The question is, do you think it's worth looking to game development to spread African culture and animation for the international stage?
I will say, why not? I think the most important is to have a powerful project, and if you want to start with a game, to touch people for an international market, why not? Depend of how you want to build your project and build a different step for your IP, but why not? We saw some studios who start with video game to in the next step work on animation project with this IP. So it's possible. It's like starting with the comics and develop after the comics an adaptation in 2D or 3D project.
Yes, I'm agree that I can say that for me the main aspect sorry in the project is the story. You must have a very good story to tell, and we must find the good team for the production, and you must have a very good strategy for the distribution of your project. If you match the three aspects of your project, we can go everywhere, I think.
I think game development. I think game development is a very strong medium that can play well in the African industry, African culture. I'll use an example of a popular game called The Witcher. The game has been popular for a long time. Then I think Netflix picked it up and started a series, but it's still based on what Abel mentioned, a very good story. So I think beyond the African industry looking at just telling stories in the sense of whether short films, whether TV series, or whether future films, the game development can gaming industry can also help in telling those stories, and it can eventually translate, just like the Witcher I used as an example, where it can start with a very good, amazing game that is really talking about the African culture, and it builds up to becoming a future film eventually, or a series or something. I think so. I think it's a good play for the industry.
Okay, thank you. So it's soon the end of the talk. Maybe you want to add something about the state of play? Anything to add before I finish? No one? So okay. Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead. No, it's okay. Okay. So thank you, all of you, for your participation and for the talk. It was really interesting. Do not hesitate to visit the platform to answer any more questions that can appear in the chat. Thank you again, and then we will wait until for the next talk, is about Afro animation, how to create African champion. So see you, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It was great sharing our experience.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Felt me like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. I'm moving too far. Get to glass. You're looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast, didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't shining like it's neon, rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
This talk. So it's about Afro animation and how to create African champion. So first of all, I will just ask you to introduce yourself, to present you. Maybe we can start with you, Stuart, if it's okay.
Hi, yes, I'm Stuart Forrest. I'm the CEO of Triggerfish Animation. We're a 25-year-old company. We've been making animation from Cape Town for the last 25 years, and we've had a lot of success quite recently, and currently are working with quite a few people, including Raymond, and we're working on some exciting projects for Disney Plus and Netflix and HBO Max, and all of it is around the African content. So it's an exciting time.
Okay, thank you. Raymond, maybe you can go. Are you there? Okay, so maybe Ehab, you can.
Who's going next?
Okay. Sorry?
Who's going next?
Well, I asked to Ehab or Riyad or Raymond, as you want.
Okay, cool. My name is Raymond Malinga. I'm the CEO of Creatures Animation here in Kampala, Uganda. Currently, we're an 11-man studio. We're celebrating our 6th year this year. And we have, what we do mostly is that we work on, we've been working on explainer videos and a lot of NGO projects to raise financing and build our studio. But we had a lot of success with our short film called The Kalabandi Ate My Homework, which was featured at the Cannes Film Festival in 2018, and we won a couple of awards across the world. And we're currently working on a couple projects and involving TV shows and other forms of original content, which is the main focus of our company. And I'm also working with Triggerfish currently on the Disney Plus Kizazi Moto project, selected as one of the 10 directors to develop a short film for Disney Plus. And that's what I'm currently doing. So it's really cool. Yeah.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, thank you. Ehab, are you there? Yes. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Ihab El Khouli from Egypt. I've been working in the animation industry for almost 20 years. I started Qasas Animation Studios back in 2016 with the aim to entertain global audience, telling them stories that originate from the Arabic, African, and Egyptian culture through producing feature films for the big screen. It was a very hard challenge, but we managed to finish working on the trailer of Land of Glory. It's our feature film project. We managed to finish it in late 2019, but then the COVID situation took the world by storm, and the cinema industry has been hit hard. So I found myself taking a few steps back and decided to establish another 2D animation studio called Jump with some of my dearest colleagues. And we've been very lucky to start working on an animated series presenting the first superhero Arabic group. It's Zakiya TV series for Majid TV channel. So when I noticed that the COVID storm started to wind down, and then there was a chance to apply for the Red Sea Film Fund contest. I applied for Land of Glory, and it was very good news. In the beginning of this week, we've been shortlisted among 650 other projects to receive the fund. So I decided to continue the journey of Qasas and Land of Glory side by side with the Jump Animation. And I'm very honored to be with you today. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you to you. Okay, so I don't know if we had joined us. Let's see. Just check. Okay, not in the room yet. Okay, so we will start. What do you think is missing for Africa to become a land of animation? Someone want to start? first?
I'll start first. I think what's a lot of it is opportunity. Just being able to access some of the things that are easier to access elsewhere in the world. So it's the barrier to entry. If you're a creator, you've got an idea for a project, it's very hard to just find the right channels to get that project pitched. Because it's expensive. You can't just come up with a one-line idea. You've got to have quite a solid pitch that's been workshopped and with graphics and a storyline. And so I think the barrier to entry is that a lot of people just don't have the resources to develop their ideas to the point where it can be pitched to a big broadcaster or a international streamer. And animation is expensive to create, so it does require you're pitching for a $10 to $20 million project that you're going to need to be able to pitch with a lot of resources. So I think the lack of resources is one of the key barriers.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think. Sorry, can I go?
Yeah, sure.
Can I-
Go.
I think like there's also specialization, very strong talents in specific areas of focus, right? I think that because of the nature of the industry, especially like in my country, in order to survive, you have to be like a jack of all trades sometimes. You have to be able to do graphic design and animate, then do some sound design if that's what's going to pay the bills. But because of that, you end up with a lot of people who can do a little bit of everything, but not like not anything like really specialized and really great. So what happens is that the projects suffer from a low degree of specialization, I think, and it's something that we're trying to tackle here in Uganda, which is that we're trying to encourage our teammates and people to find what they're good at and get really good at it, so that we start building an actual industry where we know that if we need a modeler, we can go to this guy, right? If we need a concept artist, you can go here, you see. And I think that's one of the things that's been holding us back.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay. Just to see if Riyad can join us or not. Riyad, you can activate your mic in the bottom of the screen. With the voice button. Okay. Sorry, I tried. Okay, so anyone want to react to this question again, or
Maybe Ihab?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I think we are in a chicken and egg situation where you don't have enough budgets to produce a good quality product that can really compete internationally, and the quality that is being produced here in Africa is not very encouraging for investors to put money on development of new projects, and it's been very hard for us to raise some fund for development of Land of Glory, and I found myself having to raise that fund from outside the animation industry here in Egypt, and it was very hard, but the quality level that we reached made us somewhat convincing for investors, even from outside the animation industry. So producing good quality is key for the African industry to have bigger opportunities worldwide.
Okay, thank you. With your studios, your reference in Africa, how did you get there? And what advice would you give to a young person who wants to get into this sector? Maybe Raymond, can you go
on? Well, the advice, let's see. How did I get there? Well, you know, there's this saying like, you know, when you're part of the pioneers, right? You have to deal with the problems of pioneers, right? And it's often a reality when an industry hasn't matured that you have to come in understanding where the industry is and what you might have to do to push it. So I started my studio like Triggerfish is like 25 years old, right? I started my studio like 6 years ago, and the landscape is very different right now, which is encouraging. There's still a lot of problems, you know, and challenges, but entering now is very different from entering back then. So I would say, like for example, in 2010, I think if you went and pitched like an African project, I think it would be like laughable almost, like. But now, like there's a lot of opportunity around. You know, it's encouraging, but now it's a question of how do you stand out and make your story really personal. I've realized that. Very personal, unique stories are very valuable right now, especially on the African continent. Unique because people are looking for unique perspectives. How we started, funny enough, is actually doing that. Because like when we did a Calabar Date, my homework, we pretty much did a film that was just very personal and just very Ugandan. And we thought it was funny, and we hoped everyone else would think it's funny too, right? And when we put it out there, I guess what happened is that it was so bizarre and so different in terms of its narrative, its comedic timing, that perhaps that's what made it appealing to a lot of the people who watched it and relatable. And you have to package. This is something else I would say. Like it's very important to package whatever you're doing from a personal level and test it. It has to be able to resonate with a global audience as well. So. It's a tricky balance, but we're in that state right now whereby our audience here in Africa has the potential to be really large, but there's still some form of appreciation that's growing about animation. It's there, the potential is there, but like we need to tap into the global audience as well. We can't neglect it. So we're making films almost for ourselves, but at the same time, we have to be able to make films for a large majority of people out there. So I think that the strategy would be, who are you? What makes you unique? And what can you latch on that would make everyone else out there be interested in what you have to say? So using like very personal experiences or personal stories, but with very general themes. That's what I would say, right? And that would be a good entry point. That's my perspective. I think so. I don't know what the rest think.
Yeah, I think if you're wanting to get into the industry, I think the key is just to start working. It's difficult because sometimes it's again a question of resources, but you know it's if you have a computer, you're very close to having all the tools you need to be able to produce a short film. Write the short film, workshop it, take time, and then produce it. It doesn't have to be as you know high end as you know you would wish for, but as long as it tells a story and it connects with people universally, it's going to get an audience. And I would just say, if you're wanting to get in, just keep making stuff, because that's what makes you stand out. And once you stand out, someone's going to contact you and say, would you help us with this? And that's how you take your first step. But if you've got nothing to show, and you just say, I'm really interested, I'm willing to work hard, but I can't show that I can work hard, then it's very, very hard to break in that way to get your first foot in the door, your first production, and take the first step.
Okay, thank you. Ed, maybe you want to react to that? Okay. So the okay,
Yeah.
so the next question. Oh, no, it's okay. Someone want to add something?
Yeah, I'll add to what Stuart said. I think that's good. That's a good point. Just start, you know? I think just starting is one of the most scariest things, but one of the most fulfilling things as well, you know? Because the difference between you and everyone else who hasn't gotten there is probably that they just didn't start, you know? And I think just starting and realizing that just like let's say like with our film A Calaban Date My Homework, it was rendered on one machine and worked on with like one workstation and like a couple of broken laptops that really couldn't even run like some of the rigs that we were animating with. And the point is not how you start, really. The point is how you finish. So maybe have a target like we started only me and my brother in a garage, but we ended with 7 people and like 2 computers and better laptops, you know. And it was a journey of 2 years, but if we never started, we probably wouldn't have gotten there. So name what you want to achieve with your project and let that carry you through as you're doing it. That's what I would say. And I think just starting is one of the best advices you'd get, right? Just start. I've clapped for myself. Right? I'm enjoying these emojis, like it's really fun. Right?
So I try to if Riyad can hear us and if you can join the room, and I will try. But if not, there is my next question is what does that inspire you in terms of subject coverage or quality? How do you judge this growth of studio in continent? Big group like Disney, Netflix, Cartoon Network are beating on Africa. How do you explain that? Question.
Maybe Ahab can. Ahab, I feel like Stuart and I are talking too much. So
I think you're the man for it. I think Stuart, he's making the bigger portion of this success with the Netflix and Disney Plus. So
that's true.
Please share. Okay. We're here to listen to you, really.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I think I understood the question is why is there all this interest in Africa right now? Was that the question, just to be clear?
Yeah, the question is how do you judge this growth of studio in the continent? And big group like Disney, Netflix, Cartoon Network are beating on Africa, and how do you explain that?
Okay, so there's 2 questions. How do we judge the quality or the different studios? I think it's on a lot of it is on experience. Unfortunately, it's that chicken and egg thing again. That if you haven't done it, the risk is so high that it's very hard for someone to come in and say, I'm going to invest a few $1 million in a chance. So what the studios want internationally is they don't want to lose all their money. They want to make sure that the studios that they contract can actually deliver and not get into trouble halfway through production, and then they have to take it all and start all over again somewhere else, but with half the budget. So A lot of it is just being able to prove that as a studio you understand what it is to be professional, and that you present yourself professionally at every level, from the accountants to the legal work to all the back office, and also obviously with the quality of the work that is delivered, and particularly around the post-production and legals and things like that. And I think that that's a lot of times when people have presented me with a budget and I see the legal budget is $2,000, then it's very clear they don't understand just how much legal work will go into it, and those kinds of things send red flags. So always, if you're pitching on something, make sure that you've covered those back office things. The other question, or the other part of the question, I think, was why are the studios coming here? I think to Africa. I think that there has been a lot more awareness in the last 5 years. I think it started with the Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter. I think social media has just highlighted a whole lot of issues, systemic problems within Hollywood, within the entertainment industry, that suddenly have a voice, a very clear voice, and people are paying attention because that voice has power now. Because if you have a Me Too story or a Black Lives Matter story, it will get out. It will definitely get out, and I think that means that everyone's reassessing the way that they're looking at the world, and in that reassessment has been, wow, we've only been telling stories from Hollywood about our own people, and sometimes we've been going to other cultures, taking their stories and making it in Hollywood and selling it back to them, and that's not so cool anymore. So I think that's the thing that's really exciting for all of us from an African perspective, is that it's not cool anymore for Hollywood to just make whatever they feel like in Hollywood without consulting or without engaging meaningfully in working with the source of where that story comes from.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Raymond, Riyad, you want to react? What? Okay. Oh, okay, we lost Raymond. Okay. Let him come back. Maybe Riyad, if you're here, you can go to react to that. No? Okay. Okay. So
I can also add to that the recent trends that we see in feature films presenting other cultures than the Western culture. For example, in movies like Moana, in movies outside of addressing cultures outside of America, just like addressing the Viking culture with the How to Train Your Dragon franchise, exploring cultures outside of America in Hollywood-produced films. I think it's very encouraging, and the success for these films, I think it's going to encourage more and more bigger studios and streaming platforms to explore the different stories around the world, and they cannot find a place that has a very long heritage of different stories better than Africa. So I think that's what encouraged studios like Disney and Netflix and Cartoon Network to search in Africa for new stories.
Okay, thank you. And I think Raymond is back. Are you there? Okay, no, you left. Okay. So next question is, how do you see the future of animation studio and their place in Africa and international?
I'll jump in again. I think that as I said earlier, the world is ready for African stories. I think the key is high budgets. We really do need to be producing at the same budget level as anything that's been produced in China or in the US. We can't compete until we've got the same budgets. It's just impossible. So I think that that's going to be the next thing that we're going to have to really look at, is making sure the budgets are up there. I think that it's getting there. I think it's getting to the point where there will be a lot more engagement. And for the same reasons as I said earlier, if you're a distributor like Netflix and you want an African animation story, you can't just make that in Los Angeles. It's just not going to fly. It's going to get so much criticism. So they have to come, and they're going to want to work with local people and local studios.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll try it again to unmute now. Okay, thank you. Want to react maybe? Okay. About the future in animation? Because I think it's Straught, it was you who was speaking just before.
I'm very sorry that I had to leave the meeting right now. It's prayer time here in Egypt, so I can't I can't miss that. So I'm very happy to participate, and I really want to connect with everyone after that event. So I'm sure that we are going to continue our talk again. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure being with you.
It's been a while, but you can hear you a little bit.
Thank you very much, Ab, and no worries, you can go. Oh, I guess Raymond, are you back?
I am back. I don't know, my internet seems to have gotten a hiccup, then I came back and I couldn't. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So welcome back, Raymond. Okay, so we are.
But I don't know what.
Yeah. The question is, how do you see the future of animation studio and their place in Africa and internationally? Is it me, or I don't hear him anymore? Hello? Oh.
We can hear you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I can. Okay. I don't know if Raymond is lagging or something. Okay. Sorry, Straught. You're the last one. You're the last ending. Okay. So if you want to add anything, you can add. I think there is a question in the chat. With every year at 3D Net Info, we train many young African in animation, video games, 3D special effect there. Why isn't there more cooperation between African studio and training centers?
It's a great question, and it's something that the training centers should have a lot more. From my perspective in Cape Town, there's one training center that engages very deeply with the industry, and it's by far the best. It's one of the best in the world. But it's one of the reasons is that they ask industry, what do you need? And they produce the best quality students because they are giving us exactly what we ask for. And then we're very involved with the judging, the marking. So we take an active, if a training studio reaches out to an industry, there's usually a lot of incentive for industry to jump in and help. I don't think Triggerfish would be where it is today, and I don't say this lightly, but I don't think we'd be there if we didn't have that very strong animation school on our doorstep, because we get probably about 70-80% of our crew, our local crew at least, from that one school, and that's meant all the difference to us. So it's a great question. It's a question to ask the training institutions, and the institutions really, if they're wanting to provide value to their students, they should be approaching industry. And I don't think industry is the ones that are saying we don't have time for you. If they have a long-term vision and they want to see the industry grow. I also just want to raise, there was an earlier question from Mohammed about the why don't studios cooperate more, and I think it is partly to do with the fact that there is people are just looking out for survival. It's a survival industry. It's really can be quite hard, but there is some, we're cooperating. We're working with Raymond at the moment. We're making a short film for Disney. We're working with quite a few other companies throughout South Africa and Zimbabwe and in Egypt, and because we've got the work and we need people to do it, and it really is. We have to ask ourselves, why didn't we do this long ago? Because we're learning, we're growing our capacity to do more work, and it really is a question that it seems counterintuitive to be helping other studios, but it definitely, it has huge rewards, and as someone who's gone through both sides, I can highly say like every studio should be looking at engaging with other studios and seeing what they can do together, because it really does expand your capacity.
Okay, thank you. If there is any more question, you can ask them in the chat box, and if not, I think we will end there. Just a few seconds. I guess not. So thank you very much, Swart, and if you can hear me, thank you very much for the talk, for your participation, and I will send you an email to all of you to be able maybe to go through the budget talk without any connection problem. So thank you very much, and the next conference is at 2 p.m. GMT +2. So don't hesitate, and thank you again, Swart.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow, moving with the motion.
We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. 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 We about to turn it on. Go, 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 go. We about to turn it on. Turn it on. We about to turn it on. Turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. 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 We about to turn it on. Go, 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 go.
there's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
Cracky.
I can't find my way back to you till you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Until you find your way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
Memories die out too hard. But we were traveling mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, beside me laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer
I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
in my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Okay, let's call for Nini, John, or Francis. If you are there, please let me know it by chat or vocal. And if not, we will start the conference because we have already 5 minutes late. Okay, so let's go. Leslie, Keith, are you there? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Keith
Okay,
is here.
and okay, great. And Leslie, are you there? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So we will start. Sorry, it will be only the both of you. I hope maybe Nini, John, or Francis maybe join the conference later. So we will start with the how to create and develop an African creative ecosystem in animation. First of all, can you please introduce yourself? Maybe Leslie, you can start.
Yes, my name is Keith White, CEO and founder of Afro Plus Tap.
Hi, I'm Leslie Williams. I'm the CEO of Tsimologong Precinct. It's a university-based incubator in Johannesburg, and we focus on digital innovation and specifically the intersection around hardware, software, and content. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So the challenges of African animation are multiple: training, quality, production, financing, distribution, dissemination, etc. How to structure and develop this sector with all of these constraints? Maybe Leslie, you can go on.
Sure. I mean, it's quite a mouthful of a question. And, I think when we look at animation in Africa, sometimes I think that we become very internal focused. And the animation industry is really a transnational industry. So when we are solving to build the industry, we need to keep that in mind. And for me, some of the key, if you like, for me, animation is an innovation system. Come from an innovation background. And when I map the key innovation plays in a South African context anyway, it is government, it is, there's a lot of diplomatic interventions, so cultural diplomacy comes into play. There's the opportunity of where and how we build out the opportunity of aesthetics in animation, specifically African aesthetics. And then looking at our role and the intention we give to building out the value chain from pre-production through to post-production. And we need a solid mapping exercise of who the different stakeholders are, but also like where and how we go about intentionally collaborating. I think that there's a lot of opportunity across the continent that we're not finding each other. And for me, that is the issue. And when stakeholders do come forward, it still, for me, feels more like competition to be the leading voice than holding hands to look at where and how do we build together. So I'll kick off for that, and I may add more after Keith has contributed.
Yes, I would agree wholeheartedly with what Leslie just said. I'm based here in the United States, but we also run a summit called Afro Animation that brings animators, Black, Brown, African together, to know each other. One of the issues that we discovered in putting on our inaugural event this May was there is a huge disconnect. We have heard animators, both in Africa as well as in the U.S., if they're fortunate enough to get a deal with a Netflix or Disney or another studio, and they have the opportunity to hire diverse talent. We were hearing that they didn't know who these freelancers were, and they would go all the way to Taiwan to find the talent to do Black characters, which makes no sense to me. So I would agree with Leslie that there has to be. I think if you look at the model that Leslie was pointing out in South Africa, where the government has really gotten behind the industry, that does make all the difference in the world. The reason why you're starting to see, for example, some American animation studios, particularly Disney and Netflix, pay attention to or starting to invest somewhat in Africa is because the Black Panther movie showed them that they could find a Black audience and they can create Black content with unique stories that are universally appealing. So to some extent, there needs to be something coming out of Africa that could hit on the international stage and be a hit. Because if the government isn't going to back you, then the movie studios who get validation that there are audiences that are interested in these stories and in a mass appeal, then you could get Hollywood movie studios to start to invest more into Africa. So I think that there could be a two-pronged approach.
Okay, thank you very much. So My next question is: African creative talent have one advantage, knowledge of their culture and that of author. And on the use of these assets will depend on their success. What? Oh, okay, no, never mind. So African animation is characterized by a great diversity, means and subject technique. How do you explain that? And how to attract and support young talent into the animation profession?
Maybe just to check, is it officially Keith and I? Have we lost other speakers before I dive in?
Sorry, what?
Are Keith and I the only speakers now? I just don't want to give others a chance if they haven't spoken.
So, sorry. So sorry. Just so it's a bit hard. So my question is, no, I don't know if the other speaker, I think they're not there too.
Okay, it's okay. I can respond. Yeah, I think being South African anyway, and I think to a large extent being African, we definitely have the value of understanding multiple cultures. We have been consuming animation from the West for decades, multitudes of decades, and also more recently from Asia. And we all know the success of anime. And so yes, we do understand multiple cultures, but we also have we've become accustomed, just because of our context of working across the complexity of diversity, of cultures, of religions, where it's more than just tolerance, that there is appreciation across diversity, and there's also the nuance and the humor that comes with it. So I think those stories and those experiences of multiple cultures are definitely valuable, but it's not enough. We can't stop there. We need to blend that with high quality productions accompanying our stories. And we also need to look at what are the different kinds of business models that can bring this together. I think the world has changed dramatically. Well, the world definitely has changed dramatically in the past 2 years. So there is room for new models beyond the animation industry, but we must not be left behind. One of the beauties that I have seen in our space with our Animation Academy, and later I'll speak more about our other products, but to a large extent, this was the one area of our work that was not really disrupted. In fact, quality, when we had to start working remotely. So yes, the interns, yes, our alumni missed working in the same studio together, but by far and large, it was business as usual. They just work from home. And in fact, the quality of the productions went up much higher than the year before, and we got an increase of requests for service work. So I think there is opportunities we can build on in line with the rest of the world that's trying to understand this new journey. And I also think that our industry is young enough where we can be far more intentional about how we design it. This morning, one of the speakers said that, Africa needs to be the if you like, the factory for service work. And while I felt a bit of a dis-ease by that description, I think we need to find some sort of balance, because if we say that our stories are a new contribution to the world, we need to start focusing on original content and find that balance between service work that brings in revenue, that creates jobs much faster, and investing in our own. So culture is at the forefront, and we need to learn how to tell our own story and monetize that to be sustainable. Okay.
Yes, I would say that now is an interesting time for Africa. In the West, in the United States in particular, folks are kind of tired of the same old stories. And there is an interest in searching out and finding unique stories that are told from a different cultural point of view. And again, as I said earlier, you're starting in a very slow way. It's at its beginning. I feel where you find the Hollywood studios here in the United States starting to look towards Africa for African-oriented stories that are very different than in the West. I mean, a lot of these stories in the West, storytelling, are just replayed and replayed and replayed with a different twist. And so I think Africa is a new frontier for new stories that are told by Africans in an African oriented way. I also agree with Leslie that it just cannot be about culture. Obviously, funding to get these productions out is extremely important. The quality of the production has to be something that would be appealing from a global perspective. But I know quality has a lot to do with the amount of production money that you have, whether or not it's 2D or 3D. So I certainly believe right now there is a spotlight on Africa with respect to the unique storytellings that's coming out of Africa. I think if you look at creators like Michaela Cole and Issa Rae, they started with their productions on YouTube, and so they started creating series there. I think Michaela Cole started with one called Chewing Gum, and then she got her deal, I think, ultimately with BBC in HBO for I Might Destroy You, and then she recently, as you know, last week got the Emmy. So just kind of focusing on one distribution channel that may or may not hit for you. There are obviously digital channels that you can exploit to get your creative content out there and to build your audience and to build your brand. So yes, take what you have that is uniquely specific to your storytelling and your culture and your experiences, and try to move with respect to getting your stories, not just pitching the Hollywood studios or the studios within Africa, but also look for digital distribution channels to start to build your audience and your brand, because that's how Issa Rae and others get discovered, because they build enormous audiences, and they're able to eventually get a Hollywood deal. And so I think basically the time is right now for Africa.
Okay, thank you. So next question is how to attract and support young talent into the animation profession.
Okay. In true African style, I'd like to respond with telling a story first. About 2 years ago, two young boys came into the life of our animation academy. Timothy at that time was 13 years old. Bushle was 12 years old. And the way they got to come to our studio is that we were hosting a school trip for our Fakugeze festival. This is our digital arts festival. And on the school trip, we were hosting a masterclass around the principles of visual development of animation. Timothy and Bushle became super hooked on the Kool-Aid we were offering. I know it sounds bad, it just sounds like a drug, which sounds really bad to say, but they really got hooked on animation on that visit. And they started coming back every single day. It became a bit of a problem because they would leave school early and walk long distances to visit our studio. And we eventually formed a relationship with each of their parents to make sure that they're safe, that they have transport home. But 2 years later, Bushle and Timothy still come to our studio. And they're fantastic. They sit in our classes, our master classes. They draw in the corner. They both use like Wacom that we have on site. And the whole point I'm trying to make is that we need to expose the young when they are young. When most of our animation schools in South Africa are essentially for the wealthy. And when I speak to kids who go to those schools, they have had a lot of the infrastructure support from a very young age, as teenagers from 12 years old. And for me, part of our focus at Simulacon Precinct is to make sure that we develop an inclusive animation industry within the country, that we cross over socioeconomic, racial and cultural divides, and we create access points for all. Many of the talent that comes to our place are self-taught. Many of them are graduates of other animation academies where they need to be refined before they go into the studio. But what we have done is that we've constantly engaged with the industry to find out what they want. So with our animation academy, we support in pre-production, talent growth, and build the confidence to work on production. So starting from 1 minute up to 10 minutes by the end of the year. We're not going to see feature films if we can't make, or high quality feature films if we can't make high quality short films. We then launched the Studios Collective, and the intention of that was to work with our alumni to do serviced work for others. So at Simulacon, we will go out and get the work, and we'll subcontract our alumni, and again, help them to build legitimacy in the market as they set up their own studios. The final tool I'll mention is our market readiness program, where we work with Annecy International Animation Festival, or at least we work with Annecy, but we got 5 animation studios pitch ready over a course of a few months to take them to Annecy. But what I am saying, there is multiple interventions. We need to constantly listen to what the market is and quickly innovate and quickly design. But the whole idea is to build confidence and build those specialized skills with the talent.
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry. The question was how to attract and support young talents into the animation profession.
Well, I can't necessarily speak from Africa's perspective. Hello?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
But what I can say in terms of what I'm seeing here in the United States and it's, I think, the same problem that Leslie pointed out is that the animation schools are predominantly even white here in America. It's simply an issue of cost, but what we are starting to see in America are animation schools and animation mentor organizations starting to do more diversity outreach to be more inclusive. They recognize that price is certainly a barrier, and so you're starting to see organizations bend a little bit and provide scholarships to be more diverse and to be more inclusive. So this is kind of really as a result of the George Floyd incident that happened in America, where after that incident, many companies and organizations stood up and said they wanted to be a part of, they wanted to be a positive part in a change agent going forward, so that their organizations are diverse. Now, we'll have to wait and see if the numbers bear out that they're not just all talk, that they're actually, being more inclusive. But there is a window of opportunity that has opened as a result of that incident. And I believe also there is some education within these organizations in North America to reach out to the potential of Africa. I've had recent conversations with a couple of organizations, and they're very interested in knowing what's going on in Africa. Africa is particularly Nigeria and other countries are new frontiers in terms of growth. The United States is very saturated in a lot of ways, and so in order to grow, they have to take into consideration some international expansions. And so I do believe that there is interest, at least that's what's been told to me verbally. It's not
I think we have a mic problem. Keith, are you there? Okay, I guess we just have a problem. So, Leslie, there is a question in the chat for you, which is how can training center in Africa work together to support the development of talent?
Sure, I'll reply to that at the moment. I also want to acknowledge, before I reply to that, Mohammed's other point, just because I looked up my research at the moment and looked at the history of animation in Africa, and is absolutely right. I discovered, early animation in South Africa dating back to 1916 and Egypt in 1956. So I think, it is true that we are positioning this as a brand new, industry, and in many ways it is. But we have history to build on. Our history has just been lost and undocumented. So we need to reclaim that and work, look at our own cultural preservation by keeping these stories alive. In terms of how training centers in Africa work together, we at Simulacon, we run a program called Digital Lab Africa. It's a Pan-African incubation program that was convened by Institute of France, and we've taken over the management of it. And essentially, we focus on the categories of animation, gaming, music, digital arts, VR and AR. And in the next step of us growing Digital Lab Africa, we actually want to work with local hubs and incubators and academies around growing this talent. The reason why we want to focus on and work with others to develop multiple smaller ecosystems across the continent is that we only take about 10 winners per annum on Digital Lab Africa. So the projects are pretty high quality. But like this past year, we had about 700 applications and we only took 10. So we're seeing two opportunities. The one is working with ecosystems to mature the talent until they are ready to apply to programs like Digital Africa. The second thing is we saw a lot of incredible talent across the continent that we knew they will succeed without us anyway. So they weren't accepted onto the program. But that is the talent that we need to capture them to help mentor other projects. So there's definitely opportunities we need to work together. We also have Kakugeze Festival where we have international residencies. A number of residents across Africa come to South Africa for a month. So please do drop me a link in and I'd be happy to chat further.
Okay, and I see Keith, are you back? Are you there? Okay, so there's another question in the chat. Let's try Keith. Keith, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, great, perfect. So I don't know if you remember where you were. But there is another question in the chat, maybe you can answer. And it's today most of the African studio develop a transmedia strategy, like animation, video games, comic, and virtual reality. Do you think this is the right way?
Is that the question for me?
Yeah, you or Leslie.
Okay, can you repeat because it's a little difficult to hear, please?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So today, most of the African studio develop a transmedia strategy. Do you think this is a right way to develop African animation?
When you say transmedia strategy, what is that exactly?
It's because studio work animation, but also make video game, comics, virtual reality, etc.
Well, I think it's difficult to be a superstar in multiple spaces. I think that to create something that is a winner, I think it requires all of your attention. And so I feel that, unless you have the financial resources to pull it off, I kind of think in one way, Michael Jordan was really, really great at basketball. He tried baseball, he was not so great. So I make that point to basically say that it takes, lots of hours and lots of time and commitment to be a master at one specific thing. If you have the financial resources to try to be the master at multiple things, then, more power to you. But, I'm a very big believer that focusing on one vertical and mastering that vertical, and then, once you've mastered it and you've gotten, you know, you've got a winner, then you can think about maybe moving into other verticals. I mean, Amazon, they started with books. It was a very, intentional vertical that they focused on. And then once they conquered books, then they started to move into other verticals. So I'm a very big believer in focusing until you have success in one area.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Leslie, you want to add something?
Sure. So I agree with Keith. And I mean, for us, I mean, animation is core to the creative economy. And we're seeing a lot of studios also working television, film, advertising, video games. And a huge reason for that is sustainability of the sector. They need to look after their livelihoods. So are going to, if you like, to sister industries or sister sectors to bring in the revenue. And the problem when you do that is that your animation intentions, you almost become a hobbyist in your core field that you want to actually grow your skills and build equity. So the more we work together to bring in investment into the sector, the more we can get that specialization that the sector deserves.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is about the diaspora. And can the diaspora play a role in the development of animation in Africa and so internationally?
Keith, do you want to kick off?
Yeah, sure. I believe so. I mean, the financial resources that could be pulled from the diaspora to support an animation industry in Africa is not to be overlooked. And so, I don't think that one should think only of, what's local or what's in his or her country. I think that with the internet, you have access to the world. The internet, the one beautiful thing about it is that, it has no barriers. And so getting online and networking either through LinkedIn or Instagram and reaching out to the diaspora to let them know what you're doing, what you're trying to accomplish. I think that you can find a lot of resources. We reached out. When we did Afro Animation, we didn't have any relationships with studios. I am a media and tech guy, 20 years, but I never focused on animation. I just always thought it was a kid's medium. And then I started coming across a lot of great illustration work on Instagram while we were in the pandemic, and I was just really impressed. And everybody was doing a Zoom conference or a virtual conference online, and I thought, wow, what if we did a conference, a virtual conference for animators of color, Black and brown and African. And I've worked internationally, so I knew that there had to be animators that were doing great work in Africa as well. And I didn't want it to be just a U.S. North America virtual conference only. I really felt and knew that 50% or 55% of our audience would come from overseas. And so we pulled together a team, and just through Instagram and through Facebook and through LinkedIn, we started reaching out to animators, not only in the U.S., but also in Tanzania, in South Africa, in Kenya, in Nigeria, in Ivory Coast, in Ghana, in the UK, in the Caribbean, in Brazil, wherever we could find them. And I was really impressed. Africa showed up in a big way. A large part of our audience was international. So use the tools that you have in hand online to reach out to folks to get them interested in what you're doing. The great thing about doing things online is that you don't have to jump on a plane, so you don't have the expense of a plane, you don't have the expense of a hotel, you don't have the expense of the food, and you can get feedback right away whether or not they're interested. So yeah, I do think that the diaspora is a great resource beyond your local government or your national government or other resources within your reach in your country.
It's so nice to hear you speak, Keith, and I can relate to a lot of what you're saying, and I absolutely agree. A couple of years ago, I had a conversation with Afrinoli in Nigeria. They're a streaming platform, and they said to me that at that time their highest audience was the Nigerian diaspora living in Dubai. And, I think we forget that there are so many of us that when we live abroad, and I've done my stint living in London as well, where we are hungry for high quality content at home. So I think it's definitely about telling our own stories and remembering that there's our stories on the ground and that it transports around the world. In 2019, I had the privilege of moderating a dialogue in DC between President Barack Obama and Ross Michel around the future of Africa and Nelson Mandela's legacy. And I spent some time there meeting up with a number of diaspora communities, including African American communities, who were hungry to build a relationship with Africans on the ground doing high quality work. And it wasn't just from a charitable space. They really saw the value of even some of their children spending time on the continent, on internships, working here, studying here, and bringing that richness and confidence back home as a young African American. So I think we need to be very strategic on the ground about how we make ourselves available to working with others. And I'm convinced that it's going to take more than animators to grow the animation industry. I'm going to say it again. It's going to take more than animators to grow the animation industry. When I came into the sector not that long ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, many people said, you are not an animator, you don't have the right to speak on certain topics. And I must say that I am proud of the work that we've produced in our academy, working with incredible talent locally and internationally. And we always bring international partners on board to make sure that our work is high quality. I got so passionate about the industry that I'm now finishing my master's degree focusing on the influence of cultural diplomacy on the animation industry. So we need to, I think, be intentional again about, like I said, building this ecosystem and get the right actors on board.
Okay, I would add something to what Leslie said. I mean, I am not an animator either. I build digital platforms, but when we decided to do Afro animation this year, we didn't build the actual platform that we did the conference on, but we obviously did a lot of marketing to bring this vertical together. I don't know if I was considered an outsider, but the impact that conference had and the value exchange that took place was pretty phenomenal. We had almost 1,900 creators from around the world show up, even from the ghettos of Soweto in South Africa. I mean, using the power of technology, but also bringing and forging alliances with organizations and people that are outside of the animation industry should certainly not be a limitation, because as a result of doing the conference and being an app builder, a digital platform builder, what we decided to do, hearing the pain points of animators of color, we decided to launch Afro Plus, which is our answer or a alternative to YouTube in the sense of animators as well as other creators. We just don't have an animation genre can also post their creations on Afro Plus in the App Store or the Google Play Store. And we created a monetization model where we share 50-50 in the ad revenue with creators. So, so all of that has been done within the last 6 or 7 months, from someone that really didn't pay any attention to animation in 20 years, but I'm very excited about the sector. So we've made investments to do what we feel we can do to make a dent in this vertical.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more questions in the chat? I see Leslie that you talk with Mohamed about manifesto. If there are any more questions, if there are not, maybe you want to add something before we can end this talk. Or it's okay for you.
Sure. I mean, I know that there was going to be a question posed about the African Free Continental Trade Agreement and collaboration across Africa. So maybe I'll just touch on that quickly, if that's okay. I think we have a huge opportunity when you look at the intention of trade across Africa. I certainly would like to see local co-productions. I think that will, number one, strengthen us if we actually work together. Many African countries are quite small, and it only makes sense that we pool our resources to work together, and also leverage the tax incentives that come from co-production across the continent. One thing that saddens me is that we don't have really strong trade policy when it comes to the creative and cultural industries in Africa, and certainly not in South Africa. Despite having multiple co-production agreements, it's not really converting. There is an opportunity that I see, and this maybe links to Mohammed's comment there around the manifesto. I definitely see a role for the African Union to play in strengthening the industry. It's not unusual for various regions in the world to actually deploy animation as a national or regional cultural diplomacy strategy, and we haven't even started, hitting the iceberg. We're thinking about diplomacy and animation locally. And the really value of us thinking about how we want to position ourselves in the rest of the world. But I do think that if we are part of a diplomatic strategy to the AU, that could justify them building more incentives to start investing aggressively, if you like, into the sector, as well as working with governments to create quotas, streaming quotas in television. And again, this is not unique in Africa. And I feel like quite often when we speak about quotas locally, we frown upon it, saying, oh, we're diminishing our own quality. But many nations around the world, if you look at the growth of animation in Asia, if you look at it even in France, like it came down to local quotas. So we need to start consuming our own content, and proudly so that we can start, just creating that foundation to start pushing higher quality. But I think, like I say, we need to strengthen collaboration across the continent, and we need to lobby our governments to work with us in doing so. And maybe then we'll get the private sector to come on board and invest as well, because right now they're seeing it as quite high risky to invest in, where they're uncertain if they're going to get a return on their investment. So.
Yeah, one thing I would add also is during the pandemic, what we saw here in North America was, while physical productions were shut down, animation kept going. And so folks were working remotely from home. And so that has ignited a renewed interest in investments in animation, because the pandemic affected, physical productions. And so I think that this is a real window of opportunity that the animation space has, not just in North America, but I think also on the continent of Africa. So I certainly agree 100%, 200% with what Leslie said, is that co-production and building alliances are extremely important. You can do that, as I said, just by networking online and developing relationships and partnerships. One story I will say is when I built another, it was a previous digital platform, it was a marketplace platform. I met a gentleman, he had posted something on LinkedIn from Nigeria, and I wrote him back and said, "Hey, we're doing something in that area." And so within 3 months or less, I believe it was, he had invested almost $100,000, and I went to Africa. He came to the U.S., and so deals get done virtually. So I would encourage anyone listening to this to use the power of online social media to make connections, to ignite opportunities for yourself and your company.
Okay, thank you. So we will need to stop now to prepare the next conference. Thank you for your participation and for the talk. It was really interesting. So I see in the chat that you make some contact with Mohamed, etc. So don't hesitate. And thank you again. And we will go to the next one.
Thank you.
Jack it up. Jack it up.
Okay, let's go. So Jait, you can introduce yourself, and then Sandra will start this presentation. So you can go.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Jide Martins. I am CEO Comic Republic. I tell everyone that I'm a geek and I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. Okay, so Sandra, you can start your presentation.
I can start all the presentation.
Yeah, oui, tu peux y aller.
Seulement, je me présente en tant que personne. J'ai pas compris.
Je pense que vous allez faire votre présentation en français.
Ok.
Et ensuite, on fera des questions et Jait peut-être pourra intervenir si besoin.
Ok, je vais insérer mon fichier. Alors, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je m'appelle Sandra Federici, je suis journaliste et je dirige la revue Africa et Méditerranée publiée en Italie. Et j'ai travaillé à partir de 1999 à de nombreux projets culturels concernant la BD d'auteurs africaines, dans le domaine de l'éducation, du développement, du dialogue interculturel. Et je ne vois pas ma présentation. Ah, voilà, elle arrive peut-être. Voilà. Ok. Comme vous ne voyez pas mon visage, je mets ici une photo de moi avec Barli Baruti, auteur le plus connu, auteur du Congo-Kinshasa. Et on était à Angoulême ensemble. Et donc, je disais, j'ai travaillé de nombreux projets avec les auteurs africains de bande dessinée et avec des associations d'auteurs et des maisons d'édition. Et on a réalisé des expositions à Bologne, à Dakar, à Bruxelles, au Centre belge de la bande dessinée et au Studio Museum in Harlem à New York. Et j'ai eu l'occasion de connaître beaucoup d'auteurs et de suivre leur parcours professionnel, et surtout dans la BD francophone. Alors, dans votre demande d'intervention, vous avez proposé, Clémence, un peu de questions. Alors, je me suis un peu interrogée sur cette question que vous avez posée. Et ma présentation a disparu, je la passe parce que je voulais vous montrer un peu des photos, d'images des comics africains que j'avais préparés. Et donc, votre question, c'était un peu sur l'identité de la bande dessinée africaine. Excusez-moi.
C'est juste pour votre présentation que vous l'avez apporté dans le fichier, dans le logiciel.
Vous la voyez pas?
Non, non, il faut
Je
que
dois
vous la...
peut-être partager.
Oui, à nouveau, oui.
Ah, c'est ici, mais à nouveau, c'est ici. Ok.
Voilà, c'est bon, merci beaucoup.
Voilà. Non, mais... Ok. Elle est très petite, n'est-ce pas?
Voilà, c'est bon.
Ecco, ok, ici par exemple notre prix Afrique et Méditerranée qu'on a fait pour 6 éditions, c'était le prix panafricain plus important qu'il y avait à l'époque, des expositions, des catalogues. Ici c'est un groupe de dessinateurs de l'année 2003 au Centre belge de la bande dessinée à Bruxelles, dans les temples de la bande dessinée. Et ça, c'est notre base de données qu'on a fait. C'est plus de 2000 items, des planches originelles d'une archive qu'on a à Bologne et qu'on a tout scannerisé, numérisé. Mais aussi, on a des fanzines très rares, des petits revues, beaucoup de documents de la bande dessinée à partir de la bande dessinée africaine à partir des années 80. Et alors, je disais, votre question, c'était un peu sur l'identité de la BD africaine et la bande dessinée, avec son statut d'art globalisé, c'est difficile de la enfermer dans des frontières des pays. Mais la BD africaine a eu un peu d'influence de la domination coloniale, mais aussi post-coloniale. Mais on a vu aussi que la plupart des auteurs de l'Afrique francophone, bien qu'ils se sont passionnés à la BD à partir des revues italiennes, je vais souligner cette lien avec l'Italie. Ce sont presque tous les auteurs avec lesquels j'ai fait des entretiens, auteurs nés dans les années 60-70, affirme s'être passionné à la BD à travers la BD en petit format italien qui était publiée en France et qui arrivait en Afrique. Black Rock, Tex, Kinzenbla. Mais avec et aussi bien sûr Tintin, la ligne claire franco-belge, les mangas japonais, plus tard les super-héros américains. Et avec toute cette influence, les auteurs se sont appropriés le 9e art et ont combiné les choix stylistiques et avec des genres très différents et ont utilisé la bande dessinée pour raconter l'Afrique. Ici, je vous montre l'exemple de Gorgorlou, l'une des bandes dessinées la plus connue du Sénégal. Gorgorlou, c'est l'homme moyen sénégalaise. Attaqué et déflacté par les plans d'ajustement structurel, par le chômage. Et tous les jours, il sort de la maison et avec la débrouille quotidienne, il cherche quelque chose pour sa famille. Ici, c'est la bande dessinée populaire du Congo-Kinshasa. Fumueto, le fondateur de la bande dessinée populaire au Congo. Ça, ce sont des petits fanzines self-published. Mais aussi la génération des créateurs plus jeunes ne s'arrête pas face aux difficultés dues au manque, à la fragilité des industries culturelles d'Afrique francophone, parce que on connaît bien le manque de politique culturelle qui n'a pas favorisé l'essor des structures culturelles locales autonomes, des écoles de dessin, des médias, des éditeurs, des librairies. Il y en a, mais il doit tout le temps travailler avec de grandes difficultés et il doit lutter. J'ai amené ici l'exemple de Agomedia, une maison d'édition du Togo, qui continue depuis 15 années à publier avec des styles, des situations très différentes. Ici, on a les mythes et légendes africaines ou des choses comme un peu l'afrofuturisme, super albino, les super-héros. On a des autres exemples d'un type de publication faite par des associations d'auteurs qui, face au manque de structures, s'organisent, font des associations et font des autoproductions, comme cette fanzine Waka Waka, que c'est très intéressant, publié au Cameroun, avec une grande différence de style et avec des auteurs pas seulement du Cameroun, mais aussi d'autres pays d'Afrique et aussi hors de l'Afrique. Par exemple, ici, il y a un auteur italien avec Pae, les grands auteurs humoristes du Gabon. Et un autre cas qui date de l'année 2000, fin des années 90, c'est la revue de Biche. Biche, en Côte d'Ivoire, c'est un cas de succès éditorial. C'était un petit groupe de BDistes qui se sont retrouvés dans les garages, comme ils racontent. Ils ont créé Biche, qui est maintenant un groupe éditorial en pleine expansion. Ils ont maintenant beaucoup de magasins et avec des dizaines de milliers de copies vendues chaque semaine. Bon, dans votre question, il y avait un peu qu'est-ce qu'on voit dans le cas du secteur numérique. Et j'ai pu suivre les auteurs africains du début de l'année 2000 jusqu'à maintenant, et les choses ont vraiment changé. Au début, c'était fait avec la poste. Quand on a fait les premières expositions, les premiers concours, les BD arrivaient sur papier avec des enveloppes. Et après, on a vu l'utilisation des scanners, la possibilité de faire circuler d'une manière gratuite les images. Après, les premiers blogs d'auteurs. Et après, avec les réseaux sociaux, la grande présence sur Facebook et Instagram. J'ai mis ici le cas et ça donne des possibilités aussi éditoriales. Didier Casaille du Centrafrique, il faisait la chronique de la crise de Bangui de la République centrafricaine, l'année 2012-2013, sur sa page Facebook. Et il faisait une chronique graphique, journalistique, et un éditeur l'a contacté pour lui demander un livre, un roman graphique, Tempête sur Bangui, qui raconte avec le format roman graphique toute l'histoire de la crise du Centrafrique. Et c'est la boîte à boules. Donc, à partir de la visibilité donnée avec la toile, on arrive aussi à avoir des possibilités éditoriales. Ça, c'est Didier, il a créé ce nouveau style avec ses visages noirs, il a beaucoup évolué. Et une autre chose que je vois, c'est lié à cette chose que je viens de dire, c'est la bande dessinée comme possibilité de raconter l'actualité de l'Afrique. aussi en Europe, maintenant en France, en Italie, avec la nouvelle bande dessinée, cette vague du roman graphique, du graphic novel et du graphic journalism, il y a vraiment un grand intérêt vers la bande dessinée comme moyen de raconter des histoires du passé et du présent. Et donc, je trouve que pour les auteurs africains, il y a vraiment une possibilité parce qu'il y a vraiment un intérêt à connaître les histoires de l'Afrique et l'actualité de l'Afrique. Je m'arrête et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup Sandra pour cette présentation. C'était effectivement important qu'on en parle et qu'on fasse connaître ce projet. So now we will speak in English. I don't know if Jide and Bill are there.
I'm here. How are you?
Yeah, right. Still well. Okay, so my first question is, Bill, are you there? I think.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, perfect. Great. And I don't have, is Dolph here too? I don't think so. I didn't see him. Okay, so we will start. So, in your opinions, are comics and manga the new mode of African identity expression for African youth? And maybe we can start with you, Jide.
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't say it's a new world. I would say that, comics and, in a broader prospect, using art to tell stories has been one of the most ancient art forms that Africans have deployed. But like everything else, in the world right now, there's a modern expression of it. So, yeah, it is emerging, but it's not new. It's a way that Africans have told stories from time.
Okay, thank you. And you, Bill, have you something to add?
I would say I think it comes in waves. It comes and goes. At least in Southern Africa, we talk about the first comics that were here, and because of the nature of colonization and loss of data and loss of archiving, it's known that comics existed before the 1980s. That's when Zimbabwe gained independence, and there was a very early resurgence of people creating comic books. Maybe not so for money purposes, but for storytelling purposes. It's an easy medium to get into. You find people who want to make movies. Usually, if they can't find a full budget, the storyboards can be meshed into a graphic novel. And then because, of economic complications, there was a third resurgence, which happened around 2013. And that was around the time that other African countries were also entering this current era of comic books. You'll find that if you go back in Google, a lot of countries were coming out with this is the first African superhero, be it Nigeria, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and so on and so forth. So I think events like this are important so that we can archive that information and it becomes a staple storytelling tool.
Okay, thank you. And I just forgot, but Bill, you didn't introduce yourself. Maybe you can go.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Complications with technology. Hi, everyone. Thank you, fellow speakers and everyone who's in the room. My name is Bill Masuku. I'm a comic book artist and writer from Zimbabwe. I'm the creator of Captain South Africa, Razor Man, Welcome to Dead World, and I'm the author of the Misfortunism series. Thank you so much for having me.
Hi, Bill.
So, what are the strengths and the weaknesses of this industry?
Bill, do you want to take that first?
I just rambled for a bit. Jide, please take this one.
Okay, so let me first start with the strengths. The strengths are that the industry right now is a quick medium to express one's self, to tell our stories, and for us to be able to, like Bill said earlier, document our history. We have a lot of talented artists and people and creatives on the continent. And using comic books has provided an avenue for them to come out and show the world their skills, show the world what Africa is really like, and start to correct some of the misrepresentation that Africa has in general. And it is growing, especially in a world today where the Western market, when it comes to entertainment, is getting really bored of what they're used to. They're oversaturated with their kind of content. Africa becomes a new field where we can discover new content. So that makes the comic industry and the storytelling industry of Africa as a whole, because we can't look at comic making, we can't isolate comic making from the rest of, I like to call it the storytelling industry, and in a broader sense, the entertainment industry. We can't separate them; they have to be interdependent. Now, those are our strengths. It's untapped, it's emerging, and we have a huge pool of talents to draw from. Now, the weaknesses is that we don't have a lot of investments in terms of human resources, people training and becoming professionals in the field. We don't have a lot of investments in terms of capacity, the different aspects of actually making it into a strong industry that can compete in an ever, how will I put it, coming together world. And the shakers and the movers, meaning people who create policy, people in the finance industry and the business industry, haven't started looking inwards. Most of our focus is still coming externally. I believe that is our biggest weakness.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Bill, you can go now. Or...
Yeah, I think definitely just piggybacking off Jide. One of those strengths is, like he said, being able to tell our own narrative. And one thing that's definitely apparent just across industries, animation, comic books, even light novels, is that Japan has really taken ownership of the way that they tell stories. So much so that people will have arguments over what animation is and what anime is. And the nuances of the production culture, the way it's made, and the way people receive it and the cultures behind it. I think if we are able to tell African stories and tell stories by Africans, we'll start to move in ways that have been unprecedented so far in terms of industry standard. And you'll find that people will now create a new word for anime, comics, manga, specifically made for African by African, and what that feels like. And I definitely think that's a big plus. The immediate downside that I see, the weakness I see, is disunion, if I can say that. Because there's 50 plus African countries, I think everyone is vying for the strongest voice. I think Nigeria definitely has the biggest, loudest voice right now. South Africa coming second, and other countries trailing behind. And those two countries will set the standard for taste because they have the closest access to overseas audiences, and that might force other smaller countries to fit into that mold in order to be seen as quality or standard.
Thank you. Maybe Sandra, you want to add something?
Yes, I think that the problem, the strengths are the capacity of the author, but they need to confront themselves with other authors. When I see to the most successful authors that I know, I see that there are them that are able to research all the time to see what the other author do in other countries, in Europe, in America, there are not
Hello.
in their little ambiance. And the problem, I think, is the cultural industry that in Francophone Africa, I'm speaking about that, are really weak. The publisher have no money for investment. There are no bookshop. You can find comics on the street or second-hand comic or in some little bookshop, but there are very few. So this is a problem, and for that there are the embassy, for example, French embassy, Belgian embassy, Institut Culturel, that organize festival because there is not a cultural politics from the state to finance cultural events, so it's very difficult for the publisher. I think first of all is necessary to finance to sustain the publishing houses because this is the basis of for the comics to publish on paper or digital comics is good to have, is necessary to have a publisher, publishing house.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Sandra has just talked about. There are a lot of companies who are doing extremely well, but this is because they have infrastructure. For example, you can't have Microsoft or Google, for example, if you don't have good internet infrastructure. You have companies like Amazon now taking projects to space because Amazon has built on existing infrastructure, either from the government or what they have put into place. Then people like the government or publishing out houses to actually go out and actually put some infrastructure in place. The comic creators themselves, like I am, and many other comic creators in Africa, have started creating internal structure and internal capacity. That being us being able to create quality comics that will be able to meet international standards. But what is now necessary in terms of infrastructure is very good marketing outlets, which, to be honest, can only be done by people in those sectors, meaning publishers coming out to say, okay, we want to take or make an investment in publishing already created comics or printing and distributing in bookstores. There are a number of bookstores. I keep hearing people saying there are no bookstores. There are bookstores in places like Nigeria, but none of the publishers are coming out to say, okay, we want to print this book and distribute after what the creators have made.
Okay, thank you. Next question. There is a question for you, I think, in the chat is why are Nigerian comics not distributed in French or Arabic speaking Africa? Is it a question of language or of opportunity?
I would say that it's a little bit of both. One, yes, is language. For example, in my company, Comic Republic, we have a staff who is from Congo, who speaks fluent French, but doesn't write fluent French. And we release a comic every 2 weeks. So if we had more people who were willing to work in the industry who could translate our books to French, yes, definitely you would have a lot more French speaking comics. And it's the same also with the type of content we create. We don't have, or we're not in touch with a lot of French speaking people who can read and write French fluently. Also, that we'll be able to translate our comics to French in proper standards, meaning, anybody reading it in French will not find grammatical errors or us making mistakes in terms of translating from English to French. That's one thing. The other thing is opportunity. Of course, already, as I said earlier, African creators are building capacity themselves. We don't have any support, and that's the truth. The stakeholders, and I'm talking about policymakers, people already in the finance industry, or people who have money to invest, are not looking at the sector, which is pretty strange to me because worldwide, the comic industry has become $1 billion business. And hence, that affects the opportunity because for us to get people to translate it to other languages, for example, Arabic or French, and if there's a market there, which I'm sure there is, because comics have become a global phenomenon, we would invest in translating. But right now, most African creators are still putting all of their capacity to even just keep the lights on and ensure that we have content, even if it's just in their native language or in English.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So my next question is more about theme and subject. And this is also one of the questions of Mohamed in the chat about what are the most theme subject there in comics, and why do you often choose futuristic universe? Is it to escape from today reality and open up to a better future?
Well, I wouldn't say, funny enough, I wouldn't say that we always choose a futuristic universe, to be honest. For example, in Comic Republic, a lot of our stories are based on either present day or, historical moments or myth or legend. So it is a bit of the other side. And I believe that is so for most African comics. We really don't do a lot of Afrofuturism. We do focus a lot more on the past, which is even something that I'm hoping that we can change. That doesn't mean that we don't have Afrofuturistic comics. We do, but I can almost say for the whole industry that we're focused 90% more on history and present day and the future. Bill, could you, what's your thought on that?
I have lots of thoughts on this one. Just to piggyback off your last note on translating to French and Arabic, I think we've had a conversation before just talking about it's very difficult. It's a very moral difficult choice to translate into French and Arabic before you translate into a local language. And it, like if you have Guardian Prime from Comic Republic and it's in English and French but not Yoruba or Yoruba, and all the other languages that are available. Yes, there's many, but not giving them access, not giving local access before you give international access. It's a difficult balancing act, and sometimes the data doesn't support either choice. In terms of Afrofuturism, I think a lot of people use the words Afro and future together and apart in a way that sometimes confuses the definitions of all three words, like Africa, Afrofuturism, Afrofuturism. Afrofuturism is a mainly an American terminology, and I think a lot of the time we use it to be able to tap into that market and tap into people who are looking for African comics, but that's the kind of terminology that they resonate with. For an example, historically Black colleges in the United States are there for a reason. They have particular causes to, equalize the gap between education in different races. But in Africa, it would be weird to have historically Black colleges because we are historically Black, like the individual nations. But in terms of actually making stories about better futures and setting it in alternate realities and different planets, I think for a long time fiction has excluded Black bodies, Black people, people of color, and I think some of our heavy load is to reverse. I think Jide had mentioned it earlier, to reverse that narrative, to say that yes, we can have someone with an afro in space. We can have someone with dark skin and braids in space who's very competent, who's not there for comedy, who's technically adept and have a depth of character that isn't founded in just their race. There's lots of conversations in and around the topic, and thank you for bringing it up. Yes, for better futures, I definitely agree on that. Just overall.
Okay, Sandra, maybe you want to add something? Or go to the next question.
Yes, I think that this is the moment for have more black bodies, as Bill say before, in the art and cinema and comics. In Italy now, after Black Lives Matter movement, we have really a lot of artists, Afro-descendant, black artists, Italian people, but there are some of migrants there that do art, visual contemporary art and video cinema with stories based on the Italian history, where black people were agents. For example, the last one is about Alessandro de' Medici, that was a chief in Florence and in the 500 years ago, and he was a black man. So I think that also for the African comics author, there is a good moment now. Just want to say that.
Thank you. So there is another question who made in the chat is, when will we have American heroes that will highlight the richness of the whole continent and not only of one territory? Why not imagine a group of superheroes representing and coming from several African regions, the African Avengers? Maybe Bill or Jai, you want to go?
Yeah, I can go first on that one.
I knew it. I knew it. Jide, please go ahead.
A publisher have to decide that if you want to publish it.
No, for us, to be honest, it's again interest. There's something I've always said that we can't build capacity if we don't have people interested in the field, right? Reason why, for example, Comic Republic is heavy on Nigerian heroes is simply because 90% of my team are Nigerians, right? We started out with one motto at Comic Republic. We said we don't want to be an African comic company. We want to be a comic company that happens to be African, telling stories of icons and superheroes from an African perspective. Now, the truth is we're ready to collaborate with creators from any part of Africa, if they are creators from any part of Africa. A lot of people ask us, publishers and people who are in the creative space, why don't you do this? Truth is, if we don't know how to do it, we cannot. I am not going to come and write a story about a hero from Zimbabwe if I don't understand the history, the culture of the Zimbabwe people. Even I'm hoping that I'm saying that correctly. And it's the same thing with South Africa or any other part of Africa. So if we do get content creators who are ready to create quality content from other regions of Africa, and again, what is important is quality content, because we get a lot of content that isn't standard or cannot stand in the international market made by African creators. And the reason is that, well, it is Africa, which is another thing that we're trying to battle. We don't want mediocre work. We want work that anybody around the world will see and would be interested in seeing. It's one of the major things that we're bothered about in Comic Republic. So to answer the question directly, yes, we are interested and we are trying to create quote unquote African Avengers. We even have a comic series right now that is called The Vanguard, right? And I'm hoping that my assistant will put a link to the comic series in the chat box so that you can see what it is. Our heroes have started going to different cultures to fight gods from other regions. People like Zeus, people like Thor, and other pantheon from other regions. We want to be all inclusive of Africa, but we need other African creatives to collaborate with us in order for us to have originality in our storytelling.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Bill, you can react now.
Yes. So I definitely agree with everything that Jide said. There's not just narrative boundaries in terms of there are 50 something, 54, if I'm not mistaken. Please correct me if I am wrong. There's about 54 African countries, and each of them have unique language sets, cultures, political agendas, and so on and so forth. And I think even trying to address the melting pot that is this continent is very difficult. And I think a lot of the time, African creatives have the burden of the rest of the continent's narrative storytelling. When we talk about bande dessinée from France, that's in the European region, and we don't lump in Germany, Italy, and so on and so forth. I mean, Brexit is a big example of nations trying to establish themselves, and whether it works, that's for the future to decide. Even in thinking about when we talk about America and the West, we're usually making reference to the United States of America, not Canada and its neighboring countries, which really pulls away from the stories being told and who is telling those stories. I think every African creator has had the notion or the dream of creating an African Avengers. It's just there, we all read Avengers books and we get excited and say we should have a team that really builds together. But there's a line that I wrote in the current Captain South Africa that I'm writing, which is effectively, you are arrogant enough to call yourself the captain of a whole country. For for a lot of writing purposes, it's very difficult to imagine how big Africa is sometimes. If there's an emergency in Nigeria, that's like an 8 to 9 hour flight. I would never get there in time. Like if I was an Avenger, and they really understate how big the continent is, and I think even in one of Jide's books, there's a hero who wants to intervene in something that happens in America, and they block him because of visa restrictions, and that's a real thing. But in real life, I think the international African trade agreement is definitely going to change the way people look at this question. This is definitely a question that's ongoing, and the answer will change over time. So thank you so much for that question. I'm going to take down the comment now.
Okay, thank you. Sandra, you want to add something, or I go to the next question? Okay. So next question is more about digital technology, and how do you see the contributions of digital technology in your industry?
Could you take that question again?
Yeah. How do you see the contribution of digital technology in your industry, in comic industry?
Oh, I mean, I don't think I can comment or talk about the advantages that the digital sphere has brought to the comic industry. Comic Republic as a business is 90% digital than more of a brick and mortar type of business. We're optimized for digital platforms, both desktop, mobile. The formats in which we create our comics are also optimized for digital platform. We do all our research and development in the digital space. We do printed comics strictly by order, and that lets you see that for us it's an option and not the main. The digital sphere has being able, or digital field or platforms have been able to give us what our government, society, and infrastructure have failed for centuries to do, which is make it easy for us to distribute and provide our stories to a large number of people over a short period of time. Because we distribute on either our apps, progressive web apps, or websites, we're able to reach. Presently, we have an audience of slightly over, and a monthly audience of slightly over 1.5 million views. And this is simply because we're going digital, something I'm not sure we would have been able to achieve if we did not have digital platforms. So yes, and even going to the way we create, as a business, all our artists have moved away from traditional platforms, and we're all using one form of digital software to create our art, which I would say is the universal standard around the world. It's making it faster for us to produce comics, easier for us to edit, and easy for us to improve on the quality of our work. So I could go on and on about the advantages of the digital age and digital platform, but yes, the digital age has provided a lot of advantages to storytelling, and I strongly believe has helped improve and distribute the African and Nigerian comic industry to the world in general.
Okay, thank you. Bill Sandar, you want to add something or not, because we are short in time? I have at least maybe one last question.
Just very quickly, I wanted to add on Jide's point. In terms of knowing those numbers of your viewers, even something as simple as Instagram tells you your insights when people are when people are seeing your posts, what country they're from, their demographics. Before this age of technology, you would rely on sales, and sometimes you would wholesale to bookstores, and you wouldn't get those figures back. You'd find books either returned. It was a big problem in the United States, where books were returned or not used, or they had to change the books in order to resell them secondhand. With the digital revolution, you find that you have immediate access to your audience, and I think that's a huge bonus.
For me too, digitalization is a big occasion to overcome the difficulties to distribute, to print in Africa the comics book and to distribute it, to sell it. But I think at the basis, we need the authors need a strong publisher, as Comic Republic is. A publishing house is necessary to make a good job and a successful job.
Okay, thank you. So one last question really quickly is, how do you see the future of your sector? Are you optimistic, and why?
Could you take that question again, please?
Yeah, sure. How do you see the future? How do you see the future of your sector, and are you optimistic about that? And maybe just really quickly, you can answer. Maybe
yes.
Bill, you can. Or Jide, if you want.
Yes, the future of the sector is actually very, very bright right now. I know this because as a business, and that's Comic Republic, we've been expanding in terms of, getting offers from different sectors, especially from overseas. And even in Nigeria, in Africa, we're also getting people who want to invest actual physical cash or and resources into building the industry. There's a lot of potential for us to turn our content into big TV shows, or even just content that people can now watch on their screens. And increasingly, we're under pressure to, provide more content for a much wider audience. So yes, the industry does have a bright future. It's getting bigger, and the sky is our limit.
Thank you. Bill, maybe you can go.
I think we are currently in the pioneering stage of comic books. We're still very early, very young. People are just figuring out how to mine, and we're still figuring out what kind of tools to use and the quality content. We find breakout stars, yes, but we are not yet at the place where we are at the peak. This is just people figuring it out and finding out about it right now, and that is inspiring and amazing. So thank you for everyone who came to this talk. Really appreciate you. You matter.
Thank you too. And Sandra, you want to add the last word, maybe?
Yes, as far as the Francophone countries are concerned, I am a little bit pessimistic regards cultural industries because they are very weak. But I am optimistic for the narrative talent of some authors who can well fit into the current of graphic journalism and graphic novel, as I said before. And thank you for this interesting panel.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you all of you for your talk, your answer, and it was really interesting. So we will go to the next conference, and thank you again. See you.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
It's just you and me. We might fall apart, fall around and back. Can we break free? Can we break free? Can we break free? your heart's bleeding and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong and instead, 'cause I was too young and I didn't understand that you are the one, and I can't wait to see you again.
Et nous allons pouvoir commencer. Il est 16h tout pile en France. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes bien tous là? Donc, je refais l'appel. Junior, Salim,
Présent.
David, du coup, et Christophe.
Présent. Présent aussi. Bonjour à tous.
Très bien. Alors déjà, merci beaucoup donc à tous les quatre de participer à cette intervention donc sur les BD, les comics et le manga donc en Afrique. Et puis on va commencer par une petite introduction de chacun. Donc, je ne sais pas qui a envie de commencer, peut-être David.
Oui, alors bonjour à tous. Donc je m'appelle David. Je travaille donc pour la maison d'édition d'Achicray. Et concrètement, on est une maison d'édition qui est composée de plusieurs membres qui viennent de l'Afrique et de diaspora. Donc, on a des membres qui viennent du Sénégal, d'autres des Caraïbes. Et l'année dernière, on a sorti notre premier projet, The Last Commit, donc qui est un afro-manga. Et je peux même, si vous voulez, vous présenter le teaser, si je partage ça, ça vous va?
Oui, vous pouvez, il faut juste que ce soit pas trop long.
Non, ça dure 2 minutes.
Oui, alors normalement vous pouvez tester avec la vidéo.
Okay.
Mais il suffit de partager l'écran ou de placer
Bon, David, The Last Comic est sur ma liste d'achat à venir.
Super, super. C'est super. Merci. Hop. Est-ce que vous le voyez?
Oui, alors il faut juste le coller à l'écran qui est derrière. Vous pouvez prendre avec votre souris et le coller à l'écran. Voilà.
C'est bon?
Tout à fait.
Ok. Et donc, c'est parti. Vous voyez, c'est bon?
Alors, on voit, mais par contre, c'est
L'aventure débute dans un lieu extraordinaire, Gama. La flamme de l'Ubuntu brûlait ardemment face à l'apport de chacun. Les Kamites, êtres surhumains, puisaient leur force de l'essence d'Ubuntu pour protéger les hommes. Mais avec la dégradation de cette essence, certains humains eurent accès à une partie de leur pouvoir. De nos jours, la vie suit son cours dans les cités construites, tandis que le chaos profite de la misère pour se propager. Comme ses prédécesseurs, le roi Mansa Moussa assure l'éclosion de tous vos gardiens en attendant le retour de The Last Commit.
Voilà, donc c'était The Last Commit pour le teaser qu'on a réalisé en interne.
Il n'y a pas l'image, hein, il y a juste le son. C'est possible.
Vous avez juste le son?
Oui, c'est possible de mettre le lien sur la chatbox.
Ben, je vous le mettrai dans le chat si vous voulez. Je vous mettrai le lien dans le chat,
voilà,
comme ça vous pouvez le voir de votre côté.
Bon, du coup, on peut continuer sur les présentations. Peut-être Christophe, je sens que vous avez envie. Allez-y.
Christophe Cassiori, alors je travaille dans une bibliothèque, je suis conservateur général des bibliothèques et par ailleurs je suis auteur de BD, en particulier avec des auteurs africains. J'ai quelques BD à mon actif en collaboration. Je suis éditeur que j'ai lancé une collection de bandes dessinées au sein de l'Harmattan, ça s'appelle l'Harmattan BD, ça compte à peu près 45 titres, aux alentours de 45 titres, tous d'auteurs venant d'Afrique. On va lancer prochainement une collection orientée vers le manga. Et enfin, par ailleurs, je suis historien et j'ai sur la BD en Afrique, et donc j'écris pas mal peu d'articles, hein, quelques centaines, et une douzaine de bouquins, de livrets d'expositions et autres dictionnaires et essais que je publie chez différents éditeurs. Voilà, mon dernier bouquin pour la poire, hein, mon dernier bouquin est sorti hier. C'est le catalogue d'une exposition qui a lieu en ce moment à Namur, au musée africain de Namur, et qui s'appelle Le Congo en cage. Le Congo en cage. CASES. Voilà, j'espère ne pas avoir pris trop de temps.
Non, pas de souci. Si vous voulez, si vous avez comme ça des informations, vous pouvez les mettre directement dans le chat, des liens, etc. Comme ça permettra à tout le monde de les récupérer. Et puis, Salim, vous pouvez peut-être vous présenter.
Bonjour, c'est Salim Brahimi alias Sayan, je suis algérien, je suis éditeur, auteur de bande dessinée, j'ai créé les éditions Z-Link, c'était en 2007. Nous nous sommes spécialisés dans la bande, c'est le premier éditeur algérien spécialisé dans la bande dessinée, c'est-à-dire nous n'éditons que ça. J'ai créé la revue Lab Store qui est dédiée à la pré-publication de bande dessinée et surtout de manga, mais surtout on est ouvert à tous les styles. J'ai également aussi, je suis également journaliste à la radio algérienne d'Expression française, c'est mon travail qui me permet de vivre. J'ai été également nommé tout récemment commissaire du Festival international de la bande dessinée d'Alger, FIBDA. Nos travaux, nous sommes en Algérie, mais nos travaux ont été exposés au Musée international du manga de Kyoto. Et des thèses et des conférences, nous en parlerons après, ont été faites et au Japon et aux États-Unis, et en France. Voilà.
Super, merci beaucoup. Du coup, on va finir par Junior.
Bonjour à tous, moi c'est Junior Beclé, donc avec des origines de la Sierra Leone et du Tchad. Et en gros, je suis un geek qui est né et grandi en France et qui a grandi avec les mangas, les jeux vidéo et les dessins animés. Et cette passion m'a poussé à devenir auteur, illustrateur et graphiste de personnages pour le jeu vidéo. Et aujourd'hui, je prends toute mon expérience pour créer un projet qui s'appelle Moon to Warriors, qui vise à montrer une nouvelle vision des valeurs fondamentales et des traditions africaines à travers la bande dessinée, des super-héros et de la fiction. Et mon focus va être sur le leadership, l'entrepreneuriat, les traditions familiales, les royaumes et divinités, les trésors et les richesses, même les créatures et les mythes, et aussi la mode qu'on pourrait retrouver dans la culture africaine. Et en gros, l'idée, c'est de défendre des valeurs, d'inspirer les futures générations à trouver leur identité africaine, et aussi de montrer aux autres cultures de quoi nous sommes capables, de quoi la culture africaine est capable. Et en gros, si vous voulez retrouver Moon to Warriors, c'est disponible sur Amazon, sur moontowarriors.com. Et j'ai aussi une nouvelle plateforme où on peut lire en ligne Moon to Warriors, ainsi qu'avoir des tutoriels et des archives en plus. Et si vous voulez découvrir aussi gratuitement et lire sur votre téléphone, il y a l'application BSP Comics où vous pouvez lire Moon to Warriors. Donc, voilà.
Super, merci beaucoup. Et puis ça fait une assez bonne introduction à ma première question, qui est comment expliquez-vous qu'en Afrique, il y a autant d'éditeurs spécialisés en manga qu'en bande dessinée traditionnelle, et notamment un peu sur cette question du manga qui est en plein essor sur le continent. Si quelqu'un veut commencer, peut-être Salim, sur cette question, ça peut être...
Pour ma part, je pense que je pourrais parler parce que l'Afrique est un continent très vaste et chaque pays a sa propre culture, sa propre manière, expérience et manière de faire. Je pourrais peut-être parler de l'Algérie. En Algérie, en fait, c'est un pays qui était en fait depuis l'aube des temps, un pays influencé par la bande dessinée. Je pourrais peut-être parler des gravures rupestres du Tassili Nadjer, qui date de plus de 10 000 ans. Et bon, bien sûr, la bande dessinée en tant que forme d'expression et art n'existait pas, mais nos ancêtres, en fait, s'exprimaient à raconter leur vie sur les parois de ces grottes-là. Pendant la colonisation de l'Algérie par la France, les jeunes, enfin les Algériens, l'Algérie n'existait pas en tant que pays indépendant, donc les Algériens s'inspirait du style franco-belge, surtout français. Ils lisaient beaucoup les BD françaises et publiaient leurs travaux dans les médias, les journaux et compagnie, les BD strips dans les quotidiens français à l'époque. Après l'indépendance, il y a une première génération, c'est en 62, 1962, il y a une première génération d'auteurs algériens qui ont exposé et qui faisaient principalement du franco-belge. Mais on a vécu en Algérie la décennie noire, c'était dans les années 90 où pratiquement toute forme artistique a cessé d'exister. Depuis la reprise, en fait, depuis que ce cauchemar est parti, les Algériens ont renoué avec le 9e art. Pourquoi le manga? Les Algériens lisent de tout, ils lisent du comics, ils lisent toujours du franco-belge, mais également du manga. Mais pourquoi le manga? Parce que tout simplement, il y a une génération qui regardait les animés japonais traduits en arabe à la télévision algérienne, qui était très populaire à l'époque. Il y a beaucoup d'Algériens qui regardaient aussi le Club Dorothée à l'époque, les animés comme Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z et autres, Nicky Larson, City Hunter et autres. Donc ça les a beaucoup marqués. Donc, et en grandissant, ils ont peut-être perpétué cette tradition. Mais également Internet, tout simplement Internet, parce que les mangas sont en un essor mondial. Et du coup, ça a eu beaucoup de succès. Beaucoup d'artistes algériens s'expriment à travers le manga, mais pas que, j'insiste sur ça. Ils font aussi du franco-belge ou du comics, ou même des BD hybrides, c'est ce qui se fait beaucoup chez nous. Ils aiment le manga parce que la manière, le découpage manga est assez moins rigide. Je vais dire que si je le compare avec le franco-belge ou autre style, c'est-à-dire on a des cases qui sont éclatées, des bulles et des interjections qui sont partout dans la page. On peut avoir une planche où on a un personnage qui sort et peut-être cette dynamique dans le découpage les intéresse beaucoup. Néanmoins, j'insiste sur le fait qu'ils sont intéressés par tous les styles. Mais la nouvelle génération, il est vrai que le manga a beaucoup de succès par rapport à cela. Je ne sais pas comment j'avais mis le dernier numéro de la revue de l'App Store que j'ai dit moi-même. Je ne sais pas si je peux la mettre. Là, elle est accrochée. Et, bon, bref, si on peut la voir. Voilà, donc le manga, le franco-belge, le comics. Mais par contre, quand les Algériens s'inspirent, c'est bien, mais le but n'est pas de reproduire ce qui se fait déjà. Le but, en fait, c'est de créer une touche algérienne, africaine, créer des personnages, bien sûr, en s'inspirant des codes du manga ou du franco-belge du comics, mais avec des histoires algériennes. Il y a certaines personnes qui m'ont posé la question, les mangas, ça a des traits, une manière de faire asiatique ou japonaise. Je leur dis non, pas forcément. Parce que les personnages, surtout avec Osamu Tezuka qui a introduit le manga moderne, il s'est inspiré des traits de Disney en fait. On a des personnages qui n'ont pas des yeux bridés ou forcément la morphologie asiatique ou japonaise. Ils ont de grands yeux, il y a des blancs, des bruns, des personnes de couleur noire et tout. En Algérie, on a tout ça. On a en fait c'est un melting pot. Donc le nord de l'Algérie, c'est plutôt des gens de teint clair, blanc ou mat. Au sud algérien, on a des personnes avec de la couleur un peu plus foncée. Donc, on a toutes les morphologies. Les yeux, en Algérie, on a les grands yeux. Donc, on peut facilement créer des histoires, raconter des histoires avec le style manga.
Ok, super. Merci beaucoup pour cette petite présentation. Est-ce que Junior, David et Christophe, vous voulez réagir?
Oui, moi je veux bien réagir à ce qui a été dit. Donc déjà, je vais parler de notre expérience à nous. On a vendu effectivement plus de 15 000 mangas ou d'afro-mangas de The Last Comic à travers le monde, donc en Afrique, en Asie et en Europe. Et on peut dire aussi qu'effectivement que le manga ou l'afro-manga, c'est aussi un soft power. Ça veut dire qu'avec le manga, on a pu découvrir effectivement la philosophie asiatique, des problèmes asiatiques, et on est tous devenus friands de ça. Et donc, pourquoi effectivement, je pense que ce médium-là, il a un futur en Afrique, parce que avec le succès de la version japonaise et asiatique, on peut très bien utiliser ce médium-là pour parler aussi de la philosophie africaine. Et c'est un peu ce qu'on essaie de faire avec The Last Comic.
Ok, merci. Christophe, vous voulez peut-être intervenir? Oui, allez-y.
Je sais pas. C'est à mon tour, hein, non?
Si vous avez quelque chose à ajouter, allez-y. Sinon,
Oui, bah en fait,
sinon
non,
peut-être
mais
je
je
vais.
veux dire, tout ce qu'ont dit les autres intervenants est tout à fait juste. Je rajouterai juste un bémol et une précision supplémentaire. Le bémol, c'est que il y a des éditeurs de BD en Afrique, mais il n'y en a pas beaucoup. Et effectivement, dans cette espèce de presque désert général qui concerne en particulier les pays d'Afrique centrale, mais pas uniquement, dans cette pauvreté d'édition générale, effectivement, le manga tire son épingle du jeu. Mais enfin, à part ce que fait Salim, avec sa maison d'édition depuis maintenant 2 ans, c'est un vrai exploit, bravo. Mais à part ça, le reste des mangas qui sont produits en Afrique en général, en tout cas en Afrique francophone, c'est souvent de l'auto-édition. C'est rarement une maison d'édition BD installée. Si on prend un autre exemple, c'est J.D. Martins au Nigeria. Mais à part ça, on n'est pas tant que ça d'éditeurs de manga. Vous en avez plus qui sont justement donc, des auteurs-éditeurs qui se sont mis en association, ou bien sur un plan individuel, qui ont sorti des mangas par eux-mêmes et qui les vendent souvent de la main à la main, à l'occasion d'événements divers et variés, sur les marchés, auprès des copains et autres. Il y a ça donc, je voudrais mettre un petit bémol. Et enfin, ce qui peut expliquer le succès du manga auprès de la jeune génération, c'est tout ce qui a été dit et tout a été juste. Mais par contre, il y a un élément important, c'est que c'est moins cher à produire. Je veux dire, le format n'est pas le même, la couverture n'a pas besoin d'être souple, du manga c'est souvent en noir et blanc, ça peut être relotypé dans des conditions artisanales, ce n'est pas le cas de vos productions respectives, tous les trois, je vous rassure. Mais si vous allez au Congo-Kinshasa, les gens, ils le font par eux-mêmes. Ils impriment, ils auto-éditent, et puis ça leur permet, donc, en éditant également du manga, d'avoir une certaine liberté économique et donc une certaine liberté éditoriale. Mais ce qui ne veut pas dire que tout ce que vous avez dit soit faux, au contraire, c'est tout à fait juste. Ouais. Voilà.
Ok, Junior, vous voulez rajouter quelque chose ou sinon il y a quelques questions dans le chat.
Alors, moi, je pense que c'est déjà dû à l'impact mondial qu'a eu le manga au fil du temps. Donc, aujourd'hui, tout le monde connaît de près ou de loin des mangas comme Dragon Ball Z, Naruto ou One Piece. La seconde raison pour moi aussi, c'est vient du fait que le manga est, à mon avis, plus adapté au marché actuel que la BD traditionnelle. Car la plupart des personnes qui lisent des BD et des mangas aujourd'hui sont des millénials. Et les millénials, moi y compris, souffront d'un besoin de gratification instantanée. En gros, on veut les choses vite, bien et sans prise de tête. Et le modèle du manga s'inscrit mieux à ce que nous voulons que la BD traduit. Et déjà dans le manga, il y a plus d'action, les dessins sont plus simples, il y a plus de pages, plus de tomes, des livres moins chers. Qui plus est, comme l'a très bien dit Salim, l'essor du manga est arrivé en même temps que l'essor d'Internet. Et c'est d'ailleurs pour cette raison que le manga est aussi populaire en Afrique. Plus facile d'accès, énormément de versions animées, des jeux, des accessoires et des scènes cultes.
Merci beaucoup. Ok, la question du coup de Kofi dans le chat, c'est que pensez-vous, donc plutôt adressé...
Excusez-moi, je pourrais réagir s'il vous plaît?
Ah, oui, bien sûr, allez-y.
En fait, je ne suis pas très d'accord avec la dernière intervention, c'est-à-dire, c'est vrai que l'aspect économique, c'est-à-dire que ça soit la dernière ou l'avant-dernière, je ne sais plus, l'aspect économique, c'est vrai que le manga, c'est moins cher peut-être par rapport à l'impression et la qualité du papier. C'est souvent en niveau de gris, c'est vrai, mais pas forcément. Ce n'est pas la seule chose ou Internet qui a fait que le manga vienne, en tout cas, et son essor. Je parle de l'Algérie, que l'on soit d'accord.
Okay.
Et peut-être pour l'Algérie, c'est à peu près pareil, je pense en Tunisie et au Maroc. On est très proches culturellement. Je pense que c'est grâce aussi à l'histoire du manga, l'essor du manga est mondial, c'est antérieur à Internet, hein. Pour l'Algérie, je parle, il y a une génération qui était vraiment bercée par des Goldorak qui s'appelaient Grindaizar, c'est le même nom en arabe. Donc, ils regardaient les animés japonais à la télévision algérienne. Et ça a créé quelque part cette Captain Tsubasa qui s'appelle, on a Olivier Tom en français, qui s'appelle Captain Majid en arabe. Donc, on le regardait tous quand on était petit à la télévision algérienne et on s'identifiait à ça. Princesse Sarah qui n'avait rien pourtant c'était fait par des Japonais qui était un personnage plutôt européen, donc on le regardait tous. Donc il y a la télé, il y a le Club Dorothée qui a beaucoup contribué au succès du manga, notamment en Algérie, au Maghreb et en Tunisie. Je pense que c'est pareil, vu que j'ai parlé avec des auteurs des trois pays. C'est ça qui a fait que ça marche. Mais en même temps, je ne pense pas que, c'est-à-dire quand on parle comme ça, on a l'impression il y a une certaine concurrence en fait entre les trois écoles. Je pense que en Algérie, les trois manières de faire cohabitent très bien. Il y a des gens qui n'aiment pas du tout le manga et pourtant qui adorent la bande dessinée. Ils aiment les classiques européens. Ils aiment tout ce qui se fait, surtout dans le monde éditorial franco-belge. Il y a des gens qui ne jurent que par le comics. Je pense que les trois peuvent coexister. Et voilà, le manga, c'est plus un lectorat jeune, hein. La majorité, c'est des gens qui aiment le manga chez nous, en tout cas. C'est plus des adolescents, hein, à mon avis. Mais il y a des lecteurs de toute catégorie d'âge.
Ok, merci. Vous vouliez réagir peut-être à... je crois que c'était Christophe qui avait parlé.
Oui, mais je veux dire, ce que dit Salim complète juste ce que j'ai dit. Ce n'est en aucune façon opposition. Hein. Je veux dire, oui, c'est incontestable que le continent africain fait partie du monde et comme le reste de la planète, les auteurs, le public est également intéressé par le manga. C'est comme a dit, je crois que c'était David ou bien Junior, c'est du soft power japonais et voilà. Enfin, mais je vois quand je vais très régulièrement sur le continent, le fait est que ça aide beaucoup de faire du manga à la diffusion de sa propre BD. Vous m'entendez pas? Apparemment, il faut que je parle plus fort. David, tu m'entends?
Mais moi je vous entendais très bien.
Exactement. De notre côté, moi je t'entends pas très bien, Christophe.
Excuse-moi, je veux dire, je vais
moi je vous entends très bien.
Bref. Je disais juste que je voulais compléter ce qui avait été dit, mais pas du tout opposé. Hein. Ce qui a été dit est tout à fait juste. Hein. Voilà.
Super. Bon, je vais poser la question suivante, du coup, qui alors un peu plus adressée à vous, Salim, mais bon, qui compte évidemment pour tous. C'est que pensez-vous de l'évolution du format manga digital avec l'avènement du géant Line Webtoon et la lecture sur mobile?
Le webtoon, vous parlez du webtoon?
Ouais.
En fait, le webtoon, j'avais constaté que ça a eu énormément de succès en Corée du Sud. Je pense que même dans certains pays où il y a un très grand marché de la bande dessinée, quel que soit le format. D'ailleurs, quand on dit bande dessinée, pour certains, je ne parle pas d'ici, hein, je parle en Algérie, certains ne connaissent pas très bien la différence. Bande dessinée ou manga ou comics, c'est le même terme, hein. Bande dessinée, c'est le terme français. Manga, c'est les Japonais disent Furenso no manga, c'est-à-dire BD, ils l'appellent le manga français. Ou comics, c'est le style américain. En fait, pour le webtoon, j'ai l'impression que même dans certains pays développés, ça marche pas très bien. En tout cas, je ne sais pas, hein, c'est l'impression que j'ai. Il y a certains pays où ça a eu beaucoup de succès. Je vais parler de l'Algérie. On a un problème avec le paiement électronique, aussi avec la connexion Internet. On n'a pas vraiment un marché pour ça, hein, je pense. Hein. C'est-à-dire pour que ça, l'aspect artistique, il y a, hein, les artistes, ils peuvent le faire, mais je ne connais pas ma connaissance. Hein, il y a très peu de gens qui font du webtoon en Algérie. Forcément, il faut vivre. Hein, vivre hein, si on le fait sans gagner sa vie avec, ça ne sert à rien. Donc, et en plus, le piratage, hein, il y a beaucoup de piratage. Comment peut-on commercialiser sur Internet, je parle de l'Algérie, hein, que l'on soit d'accord, quelque chose qui forcément sera piraté les gens ne pourront pas vraiment vivre de ça. Donc je pense que pour le moment, ça marche pas très bien. Mais en Algérie, hein, je parle de la production algérienne. Maintenant, peut-être à l'avenir, hein, c'est bien que ça existe et qu'on puisse peut-être se lancer dans ça. Ça serait magnifique que ça marche. Tout le monde le souhaite. Mais comme je dis, c'est-à-dire il faudrait allier l'aspect artistique en plus de créatif et avec l'aspect commercial et économique pour que ça puisse tenir. Sinon, pour le moment, ça ne marche pas en tout cas.
Allô, excusez-moi.
Chez nous, je parle de l'Algérie, hein, que l'on soit d'accord. Le marché du webtoon en algérien, pour le moment, ça ne marche pas
Allô
vraiment.
Oui, vous pouvez y aller.
Oui, c'est David.
Allez-y,
Alors,
allez-y.
je suis pas forcément d'accord avec Salim. Je vais m'expliquer pourquoi. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, Webtoon, je crois que c'est 371 millions de dollars de chiffre d'affaires. C'est en 2021, sachant que pour 2022, ils vont tripler ce chiffre d'affaires selon nos annonciateurs. Et sur ces 371, il y en a 171 qui sont en Afrique. Et il y a une autre chose, c'est qu'en fait, le piratage n'enlève pas les ventes de livres physiques ou les ventes de livres digitaux. Ça n'impacte pas en fait les ventes. Ça, c'est une croyance, c'est un peu une croyance limitante que nous avons. Beaucoup de gens essayent de protéger ça, mais lire des scans, les fans qui lisent des scans, ça ne les empêche pas d'acheter des livres. Et il y a une autre chose en Afrique qu'on peut croire comme ça. C'est vrai que Internet n'est pas développé. Je dirais oui et non. Il y a deux téléphones portables pour une personne et il y a la jurisprudence Orange Money. Il y a des gens qui sont habitués à payer en mobile, payer avec leur téléphone, consommer sur Internet et même avec du Wi-Fi Pocket. Sachant que les scans, c'est très léger, les scans des mangas, vu que c'est beaucoup moins lourd qu'une BD, il n'y a pas de couleur. Donc je pense qu'en fait, l'Afrique est beaucoup plus prête qu'on veut le croire. Jurisprudence Orange Money, ça a permis de faire l'argent sur le téléphone portable, c'est devenu une norme dans le monde entier. Et aujourd'hui, il y a des pays, et notamment des pays anglophones qui sont en marge, et des pays francophones qui sont derrière, qui sont en train ça devient une habitude de consommation.
Je ne sais pas si, puisque ça m'a été adressé, je ne sais pas si peut-être que je n'ai pas été clair. Je ne parle pas du continent africain. Je parle de l'expérience algérienne du webtoon. L'avenir, oui, on rêverait tous que ça marche. Hein, mais en Algérie, il y a, à ma connaissance, et moi qui suis dans le domaine depuis plus d'une quinzaine d'années en étant, c'est-à-dire professionnel et légal, je ne parle même pas de l'enfance, il y a, à ma connaissance, pas ou très peu de webtoons et encore moins commercialisés. Donc, et le problème, c'est qu'en Algérie, c'est pas à cause du webtoon, il y a d'autres facteurs qui font que ça marche pas. Je vous explique. On n'a pas le paiement par Internet en Algérie. On a, certaines solutions locales par la poste et tout, mais on peut pas acheter par Internet. C'est-à-dire, comment peut-on parler d'une économie, en fait, d'un modèle économique, alors que il est impossible que ça se construise. Pour le moment, hein, je parle de maintenant. Mais maintenant, peut-être à l'avenir, ça serait magnifique que ça se développe, ça c'est sûr. Je parle encore une fois de l'Algérie. Les autres pays africains, chaque pays a sa propre expérience, je pense. Et c'est selon ce que vit chaque maison d'édition hein, dans leur pays respectif.
Ok, très bien. Junior, Christophe, est-ce que vous voulez réagir sur cette question du webtoon ou je passe à la prochaine?
Moi, ce que j'aimerais juste ajouter, c'est que je pense que le webtoon, ça reste un outil qui permet d'améliorer la découverte de projets de créateurs, que ce soit de la bande dessinée, du manga et tout. Donc, du coup, et en plus, ça peut être, c'est très bien lire sur téléphone, sachant qu'aujourd'hui, tout le monde lit sur smartphone et tout. Donc, je pense que ça va continuer à monter, ça va continuer à être en hausse et toucher davantage de pays pour ensuite tout exploser, quoi. Si ce n'est pas déjà le cas. Donc, great tool pour moi.
D'ailleurs, depuis la maison d'édition Dupuis ne se trompe pas, puisqu'elle va lancer prochainement, en fin de cette année ou en 2022, une collection webtoon, donc avec des auteurs africains. Il y a une dizaine d'auteurs africains qui sont en ce moment en train de plancher, c'est le cas de le dire, hein, sur différentes BD qui vont être proposées par ce mode de diffusion en Afrique. Donc je pense que c'est l'avenir. Simplement, ça risque d'être encore plus l'avenir quand, malheureusement, ou heureusement plutôt, bien des pays africains seront enfin électrifiés de façon correcte et qu'il y aura une connexion Internet digne de ce nom. C'est-à-dire un pays comme la RDC, par exemple, vous n'avez que 2-3 villes qui ont l'électricité, par exemple. Donc c'est un peu compliqué. Mais au fur et à mesure que ça va évoluer, voilà, on pourra voir une plus grande explosion. Mais ce qui est clair, c'est que vous avez tout à fait raison, c'est l'avenir. Beaucoup de pays, tout se fait par téléphone. C'est énorme. L'exemple de Orange Monnaie est tout à fait bien vu. Moi, au début, je vous avoue, je ne croyais pas. Il y a environ 10 ans, je ne croyais pas. Et pourtant, ça a été un succès énorme. Et maintenant, dans beaucoup de pays, tout paye par ce biais-là.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Bon, je vais changer un petit peu de sujet du coup pour quitter le côté webtoon et revenir un petit peu sur la partie globale entre donc, BD, comics et manga. Et quelles sont un peu les contraintes et les freins justement au développement de cet art-là sur le continent et principalement en partie sur la partie africaine francophone. Peut-être Junior pour comme ah bah bon, allez-y.
Ouais, non, je voulais dire, l'un des principaux freins, c'est que déjà, il n'y a pas d'école de formation sur le continent, à part au Maroc, en Afrique du Sud. Et je sais que Mohamed en a fait une également. Mais à part ça, il y a très peu d'écoles de formation, ne serait-ce que l'Académie des Beaux-Arts de Kinshasa ou celle de Dakar n'a aucune filière BD. Il faut monter à tes toits. Donc la plupart des auteurs de BD d'Afrique noire, vivant en Afrique, très souvent, sont issus de la communication et doivent travailler à côté. Donc ça, c'est l'un des freins. Et puis, évidemment, c'est l'absence, la difficulté des moyens de distribution et de diffusion. Il y a très peu de librairies, il y a très peu de points de vente. En fait, le webtoon reste l'avenir. J'ai fini.
Très bien. Bah, si vous voulez réagir, ou sinon c'est vrai que Mohamed pose une question dans le chat, puisque justement il est...
Pardon, c'est par rapport à cette question, comme je le dis, hein, c'est parce que à la base, quand on m'a posé la question, chaque pays a sa propre expérience. Hein. Je ne pense pas qu'on puisse vraiment parler de difficultés d'une manière générale en Afrique. Chaque pays on peut avoir des points communs. Hein, certaines difficultés peuvent être communes à certains pays, mais je pense que chaque pays a sa propre expérience. En Algérie, pour la bande dessinée, c'est qu'on a énormément de créateurs, beaucoup de jeunes Algériens. Et j'imagine que je n'imagine pas, je le sais, il y a beaucoup de créateurs également chez nos voisins au Maroc et en Tunisie. Et l'originalité avec les auteurs algériens, c'est que certains font dans le copier-coller, et là, c'est pas vraiment du travail, mais beaucoup, en fait, amènent une valeur ajoutée. La valeur ajoutée, c'est qu'ils racontent des histoires algériennes, quoi. Ils racontent l'humour algérien, des tournures de phrases algériennes, voilà, donc c'est une vraie valeur ajoutée. Pour les difficultés, en fait, Je parle de ce qui existe en tout cas par le marché qui existe en Algérie, c'est la bande dessinée en papier. Hein. Il y a, bon, les gens lisent beaucoup de scans piratés sur Internet, mais on ne peut pas parler d'une économie avec le piratage. Donc, c'est vraiment la vente directe de format papier. Il n'y a pas beaucoup d'éditeurs en Algérie qui font de la bande dessinée, c'est malheureux. Certains comme moi-même et d'autres, en tout cas, se sont lancés, ils se comptent sur les doigts d'une main, mais et le problème le plus récurrent chez nous, c'est plutôt la distribution. La distribution, on a vraiment un problème parce que l'Algérie est un pays énorme, un pays énorme. Il fait peut-être presque 5 fois la superficie de la France, pour vous dire. Est énorme. Au nord, la population est concentrée au nord parce qu'au sud, il y a le Sahara, le désert et tout. Et certains wilayas sont vraiment éloignés. Donc, il est difficile de faire parvenir les bandes dessinées pour les commercialiser là-bas. Mais également, on a un petit problème également de formation des libraires. Ceux qui font dans la librairie sont très peu, ils sont pas très nombreux. Il y a très peu de points de vente. C'est malheureux de bande dessinée pour le livre en général. Ça dépasse le cadre de la bande dessinée. Ils ne connaissent pas ce qu'est une BD. Ils disent BD en arabe, je vais dire, c'est qissa. Qissa, donc ils ne font pas la différence entre le conte et la bande dessinée. Or, la bande dessinée est un art à part entière, avec raconter une histoire avec le défilement de cases et des onomatopées, avec un storyboard qui doit. Ça c'est fait de la manière qu'on connaît tous. Le conte, c'est autre chose. Je ne réduis pas le conte, mais c'est totalement différent. Donc, le commun des Algériens ne connaissent pas vraiment ce qu'est la bande dessinée. Pourtant, ils la lisent. Hein. C'est ça le problème, ce qui est contradictoire. On a un problème de distribution, on a un problème de formation des libraires et pas beaucoup de libraires font ça. Mais également, on a un problème de financement. Il est difficile de trouver des financements pour vivre, hein, tout simplement de ça. Il est un auteur, je pense que ça ne concerne pas que l'Algérie, a rarement la possibilité de vivre de la bande dessinée. Donc, ce qui l'amène à aller travailler dans la publicité, créer des affiches publicitaires ou autre chose, ou des storyboards ou autre chose. Mais vivre simplement de la bande dessinée est vraiment difficile. Donc, rares sont les auteurs qui vivent que de ça. Donc, certains pratiquent un métier alimentaire ou un métier tout court et font la bande dessinée en parallèle.
Pour un peu aller dans le sens effectivement de ce qui a été dit, je pense effectivement que il y a vraiment un challenge sur l'infrastructure, la logistique, la distribution en Afrique, et notamment aussi quand on compare par exemple à la France, il n'y a pas les mêmes investissements qui ont été faits dans la culture. Ça veut dire qu'en France, effectivement, il y a une histoire, il y a un historique, qu'on a massivement investi dans la culture, on a vraiment radicalement changer les choses par rapport à ça, et peut-être qu'il n'y a pas d'initiative similaire encore en Afrique. Et peut-être effectivement ça complexifie effectivement l'implantation en Afrique.
Ben, moi, ce que je veux dire là-dessus, ça rejoint un peu ce que tout le monde a un peu dit. Pour moi, une des contraintes, c'est qui vient du fait qu'en Afrique, même si ça commence à se développer, on a encore du retard en ce qui concerne les nouvelles technologies ainsi que les ressources et les infrastructures pour accomplir ou faire grossir des projets qui pourraient rivaliser avec les plus grosses franchises mondiales. Je pense qu'il y a quand même des choses qui se font, donc du coup, on va dans le sens, ça commence à évoluer. Maintenant, c'est juste une question de temps, d'expérience et de formation professionnelle. Et c'est ce qui amène à la deuxième contrainte, qui est, comme Christophe l'a dit, il me semble, qu'on a un problème du retard au niveau des écoles et des formations, surtout au niveau de l'art numérique ou au niveau des nouvelles techniques de dessin. Parce que tout commence par la formation. Et là, encore, on n'a pas les ressources. Du coup, beaucoup de personnes d'Afrique viennent en Europe et en Amérique pour se former ou faire des études pour ensuite revenir en Afrique. Et je pense qu'à un moment donné, il faudrait avoir plus de structures d'écoles et de formations en Afrique reconnues dans le monde entier et qui permettront aux gens de se former localement et de produire des projets localement qui pourraient rivaliser avec une grosse franchise mondiale. Je dis pas qu'il n'y en a pas, mais je pense qu'il pourrait en avoir plus si jamais ça, c'est mis en place. Donc, voilà.
Très
On va
d'accord avec
terminer avec.
vous. La formation, hein. La formation, c'est un vrai problème. On a une bonne nouvelle, en tout cas en Algérie. J'espère que il y aura du suivi. Il y aura du suivi normalement depuis que j'ai été installé à la tête du FIBDA, le festival de la BD. Donc, la première des choses que j'ai faites, c'est quand je dis moi, c'est un peu prétentieux. On est toute une équipe, hein, que l'on soit d'accord. J'ai signé une convention avec l'école supérieure des beaux-arts d'Alger pour une collaboration FIBDA, Festival de la BD, et École des Beaux-Arts. Et l'Algérie, en tout cas cette école, a intégré un module bande dessinée qui n'existait pas. C'est une nouveauté qui a commencé à partir de septembre. Et le but, c'est dans un an ou deux, créer carrément une spécialisation dans la bande dessinée à l'école des Beaux-Arts d'Alger.
Excusez-moi, les amis, je voulais vous dire au revoir parce que j'ai un train à prendre. Je suis désolé. Merci
Pas de souci, merci beaucoup.
Merci pour l'invitation et bravo à tous. Et rendez-vous à ceux qui sont parisiens au Salon du Livre africain qui a lieu en ce moment. J'y serai demain. Si vous voulez venir me voir, on pourra prendre un verre.
Merci beaucoup, Christophe. Pas de souci.
Bonne soirée.
Bon voyage, Christophe, merci beaucoup.
Bonne soirée.
Bravo à Salim au passage. Hein,
Merci, bon courage.
pour le FIBDA. C'est super. Ciao.
Et au revoir.
Au revoir.
Et du coup, j'en profite aussi sur cette question de formation, puisqu'on a Mohamed, du coup, dans le chat qui parlait de son école qu'il a créée, qui s'appelle 3D Net Info, dans laquelle il aimerait justement créer un pôle dédié à la BD, au manga et aux comics, et qui posait des questions pour savoir justement comment collaborer avec vous pour développer cet univers. Donc après, je crois qu'il a mis son email dans le chat. Voilà.
Je ne sais pas à qui s'adresser. Je ne sais pas à qui s'adresser.
Je pense que c'était à tous les quatre. Enfin, du coup, maintenant,
voilà,
trois,
donc moi j'ai mis mon mail et j'espère que tous les intervenants pourront mettre le mail pour garder le contact, hein, parce que cette rencontre est importante. Comme ça, on peut se réunir, ça nous a réunis, donc du coup, ça serait bien qu'on se revoie après.
Oui, de toute façon, à l'issue de l'événement, je vous remettrai un mail commun avec les mails des uns et des autres, comme ça vous pourrez éventuellement continuer vos échanges.
Ah, super, merci.
Alors, je crois que nous avons eu d'autres questions, justement sur votre nomination au festival la tête du festival de BD d'Angers. Est-ce que vous allez mettre en avant les comics africains, donc Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Afrique du Sud, et est-ce que vous allez l'ouvrir à la relation entre l'animation et le jeu vidéo?
Pour la BD africaine, j'y crois à 100, à 1000 à l'heure, hein. La BD africaine, pour moi, je pense que je parle de l'Afrique du Nord, mais l'Afrique aussi subsaharienne. C'est-à-dire, on est un même continent. Je pense c'est-à-dire, il faudrait qu'on arrête d'être spectateur, hein, de ce qui se passe dans le monde. Il faudrait qu'on rentre aussi avec nos productions. Il faut qu'on défende notre continent. Amicalement, bien sûr, avec des productions bien à nous, qui racontent nos pays. Moi, j'y crois à 1000 à l'heure, donc je serais honoré de rencontrer des auteurs de notre continent, en tout cas en Algérie et même d'ailleurs. Et voilà, donc les productions pour la partie animation. Le festival de la bande dessinée d'Alger, c'est dédié à la bande dessinée, donc il est déjà difficile de promouvoir cet art, c'est-à-dire on fait notre maximum pour essayer de développer ça, hein, dans nos pays respectifs, mais je parle en Algérie. Oui, le lien avec l'animation et le gaming existe et il faudrait le garder, il faudrait le mettre en évidence, mais pas, je pense, au détriment de la BD, quoi, la bande dessinée, l'art à part entière. Parce que l'animation, par exemple, demande beaucoup de moyens, bien qu'il y ait quelques boîtes d'animation en Algérie, elles ont vraiment du mal à survivre. Donc, l'animation, je pense, mérite en elle-même un festival que pour ça, qui rentre peut-être dans le cinéma ou dans la production audiovisuelle, parce que c'est un monde à part entière. Donc, se répartir et machin, je pense que ça serait un peu au détriment de la bande dessinée. Toujours est-il, il faudrait les garder, hein, il faudrait les développer. Hein, J'en suis convaincu. Je vais vous mettre, bon, par rapport, parce que j'ai vu tout à l'heure un des intervenants qui a parlé par rapport à la production africaine. Je pense qu'on a dépassé le stade de faire nos travaux chacun dans son coin. Je vais vous mettre, on m'a invité par exemple à Tokyo pour animer une conférence sur le manga algérien. C'est la spécificité, je mets le lien ici de la conférence. Pour ceux qui s'intéresseraient de la voir, je vous rassure, c'est en français, il y a le doublage, la traduction. Et aux États-Unis, il y a aussi des études qui ont été faites sur le manga algérien. Il y a 3 études. Je vous mettrai le lien avec référence des recherches faites par le docteur Alexandra Gaiden-Turak. C'est dans une prestigieuse école d'art à Philadelphia. Voilà, je vous mets le lien. Et donc, il s'intéresse vraiment à nos travaux, hein, à ce qu'on fait. Donc, Angoulême, on est parti de plusieurs fois à Angoulême, la Comédie du Livre à Montpellier. En France aussi, on a beaucoup de contacts. On est en étroite collaboration avec les pays qui nous invitent. Maintenant, je pense hein, que c'est bien d'avoir l'écho médiatique, l'écho peut-être académique dans les recherches et tout, mais maintenant, il faudrait que ça se développe vraiment économiquement. C'est-à-dire, il faudrait que les auteurs et les éditeurs vraiment puissent, qu'il y ait une dynamique qui soit stable pour que tout le monde puisse gagner de ça, hein, vivre de ça. Hein. Voilà, c'est ça l'interrogation.
Nous, de notre expertise et notre expérience, nous, ce qu'on veut faire effectivement, c'est qu'on pense vraiment qu'il y a une synergie forte entre la version manga et la version animée, et jeux vidéo aussi qui arrive. Et bien sûr que c'est des investissements qui sont différents. Ça veut dire que la version dessin animé ou animation, c'est effectivement un budget conséquent. Pour peut-être 20 épisodes, c'est plus ou moins 5 ou 6 millions d'euros. Donc c'est beaucoup d'argent, effectivement, mais il y a quand même une synergie, il y a quand même une roadmap, il y a quand même un but. Et je pense que le jeu vidéo, l'animation et la version papier doivent se parler, doivent se quereller, doivent créer des synergies parce que au final, ça renforce un projet. Et en tout cas, nous, c'est vers quoi on tend nous. Donc, c'est qu'on va mettre en place avec The Last Canoe.
Non, mais je suis entièrement d'accord sur le fait que lorsqu'on crée un projet, peu importe la plateforme, il faut toujours essayer de penser du long terme et de se dire qu'est-ce que ce projet va devenir dans les futures années en fait. Donc si on commence par une bande dessinée, est-ce que ça pourrait toucher d'autres plateformes? Et effectivement, pour une bande dessinée peut très bien devenir un dessin animé, un jeu vidéo, un film, une série, ou même être transcrit dans des spectacles ou peut-être créer des thèmes qui n'ont absolument rien à voir avec le dessin, mais qui sortiront de cette bande dessinée. Quoi. Donc, du coup, c'est quelque chose à jamais négliger. Et effectivement, même pareil avec les Muto Warriors, ça passe très bien en dessin animé, en jeu vidéo, en dessin en film, série ou peu importe. Quoi. Du coup, ouais.
Merci beaucoup. On va devoir bientôt terminer la conférence. Juste du coup une dernière question avec, s'il vous plaît, une réponse assez rapide. Du coup, comment est-ce que vous voyez le futur de la BD, du comics et du manga en Afrique? Peut-être commencer par vous, David.
Pour moi, le futur, ça va dicter effectivement par les choix qu'on fait aujourd'hui. Pour moi, je voudrais vraiment créer une sorte, un peu comme l'a fait un petit peu Marvel et DC, une industrie comme ça qui est forte, mais avec une particularité africaine qui peut être l'Ubuntu sur cette philosophie-là, où vraiment centré, il y a une sorte de synergie, de collaboration qui fait que chaque projet peut exister et on se donne de la force pour créer des synergies, on crée des expériences similaires pour pouvoir effectivement concurrencer un petit peu les industries qui existent déjà et pouvoir mettre nos storytelling et nos histoires en avant, sans avoir à subir un petit peu la pression que nous imposerait toute industrie.
Moi, je dirais qu'il y aura une croissance par rapport au niveau des webtoons, parce que maintenant, de plus en plus de choses se font en ligne. Donc, du coup, tout ce qui est bande dessinée, on continuera d'avoir des versions papier, parce que c'est toujours bien d'avoir la version papier, mais je pense qu'il y aura beaucoup plus de versions numériques. Je pense aussi qu'il y aura une croissance au niveau des formations, pour former des futurs artistes, pour prendre des projets pour voir comment les construire et tout. Il y aura beaucoup plus de formations par rapport à ça. Et si on prend en compte l'amélioration des formations numériques, on aura davantage de gros projets qui vont émerger et à un niveau qui va commencer à réellement rivaliser, voire battre les projets qui se font dans le monde entier.
Ok, merci. Et puis du coup, Salim, pour conclure.
La question pour l'avenir, je suis très optimiste, hein. Je pense que nous, les Africains, on a le sang chaud, mais on crée aussi beaucoup. Donc, je pense qu'on a on persévère beaucoup, hein. Les artistes africains souffrent beaucoup, je pense, hein, parce que il est vraiment difficile de vivre de sa passion, hein, je parle de la bande dessinée. C'est malheureux, mais c'est comme ça. Mais ils font beaucoup d'efforts. Nous faisons beaucoup d'efforts pour garder certains vraiment, hein, je parle de l'Algérie, certains vraiment, ils travaillent, hein, ils travaillent ailleurs, mais ils lâchent pas la bande dessinée. La bande dessinée, c'est beaucoup de travail, hein, pour faire une bande dessinée, l'ancrage, le storyboard. Certains projets peuvent durer 1 an, donc ils font ça en parallèle. Et je pense que il faudrait un petit déclic, hein, un petit déclic qui ferait qu'ils pourront s'investir à 100% dans ça. Je suis très optimiste. Je pense que même la voie du numérique, de Internet et tout, le webtoon, et même sans le webtoon, je parle même de la vente des BD en numérique. C'est l'avenir, c'est indéniable. Mais bon, voilà. Donc, je pense que même le format papier va rester, il perdure, hein, parce que moi, personnellement, j'adore lire une BD que j'ai entre les mains. Je suis désolé, mais chacun a sa manière de voir les choses. En tout cas, les deux voies sont des opportunités et c'est très bon pour l'avenir de la bande dessinée en Afrique. En tout cas, moi, je crois que la voie africaine est. Je ne peux pas parler au nom de l'Afrique parce que c'est grand, je peux parler au nom de mon pays en tout cas. On est très optimiste. En tout cas, personnellement, je suis très optimiste et je veux vraiment qu'on soit acteur de cette production mondiale de la bande dessinée, qu'on défende nos cultures. Chacun se défend de sa culture et sa manière de voir les choses. Et c'est ça l'avenir.
Super, parfait. Merci beaucoup. Juste une dernière question, c'était plus, est-ce que David et Junior, vous serez au Salon de la BD africaine demain à Paris?
Non, moi je serai au Salon de l'entrepreneuriat. Non.
Et nous, on sera sûrement en tant que visiteur, mais pas forcément en tant qu'exposant.
Ok, très bien. Bon, eh bien, merci beaucoup à tous les...
Pardon, juste une petite remarque.
Oui.
Je pense que si on veut vraiment que notre industrie perdure, il faudrait que ça se développe d'abord en Afrique, hein. Je pense qu'il faudrait que économiquement, ça tienne en Afrique. Et après, on pourrait voir, parce que je ne sais pas, il y a un certain moment, quelqu'un m'avait posé la question, pourquoi toujours on doit passer par le monde occidental? Je pense qu'on doit d'abord être autosuffisant chez nous, et après autosuffisant économiquement, pour qu'après aller voir d'autres marchés, hein. C'est ça l'avenir pour moi. Pour moi, c'est-à-dire qu'on se développe chez nous, qu'il y ait beaucoup de lecteurs chez nous, qu'il y ait un marché qui soit installé, et aller ailleurs, ça serait magnifique aussi.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Merci pour cette intervention. Votre présence était très intéressante. Comme je disais, je vais vous... Enfin, de toute façon, j'ai vu que vous aviez échangé vos emails, mais je vous referai également une mise en relation si besoin est. Merci encore. Et puis, je vais voir si les intervenants de la conférence d'après sont arrivés au prochain. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci Clémence, merci à tout le monde.
Merci.
Super intervention, merci.
Okay, then we will go to the next conference. Christelle, Deli, and Eugene, are you there? I think I see Eugene there.
Dele is here.
Yeah? Okay. Oh, can you change your name in the more button in the bottom right?
In the what?
In the bottom of your screen, you have a more button.
Yeah.
And just to change your name.
Change name and avatar. Okay, here we go. Yes.
Because now you're Barrow Golden Eye.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't. I saw that. I wasn't sure why it was doing that.
Okay. And Eugene, I see you, but you're in the lobby. Can you please enter, join the room?
Hello?
Oh, yeah, we hear you. Great.
Great.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you? Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you?
Born from the ashes. Born from the ashes. Born from the ashes. Born from the ashes. Born from the. You can't suffocate my spirit. 'Cause I'm the king on my own throne. King on my own throne, my own throne. You'll never see me fall. You'll never see me fall. Watch me reign, and I'll slay them all. Slay them all. You'll never see the rain, and I'll slay them all. Slay them all. You'll never see the throne. King on my own throne, my own throne. King on my own
population. So the impact of all of these various digital mediums might take a lot longer to materialize, or the rewards or growth might take a lot longer to materialize than we anticipate. But with that said, there are a lot of young people that are taking on some of these new forms of media. You know, my co-panelist is an example of that, because just like with mobile phones, laptops, and other newly introduced digital hardware, you find that Africa has been quicker to take those on, because there's been no existence of more standard forms of media or communication to begin with. So I think it's a double-edged sword. There's a lot to anticipate. It's good to be optimistic, of course, but the economic side of it has got a part to play, and we'll just have to wait and see.
So I guess I can pick up from there. Yeah, I think the opportunities for Africa to leapfrog the rest of the world in terms of infrastructure are paramount and clear. And I guess there is a little bit of a bottleneck around hardware distribution, but hardware is really not really a competitive game that much anymore, and that's going to become less and less the case. Hardware will become increasingly commoditized. The value is moving towards the software for sure, and the content continues to rule. So I think that that's the only real barrier in terms of content creation is around the hardware from an African perspective. But I don't think that barrier is going to last that much longer. Even, I think, again, with so many cloud services emerging where people don't even necessarily need to own hardware to be able to access creative tools to create content, it's just a matter of time. So I definitely think that there's a huge opportunity for Africa in this space. And, necessity is the mother of invention. And, as Eugene was saying, because we're not encumbered with legacy systems and legacy processes. So I think that based on the economic opportunities that will come from the space, that this will take off much more quickly across the continent than, it will happen very rapidly.
Okay, thank you. We see through the success of the Comic-Cons and attraction an interest for the Black superheroes. Why this phenomenon today?
I guess I can start with that one. I think the world is in a different place than it was in 20 years ago or even 15 years ago, because I guess the whole social change that has ushered in more discussions around representation has caused glaring realization that for the longest time, people have been seeing the same color people and the same nationality of people on their screens and in their comic books and in their music for the longest time. And I think it was inevitable that Africa or African stories or African narratives would slowly creep into the forefront because of the general fatigue that was experienced, or that these social changes or social movements around representation brought people to notice. And as someone who actually holds an African comic book convention, long before the release of Black Panther, we had the opportunity to see the rise of indigenous superheroes and intellectual property that just burst onto the scene long before the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the Black Panther phenomenon. And I feel as though even though we were enjoying that, there was still a one-sidedness, that it was still unilateral, in that it was only the types of faces that you see here and only the types of stories that you see here. So in actual fact, the whole issue of representation wasn't really answered. But in the same way that the world and globalization is turning everything into this cultural melting pot, it's going to become more and more apparent. I think we've seen it happen with television shows such as Black Lightning, for example, and Batwoman and other intellectual property where African superheroes or African faces have taken the forefront in pop culture and that kind of media. So it's an interesting phenomenon, and it's definitely, much like comic books and television are a form of literature. They say, does literature reflect society, or does society reflect literature? So it's one of those things where it's a back and forth between the social movements or the social evolution of people and the evolution of the literature itself, the comic books and the superheroes, and the appreciation for different languages as the world begins to appreciate that the dominant Western languages aren't the only ones, or the dominant Western cultures aren't the only ones. So yeah, that's my perspective.
Okay, thank you. Wait, it's so delayed. Maybe you can react to that. Oh, lose him. Delay. Your
Sorry,
mic
I
is
was
off.
sorry.
Oh,
I was on mute.
okay.
I was on mute. Yeah. Yeah, it's a strange question in some regards, but I understand why you're asking it. I mean, from my perspective, there's always been a demand for Black superheroes. And in fact, the concept of a superhero kind of comes from African culture and concepts historically. You know, if you really look at African mythology and mysticism, it's all stories about superheroes with superpowers. And, you know, this is the concept and framework from which the pantheons of gods have emerged. Similarly, in the Greek tradition, I mean, you know, when you look at stories like Thor and Loki, these are superheroes, right? But they were gods referred to in the Greek culture, and this originally comes from Africa. So there's always been a demand for African superheroes. It's just not been a demand that has been met in recent times in modern 20th century media for all the reasons that we're all too painfully aware of. So I think what Black Panther did, though, was show the economics of Black demand for Black superheroes. And I think this is what the world is awakening to, and this is what the media institutions are awakening to now, is that the demand, the economic demand and economic potential for Black superheroes is phenomenal. I mean, Black Panther is the largest selling single superhero franchise ever, which that's pretty phenomenal when you really think about it. So I think all that's changing is really the economics, the social struggle, you know, that is at the heart of, you know, the reason why we don't get so much representation of Black heroes. I think obviously is a critical point, and I agree with Eugene completely there. But I think that that's more about the relationship between the media machinery, 20th century media machinery, the dysfunctional relationship that it has had with Africa and African culture. But, you know, I think there's a change in consciousness now, and so all of those factors are very material, but I think the backdrop is that the demand has always been there. It's just only now we are finally in a position where we're able to facilitate that demand ourselves with the tools and technologies of today.
Okay, thank you. So how do you see the use of African myth and magic in the global creative industry? Will the future be Afro-punk, Afro-futurist, Afro-fantasy, etc.? Maybe today you can go.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part of your question.
The last part is, will the future be Afro-punk, Afro-futuristic, Afro-fantasy, etc.?
Oh yes, yeah. I've got a very strong connection with that whole idea. I think it's very dynamic, and I think there's an element of it all which is about the perception of African characters as being either less than human or superhuman only because of some kind of augmentation. And what I mean by that is there are numerous cases in which you look at superheroes or fictional characters that are of African descent, and how much they're either completely incapacitated, and I'll use the example of a character called Cyborg from the DC universe, where he's less than a human being, and that's what makes him special. And then you've got another example of a character, say Black Panther, who is superhuman, but only because of a supernatural force and a drug, for lack of a better word. So I've noted that there's a big dilemma
One second.
sorry. Just
That's
you
all
can
right.
go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying there's this big conflict of how to represent African fictional characters in the same way that you would have a Superman who is simply great because he's great, you know. And I think yes, the future it does have a lot to offer. There is a lot out there in which African Afrofuturism or African mysticism or myths play a role. And yes, there will be demand for the mythological stories that are untold about all sorts of deities and that are, you know, of African origin. But the one thing that I've noticed a large community on social media has become very sensitive to is the depiction of African characters, either in a position of extreme physical or social lack and needing an external force to kind of make them human enough or more than human. So one thing that I do admire about the potential of Afrofuturism and the depiction of what I call cyberpunk culture mixed together with, you know, urbanized African cultures, there is something that I appreciate, which is there's a potential for Africans to be seen as extremely sophisticated. As much as I've mentioned some good and bad case studies, they are, you know, examples that I actually look forward to seeing more of. For example, the character of Shuri in the Black Panther, and how she's depicted as just a sophisticated young African who's as intelligent as a Tony Stark or a Bruce Banner. And I'm all for that kind of representation, more of that kind of depiction of African characters within the Afrofuturist framework. There are also ideas that I've seen. I think there's a gentleman in Washington. I think his name is Jean-Louis. Yeah, Jean-Louis. He makes an African space opera graphic novel, and I love the idea of him showing African people as being sophisticated enough to come up with their own means of interstellar travel and exploration. And I see those different types of paradigms just being explored, but there is one that I'm definitely more in favor of, which shows African fictional characters as a reflection of just African people, where we're sophisticated, intelligent, and independent. And I hope it goes beyond the depiction of, you know, the broken man, the broken African man, or the broken Black man kind of depiction, where there's some sort of lack or brokenness, which is only fulfilled by, you know, either a drug or some sort of machinery. So that's my view of it. In general, I'm interested to hear my counterparts' ideas.
And you're mute, so that you can go.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Gene. I would say, I mean, that is in many ways the whole purpose of fiction, and we're seeing this increasingly more today. I think the purpose of writing these stories is to address these issues exactly, and this is where comics, particularly, have been really powerful in the past, in terms of, I mean, literally they were being used as propaganda instruments to create myths and to debunk myths. But so we are working on it. We have a project that we have introduced with the world's first crypto comic. I think what I want to get to, and I agree with you, Gene, although I think for me it's actually about going further than that. It's not, I mean, there's no debate, or I mean, I suppose there is among certain circles, but there should be no debate as to whether Africans have the sophistication and to be able to develop our own innovations, our own technologies, our own concepts. We've been doing this historically. We've been in this rut over the last few centuries because of very specific reasons. And I think for me, part of what we are trying to do with our project is decolonize people's minds. That's, I think, the most important part of these storytelling frameworks and these mediums, is to decolonize our mind and denormalize this idea of depravity and incompetence, because that is not our history. You know, you look at our history as a people, you look at the great achievements of Kemet. We gave the world civilization, and we gave the world science and technology and innovations. And you look at our metal age, it started before the metal age started anywhere else. We have always been at the forefront of technology. Even in the modern world, if you look at the contributions of Africans in the Americas, in Europe, to the forefront innovations, Hidden Figures is a great example of that. How an African mathematician was able to play a critical role in putting American astronauts on the moon. So this narrative about the lack of sophistication or lack of advancement is fictitious. That is the great fiction. So for me, I think in many ways, the purpose of these tools and technologies is to be able to tell our story in our own way and write our own place in it. And I think that the world really needs this. So, for example, in the story that we've created with Meta Knights, which is the world's first crypto comic, so we have pioneered this space. It's not the first African comic. We are the world's first crypto comic to basically use blockchain technology to enable storytelling. And in many ways, when we look at the arc of our story, in many ways, is that there is a battle between Eastern powers and Western powers to control the world. And it's basically controlled through these cyber vampires who exist in this digital world, or we have a digital world and a physical world. The digital world is like the digital twin of the physical world, and it's overrun by these cyber vampires called fangs who suck people's data so they can enslave them in the real world. And they're at war with the bats who are in the East, who are basically doing the same thing. They both want total control. But the interesting thing is that they're both trying to create a super AI. And they believe that whoever creates that AI first will gain control over both realms. Now, in our story, we then have a series of an African-centric hero group of hackers, of coders, who are working with this secret African order called the Digitarian Priesthood to create to prevent the fangs and bats from taking over the world. But the really important point that I want to make in terms of this conversation that we're having is that the Meta Knights are basically looking to create a new type of AI, an AI that is centered around humanity, ecology, and digital human rights. And this, I believe, is where we are at. There's a perspective that we as Africans bring to the technological discussion that is missing from the whole industry right now. And it's a critical perspective that is needed, because I think when it comes to this issue of humanity, we have the first say, we have the last say, because we're where it started. So I'm really passionate about the input and the imagination that Africans and people of African descent bring to this technology conversation is essential to what the world needs now to get out of the rut that we find ourselves in, with a decaying planet, with decaying societies and decaying social systems that are a result of what we've seen of hundreds of years of just pillaging and exploitation and ignoring this central African theme and story that needs to be at the forefront of how we talk about the progress of the world.
Yeah, well said. I think.
Sorry, I got. It's a little trailer that my colleague is playing on our project. You can play it. It's literally a few seconds. Go on. There we go. Yeah. There we go.
Okay, thank you. So maybe Eugene, you want to react to that, or I go to the next question?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to add to that. Yeah,
It's okay, you can go.
thank you. Yeah, I wanted to add to that and say the stories that we put out are not being put out into a world that is it's not a blank canvas that we're entering our submissions, you know, as African storytellers. We're entering into an environment where there are dominant voices, and the dominant voices have always been have always been owned by the Western elite, and it's easy to forget that we, as the African educated elite, the Africans who've gone to school abroad and learned about the various contributions that African people have made in technology and inventions and so on, we are a very small minority who are actually aware of it. And because the people who own media as we know it have the loudest voice, it explains why there's so many misconceptions about what Africa is like. It's actually very ironic that as I was talking about participating in this event, I had reactions from certain people saying, "Wow, do you actually have the equipment, or do you actually have internet in that part of the world for you to participate in this kind of thing?" And that's an age-old story. That's something that's happened to just about. It's something that every African has encountered. At least every African with the capacity or opportunity to speak on some of these forums or study abroad. And the point that I wanted to drive home is that it's very apparent to us as a minority that we're just as equipped or just as sophisticated as the rest of modern civilization. But unfortunately, the Western narrative in itself doesn't support that. I'll draw back to a small bit of the movie Black Panther, where the CIA agent is asked what he knows about Wakanda, and he says, "A small country, nomadic herders, nothing much there." And that was a small quip at how the broader global community views Africa and Africans, very basic people, yet to catch up, minding our own business, herding cattle, and so on. And I think the strength in the voices of individuals like, Dele and others across the continent, people like Ayodele Elegba and so on, creating these stories that challenge the status quo, because for the longest time, I mean, media will forever be tainted by things such as blackface and the depiction of, Black and brown people, since time immemorial, and that's not going to go away anytime soon. But the beauty of it is that the minority is challenging that, and eventually, because of the stories that come from the West that are becoming somewhat stale or repetitive, they're forced to look at what we have to offer and forced to show respect to African civilization, African history, and African intelligence as an individual thing. So there's that journey and that war of attrition, as we're trying to change not only a fictional narrative, but a real world narrative that has been created by media over centuries. And that's the dynamic that exists.
Okay, thank you. Dede, you want to react? Or we have a question in the chat.
Yeah, I would like to just kind of throw one thing in with this. I mean, I completely agree with you, Gene. I think it goes beyond media, though. I think, for me, with our project with Mennonites, we basically are using it to address what we see as three evils, the three big evils that are holding the world back right now. And the first of those is industrialized climate destruction. The planet is life as we know it is at threat. You know, and we only know of life being here on Earth at the moment, but that is a threat from industrialized climate destruction. So that's the first big evil. The second big evil is surveillance tyranny. And for us, this is really the core of our mission. You know, we have an NGO, the Internet Foundation, that we founded back in 2013, campaigning for universal digital rights as an extension of human rights. For us, humanity is ultimately about, when we talk about humanity, we actually go so far as to say hue, as in color, is what makes humanity. We are a melanated species. Which brings us to the third great evil, which is for us really the kind of primary one, which is this white supremacy, this white supremacist terrorism that African people have been subject to for the past 400-500 years. Certainly in a fleeting sense, and concentratedly, certainly over the last 150-200 years. So it is in that context, that is the backdrop in which we compete. And I agree, it is a war of thoughts, it is a war of ideas, it is a war of concepts. But white supremacy is a concept, and it is an idea. It is a fictitious idea, it is a fictitious construct, but it is a dominant one. So yeah, there is a fight and battle for that. But for me personally, I believe that my focus and my interest is in the African mind, because I think we have an identity crisis as a people, and that is based on this misalignment between what we think of ourselves and what is projected onto us. And that's always going to result in mental health issues when there's a gap between how you see yourself and how the world keeps telling you that you are. But the most important thing, I'm less interested in how the rest of the world sees us right now. I'm just mostly interested in how we see ourselves, because it's only in how seeing ourselves in a healthy manner that we will become healthy, and that we will start to use these narratives to reconstruct ourselves and our societies and our relationships with the rest of the world.
Thank you. So the question in the chat, it's up if you want to react.
Can you read it out to us what the question is?
Okay, so let's go. The question is how you will see the transmedia implementation of your comics IP for series or video games, any project. Oh. How you will see the...
I'm happy to take that, Eugene. You get that?
Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with it as well.
I can take it in the meantime.
The implementation of your comics IP or series or video games. Any projects? Oh, okay, I can take that.
Sure.
In our case, we've got a video game project that we've been working on for the past 3 years, and it does happen to affect some of the topics we've talked about today. In fact, all of them. And what I like about the opportunity to do this and to take a medium that's not particularly quite exhausted within Africa. I'm working from Zimbabwe, by the way, and to use it as a narrative tool and an educational tool. I like what Dele mentioned about COP26 and the environmental impact that Western civilizations have had, the negative environmental impact they've had among many different things. This game and this platform has multiple social themes. Amongst them are your typical themes of dealing with corruption within our own communities as African people, reacting to neo-colonialist forces coming in the form of multinational companies, for example. But the beauty of it is interweaving all of that with strong storytelling, because in the end, as artists, we're not primarily activists. We're entertainers. We're storytellers. And one of the three pillars that we use at our studio is just narrative. We believe in design, we believe in narrative, and we believe in gameplay. Those three coming together. And if at any point it becomes purely an activist-driven thing, then it's not purely art anymore, and that's a bit problematic according to us. So how we want to use this new technology, especially in game development, is in managing all of these themes and respecting them as themes, and themes that affect characters that tell stories. And people want to hear a good story. Yes, there can be a lesson within the story, but the entertainment should never become a lecture or propaganda or any of those things. So yeah, I see a lot of potential for comic books and video games, and the application of it is going to become easier and easier for those of us with access. And by that, I mean there are those among us with access to the internet, access to open source tools such as Unreal Engine and Unity, and so on. And the majority of us, to be honest, do not. But I see that there is an opportunity for us who do have access to those tools to exploit them at this very moment and begin to break new ground, just like Dele has with his crypto comic book, which is very impressive indeed. So one other layer that we're using is just the beauty of communicating through the internet and using a game to encourage social integration or cultural exchange within that environment without making it so apparent, without shoving it down anyone's throat. And that can only be done by having enough pull factors where your ideas or your concepts, and of course the actual product has to work. All of that draws people into your culture with a newfound sense of respect, because you've told them a respectful story and you've respected their ideas whilst sharing your own. So that's how I see the potential that lies ahead using this new media that exists.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you want to add something, Dele? Are you there? Oh, I guess you have a mic problem. Maybe you can reload the website.
Oh, he says he's stuck on mute.
Yeah. Maybe try. Oh, okay, you left. You will come back. You need to join the room to speak with them.
All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, so now try speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear. Okay, so you can.
Right.
Oh. Can you try to speak? Okay. We have 2 seconds of sound.
I'm sorry about that. I realized I had an external mic. When I disconnected it, it freezes the whole mic. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no, so I think you can see up on the screen, we've been working on a video game based on our series as well. And to be honest with you, I mean, the video game's just really kind of part of it. It's more about gamification. So, you know, we're really focused on empowering people to, you know, our whole story and lore is around, we call it like the Matrix meets Mr. Robot on the road to Wakanda. And that description is because the Matrix kind of gives you this two-world, physical world, digital world scenario. Mr. Robot is really about hacktivism and about these hackers who really can change the world and really do change the world. And Wakanda is obviously about, you know, the Black liberation and the Black tech and the Black sort of advanced African society perspective. So, and I agree with Eugene completely. I think there are many interesting ways to gamify outcomes that we are trying to achieve. So in our ecosystem, we do a lot around data sovereignty, self-sovereignty, giving people tools to have ownership of their data, ownership of their identity. And so we can gamify these kind of activities where we incentivize people to do things that will drive better outcomes for themselves, for ourselves, for society as a whole. So I agree with that. I will say though, I think where I differ slightly is that I think it is about activism now. I think it is about, you know, we're very clear in. We're launching a generative art NFT project next week. And for us, it's very clear when we talk to our community, you know, life is not a spectator sport. We want people to be active. And I think that in this day and age, there's a new type of activism. You know, it's, yes, people walk, march the streets and protest, that's fine. But digital activism, I think, is really essential because, I think that these are tools of propaganda. We are in an information war. This war has been going on for a very long while, particularly from an African perspective, where our myths, our culture, our heritage has been degraded and being presented as being unsophisticated and barbaric and all of this stuff. So there is a war that is going on around our culture. But where I do agree with Eugene, though, is that it has to be entertaining. But I don't think that these are mutually exclusive. I think something can be educational, can be informative, can be propaganda even. And I use that word deliberately in many ways because it is about, with a full understanding of the history of it and the relationship of it within public relations and advertising and in storytelling. You know, when we're watching the Seven Commandments or stories of Moses and the flood, you know, whether it's with Charlton Heston or whether it's with what's his name, the Australian guy, I can't even remember his name now. This is propaganda. That's the purpose of these things. They're done in entertaining manners, but they are propaganda. So I do feel that we need to be mindful and purposeful in terms of this content. Yes, it does need to be entertaining. I agree completely with that. But I don't think that that's at the expense of it being or confronting some of these myths, truths, and these myths that we are suffering from as a people kind of potently. So I just think, digital activism is really, we need our people to be active, and that is in terms of being creative, that's in terms of coding. You know, I think we want to make people laugh and we want to make people feel good, but we want people to go out and do stuff. And that doesn't have to feel like work. It can be like play. We are introducing a really radically new framework within our gaming model, which is participate to earn. And so, you know, just through participation, not in necessarily even playing, but through participation, people will be able to earn income. And that income they'll be able to use to generate more income through crypto rewards and staking and pools and all of this stuff. So it is about uplifting, using gamification and storytelling and all of this stuff to lift people up. But that's an act of activism, and people need to be active in this new metaverse that we're going into if they're going to be free. You're not going to have freedom without activism. That's kind of. But I don't mean to sound contentious, and I don't mean to sound belligerent. But you know, I do understand that we are in a hostile when it comes to media and when it comes to African media. By default, we are in a hostile environment, and that goes to what Eugene was talking about earlier. So I completely agree with that. So we need to employ lots of tools in overcoming that hostility as a people.
Hello.
Okay, thank you very much. We will need to end this talk, but thank you both for your intervention. It was really interesting too. So if you have any more questions, we can ask them later. So thank you again, and we will go to the next conference.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much.
Good to talk with you, Eugene. Look forward to catching up.
gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I am cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day. 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 I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I'm cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day. 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 I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I am cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day.
Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I can see you from behind. You can hear me does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Yeah, I'm disgusted with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face, a certain weight, because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. I'm so in love with you. I'm so in love with you. Love is dead. I'm so in love with you. I'm so in love with you.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much to be there to take part of this talk about the conditions necessary for the advent of the sport in Africa. So first of all, can you please introduce yourself? I think we will start with you, Kofi, if it's okay.
Okay, so my name is Kofi Sikaladzu. I'm based in Senegal. I have a Togolese nationality and Estonia E nationality. So I am the founder and the creative director of Gamecom Cities Agencies. So we are a 360 gaming agency based in Senegal. With activities since 2012, pioneering gaming events, esports, B2B gaming education. And since 2018, we have now an esports team called Ham Lions. I'm also a gamification consultant certified by GIZ and BMZ. And I am also a Microsoft educator, esports leader certified. Thanks to everybody to accept us in this panel today.
Thank you. Maybe we can go with Shoei, sorry, as she has some delay. Oh, okay, she left. Okay. So maybe Keya, you can go and introduce yourself. Keya, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, Clemens. Was that for me to go ahead?
Yeah, you're sure. Let's go, Shoei, you can go.
Okay. Thank you much, everyone, for having me here with you. Apologies for the internet connectivity on my end. So my name is Cholwe Ellen Shavukali, and I'm the co-founder and managing director for Team Gematrix Limited. We are an esports organization based in Zambia with a reach around the continent. We primarily manage careers of gamers, and what our goal really is to help gamers turn their passion into sustainable careers. And we've been doing that in the fighting game niche, and as well as doing various online and offline tournaments in Zambia for various stakeholders, both local and international companies. So our vision is really to create a sustainable ecosystem around the passion that us gamers share within esports for our continent, but also to expand that internationally eventually. So I'm very happy to be here. Zambian by nationality, but I consider myself a global citizen. So thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to learning from my panelists as well.
Thank you. So Keya, you can go now. You're mute. I don't know if it's
All right. Thank you. I'm honored to address you guys. My name is Kea Nicholas Anthony, mostly known as Kea Nemesis. I am primarily a musical artist, and my experience with intellectual property led me towards gaming because of the ability to create synergies and sync licensing contracts between the two industries. Also knowing that gaming is right now financially the future as to how much can be done and what it is grossing right now. In Uganda, the initiatives we have going on that I've co-founded are Tilalila, which also means the play of God, and it's a collective for artists, especially creatives of the gaming and music tracks, to be involved towards coming together to create a society and leverage off each other's skills or independent works, thereby creating some kind of a circle for that kind of creative to be able to exchange business quickly and try and emulate an economy at some point. Then we have Enter Africa, which serves a similar purpose but across 16 countries in the sub-Saharan region of Africa. Enter Africa was initiated along with us through different workshops a couple of years ago with Goethe Institutes in 15, now 16 countries, including Sudan. And we've been able to showcase our ideology and our gaming solutions at the Gamescom and Amaze Festival. We are also working on a co-production with Spielfabrik and forging esport connections in the country as well. We have done workshops with the Finnish Church Aid quite recently, about a year ago, called the Developing Creative Industries. It's a pilot that involved hackathons, involved the music aspect in terms of producing the music, and brought us closer to the ideal of merging the two sectors, especially in Africa, because gaming could borrow a lot from the momentum music itself has now got in terms of the international scene. Yes, so there's Enter Africa, there's Tilalila, and that's the initiatives we have, aside from maybe the Brainstorm, which is a podcast, also for creatives just to get the visual and audio conversations and probably talent out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the first question is, Africa is poorly represented in international esport. Why? Isn't it unfair, the absence of African players from major international competition? Maybe Kofi, you can start first.
I give the hand to Sholwe.
Sholwe is in the lobby right now.
Okay, so okay, I will take that. I will take that.
I'll allow someone else to start for now. Question.
Okay, so I think that is a great question, but also a difficult one. I will try to have, if I can, a smart response. First of all, it's important to understand that gaming and esports are related of the presence of data centers on the continent. And in Africa, we don't have data centers. What does it mean? It means that when we want to play in other competition or generally online, we need to join on a server or a data center, which is not our data center. So if I play from Africa on the data center in Europe, the gaming company will see me like a citizen of Europe and not Africa. So this is the first thing. The second thing is about sometimes the perception of Africa in the media. It's very important to acknowledge that. And I will take, for example, an example. In 2013 exactly, we co-produced the first event of gaming for Guinea-Conakry. And as an agency, we succeed to put the storytelling about this agency, this event in Forbes, in the Forbes magazine. And the edition of the Forbes magazine was for the year 2015. It means that it's 2 years after that the global audience know that, in fact, in Guinea, we did an activation for a real gaming event. So this is sometimes the reality that we have on the scene, because if we want really to be visible, we need to be visible on big media. And generally, when big media want to search story in Africa, they never think about gaming or esports. They will think about petrol, disease, climate problems, corruption, every negative keyword. So I think that for me is the two major traits of the visibility of the gaming community worldwide.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Kaya, you can go next and react.
Thank you so much for that. Those were very two brilliant points that I had you state so well. Quite something I've learned about is the data server points. Yes. From our perspective, though, we've been trying to understand the gaming and esports sectors in terms of production. So we've tried to see how we can indulge ourselves into the actual production of the games, so that perhaps we can now build bridges to co-produce with European players, so that we can be able to capture the visibility aspect. Because when you present at the Gamescom, you end up getting some of that visibility when you present at the Amaze, or when you co-produce in a market where the government actually released funds to take care of a particular industry, vis-a-vis gaming. Then you're able to siphon some of that capital towards where you're coming from, so that you employ yourself to actually produce and especially at that level. So for us, that has worked for us. Obviously, it's a bit difficult when it comes to the actual resources that are needed to actually build an economy, because it's a one-off in terms of somebody's making a game and it's taking a couple of years, someone else has made a story, and they creating a merging of all those different moving parts to create a product that's viable is a trick, because of the time and the turnaround of things. So we've had to concentrate mainly on things like workshops, where we try to push the message out, therefore to create a ripple effect of people that are interested in the scene in numbers, so that we can have a numerical power which we can then leverage to try and again build a sustainable market. Something else would be approaching NGOs with the aspect of what we can offer the market, also giving data about what gaming is actually doing for Europeans and Americans and the Asians. Looking at it from a point of view that it can be a way to actually digitize our countries faster. If the question is internet and that the internet is expensive, perhaps a big influx of people using the internet in that particular way can help to create the momentum of lobbying towards cheaper internet and more effective internet, especially if it is an economic activity. So that's mostly where we've been trying to attack the situation, and we've had some incredible results. However, the questions we have are in the terms of the legal aspect, with actually being legal and having the ability to siphon funds from prospective partners out there in the world. Because again, our countries understand gaming as betting, so they don't necessarily see the economy for what it is, obviously, because we're ruled by older people who are out of touch with the evolving of the markets as they are. So that's a trick, but we are going around it and actually looking at gaming and music together as intellectual property, so that now we can even leverage the way they market themselves, the way the product itself makes its movement in the market. Because obviously, if you have a game like Gran Turismo, maybe, or FIFA, and it has a personality like Cristiano or Messi, those are contracts that are signed. And imagine that in gaming, if someone is playing a game and it has a soundtrack, obviously that's music. And the gaming has an audio visual aspect as well as might have the music itself with the video. So these are different streams that we are looking at attacking so that we can then have a chance to actually take a bigger bite of the gaming economy and sustain ourselves. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can have the point of view of Rowie now. With the delay, she will put it a bit later. Shall we?
Shall we? Are you there? I think that we lost Shall we?
Yeah. Okay, so maybe Kofi, you want to react to what Kaya say?
Okay, I think that everything that is said is clearly true, and I can say that I was with I think the first batch of the project of the Anta-Africa in 2019 in Berlin when they show up to a Maze Festival. So I think that is a great strategy to co-produce 15 games for 50 countries. But as he said, it's a problematic of finance and funds. And today, when you want to engage so big mega project, yes, the structure of the project is innovative because it's about collective intelligence, co-production, but it means that we need also financial engineering in a creative way. Because if you want to develop in the same period of time 15 different games, it means that your budget also need to be bigger and more sustainable. So I think that for me, the best way to engage projects like that is to have the capacity to divide this big project in different IP, perhaps in different formats, not just video game, but perhaps video games, comics, music, and then try to push in the market smaller projects for promote the big one. This is my point of view so far when I saw this project. After that, it's important for us in Africa also to understand the geography or the economic geography of the world about gaming. Germany is the fifth most powerful economy in the video games worldwide. The Gamescom is the world's biggest gaming event in the world. It's not the GDC or the E3 because they succeed to have more than 300,000 people attendees in three days for 50 million revenue in just 3 days too. It means that if Africa wants to show up or wants to prove what she can produce, we need to be in the great place where the business is show up. I think that is very important to understand that. I will also give a little example. When we decide, for example, to launch our esports team, we engage our project from the beginning with our Olympic vision. So we begin to start the project in 2015, and we launched our esports team in 2018. And in 2021, we were qualified for the World Open Olympics, which is one of the first biggest esports competition accredited by the Olympics. And because we show up on the biggest event and biggest sports event in the world, it already generates a lot of opportunity because we were where all the attention is. When you look at the statistic of the Olympic Games this year, inside the pandemic, they reached 5 billion views. It's the most viewed Olympic Games in the history. And we are very proud to be part to this story because at this moment, Africa show clearly what it's capable to do. I remember some players from Gematrix team from Showe was there. Mr. 5000, which is a esport player from the team Gematrix Zambia was there. Ham Lions from us representing Burkina Faso. For example, it was the first time that Burkina Faso has a cyber athlete in the big events. So all these configuration have positive storytelling for us, for the brand, and for Africa. So I think that it's very important that all people who play or work in the gaming space understand that they need to work 3 times more harder than others for being seen in the scene. And this is the reality. You need to be there where things are happening. I think that is my take on that for the moment.
Okay, thank you. I saw Shoei disconnected again. So Kaya, you want to react? Oh, I see you. Okay, Kaya, maybe you want to react, and Youssef, I see you. Well, maybe
I think Youssef is there.
Yeah. Youssef, if you're there, can you? Okay, I think we can't hear you. Maybe you can try to reload. Okay, so Kaya, maybe you want to react?
Yes, I agree with what he has said. Because of the reality of the finances and the collective intelligence, those questions, unfortunately, the way to answer them has a lot to do with creating a critical mass in terms of production and also the market itself, the interest for it locally. So far, the resource that can be drawn towards these questions to create a solution are coming from the international perspective. And that means NGOs, that means co-production companies that are willing to, not co-production companies, but companies that are willing to co-produce with African countries because they realize it in itself could be a good way for social corporate responsibility, which is something that we also leverage on to pitch to multiple partners to try and satisfy that urge and, spread ourselves around, because the reality of the finances and the collective intelligence is a tricky one. Perhaps also what we tried to do is to have our presence in 16 countries now. Sudan just joined us, so that therefore we can spread our influence through the local teams situated in each country, and then have them leverage multiple opportunities and share them across the network, so that now we can try and see how collectively, as a block of 16 countries, can help us. And so far it has been working. we've been able to secure partners from here and there from multiple perspectives: Burkina Faso, Uganda, Kenya, South Africa. Everybody's been doing something to try and create sparks within our capital belly from different points in our stomach, because you know we understand the impact the gaming sector has, and also myself having the experience from the music industry and having seen how it has evolved, dealing with the players, the digital service providers from a musical perspective, dealing with the way they pitch towards advertisers in order for advertisers to take up the music and cross-pollinate it with different products, be it fashion, be it gaming, which is the really big one, be it film in terms of soundtracks. The way they try and make sure this product can latch onto another product with momentum has taught me that creating a synergy with the gaming is a match made in heaven, and also creates a shortcut for us to try and work it out. So that's how we are trying to tackle it. But yes, it is a real issue that perhaps having an influx of capital could help to break it down and build from that point of view. Otherwise, if it's left to our own devices, our momentum could be faster than it is, but we have the passion, so we serve it out.
Okay, thank you. Youssef, can you hear us and can you try speaking?
I think I'm here, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Great, perfect. And on the other end, shall we? Can you hear us and can you try speaking? Okay. So Youssef, we will go with you. I don't know if you follow all the talk, but first of all, can you please introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Youssef Mohsen. I'm the founder of Anubis Gaming. Anubis Gaming is Africa and the Middle East's first professional esports team. So we basically started back in 2015, where the industry wasn't even there. There were no teams, no organizers. The industry was still starting up. The sound of Youssef is very low on my end. Do you want me to volume? Just give me 1 second.
No, Kofi, you can up the sound with enter, and when you go on the avatar of Youssef, you can up his sound.
Okay, I'll try now.
Well,
I listen very well to Youssef and Kremlos right now.
you can go on.
Yeah, I'm fixing it now.
Perfect. So you can go. All right.
Okay, I think it... Is this better?
Yeah, it's better.
Is it better like this?
It's better. Listen to you.
Okay. So we started back in 2015. It was a very hard journey at the start, since we didn't have any platforms to participate in tournaments on. We didn't have any sponsorship opportunities, so we can provide income for our players. So we started developing just for the sake of developing. We started focusing on the players' lives, both academically and interpersonally, so that we can prepare for the moment where everything is provided in terms of a platform, in terms of tournaments, in terms of all the basic things you might find in any place in the world. By 2017, when everything started to build up in Africa and the Middle East, when we started to see tournaments in League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Crossfire, and Valorant, we participated in the IESF World Championships as Egypt and the continent's representative in the League of Legends finals. We succeeded in passing the group stage, the quarterfinals, and eventually placing fourth globally in our first World Championship. That, in its very essence, was enough to prove to the investors we were pitching at the time that we had something special. We then received an investment of $300,000 in 2018, and we used all of that funds to develop our players even further, providing them with a gaming house where they can live together with a proper internet connection, providing them with PCs, providing them with a salary, all the things you might find globally. And we in 2020, we had the IEC, the Intel Arab Cup, which was the first official League of Legends tournament for the Middle East. We ended up finishing first. We won it. Then we won the national tournament, the same version of the tournament, but with national teams. We represented Egypt, and we ended up winning the Arab Esports Championship. And of course, we finished it off with this year by winning the region's first World Championship in Madrid, Spain, where we won the Valorant Red Bull Campus Clutch. And of course, I was late today because we just won the semifinals for the Strike Arabia LAN finals, which is a $50,000 Valorant tournament, a huge opportunity for us because the team that wins will end up playing against the biggest teams in Europe for a slot in the Berlin finals in December this year, inshallah.
Okay, thank you. So we were speaking about the representativity of Africa in international esport and why it is poorly represented. So isn't it unfair, the absence of African players from major international competition? We were speaking about that.
Of course, that's a huge problem we have. We're not even considered as a continent. We're not considered as a region in any S-tier global championship. I'm talking about the publisher-sanctioned tournaments for all the big games. They don't use our players or our organizations in terms of the tournaments themselves. We don't have a way to qualify. We never had. Even now, the tournament we're playing in Valorant, we have to win against all of the teams in the Middle East. And once we win against every single team in the Middle East, we will be placed against the top 8 teams in Europe. And we have to play through an online connection from our side of the world, while they play with their low ping. What is ping? Of course, I think you've discussed this before I joined. If I'm an Egyptian, a Moroccan, from Sudan, from Algeria, from anywhere really in Africa, and I want to play one of these games, I connect on a European server against people from all around the area I'm in, plus Europe. So automatically, the better I get, the higher the skill level of the people I matched against. And when you reach that level, and most of the people you're playing against are from Europe, you end up playing with around 60 or 70 millisecond ping, which is the millisecond it takes your computer to communicate the action you've taken to the server. It takes us 60 to 80 milliseconds, while in Europe, the same guy that's with you in the game has a 5 to 10 millisecond connection. So our internet is 5 times slower, and we don't have the path to play on the same quality of internet when it comes to any nation in Africa or the Middle East. So this is our biggest obstacle right now. For the first time, we had the opportunity in Spain to play on the same internet line as all the teams that were there. We ended up winning against teams like the USA, Turkey, Belgium, Canada, and of course Portugal in the finals. It was the first opportunity for our players to play on a connection that anyone in Europe, North America, South America, or Asia is used to as something normal. This for us is a luxury. So right now, the main obstacle is that 90% of game publishers, when it comes to esports, have not built servers in Africa.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Keya or Kofi, you want to react and add something?
Yes, I think that Youssef is completely right. He just did the experience when he is on the same level of infrastructure of the world. And I think that it demonstrates so far that it's paid off. I will let Youssef uh, tell us his history about the Valorant Red Bull clutch. I think that it was a good momentum for Africa from Asia.
Yeah, of course, we used the as soon as they gave us the mic, we said these things because for us winning that championship was not like any other team would win a championship. Usually people win a championship to excel in their careers or to make money. For us, we wanted to win that championship so our voice would be heard because
Exactly.
the amount of injustice in this sector is crazy because when we play on a European server against a European team, it's like playing football barefoot against a team with shoes and studs. So it's exactly the same thing. This is our biggest issue right
Yeah.
now is that when we talk to the publisher officially, what they say is, but you guys don't have enough of a spending power, and it doesn't seem like a model that will bring us a good ROI. So they're treating it as a
Exactly.
business opportunity when it's called esports.
Exactly.
So sports is about
Yeah.
giving you your rights. It's about equal rights for all the nations around the world to participate on the same stage so they can express their culture. They can show each other from what they've seen in their lives, how they can reflect that in a sport, how they can reflect that to show the value of them as people. That's sports, you know. So it should be our right to have a server here. But right now, it's viewed
Exactly.
as a business opportunity. It's viewed as an opportunity that needs some financial bottom lines that make it something that's feasible. And for me personally, in my 6 year career, I see this as something completely toxic. I see this as something that destroys us rather than forms us. Because right now, Turkey as a country has a server on its own, and the 16 nations below it don't have one server.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at right now. But of course,
Crazy.
we
Really crazy.
strive to succeed more and more and more because every time we're given the opportunity, we talk about this because it's just not fair, you know? So hopefully, when we actually, and this is our business model, is that we want to
Exactly.
succeed with all of these difficulties because we believe that when we have equal opportunities, when we have equal quality of connection and equal quality of resources, I don't think there's an argument of what will happen and how Africans will scale in this industry, you know, because it's much quicker than sports. It's much more fair than sports. You're playing on the same platform. There's no corruption. There's no human element when it comes to picking the best player because you have an AI that studies all the games you play. So this is a huge opportunity for Africans as a whole to actually succeed in a sport that treats you with your value and not your connections, you know? So this is our objective.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Keya, you want to say something to all of that?
Yes, I am fortunate to have had the interaction between you, Kofi, and you, Mr. Yosef. I commend you on what you've been able to accomplish already, both of you. I mean, in a professional aspect as well as a more what's the word for it? In terms of the actual sport, what you've been able to accomplish with your team is a testament of obviously, and one that is obviously of a sporting nature. Because again, like you said, if you were to look at the competition and present the environment that the competition is in, then you would easily assess that this is a much bigger upper hand. I agree, and I think the reason why we look at the bottom line in terms of Africa is because, well, we have to be realistic to a point that it's not going to be fair, obviously, because it's business, and gaming itself is a young industry that has evolved off fast from a production point of view. Then when it made its mark on the markets, when we used to use consoles, I remember as a child, it still wasn't fair how the consoles were priced in Africa as opposed to how they're priced as opposed to how they're priced outside in Europe or America. So again, even how fast we got the latest equipment, how fast we got the latest equipment. So the way I look at it is simply that how do we fight it? Is we have to build the economy so that like you have proved with your team in terms of esports, we can also compete at that level, because anyway we need the structure. And again, I commend you for using the monies you got to further put them in your team to build your resource, because again, that's what it takes. And I guess that's how I see both points of view.
Okay, so I will try to take a little on that if Clemens permit me to do that.
Yeah, just to be sure, is Shawee there? Can she talk?
Shawee is there?
She's on the room.
Shawee, are you there?
I think. Okay, so you can.
I saw.
Yeah, I think that she disconnect many times.
I saw her move around on the stage, like inside the platform.
Yeah. She always out.
There is a.
Oh my God. Okay, so she is back. Okay, Shawee, are you there? Oh, is Mike? Okay, she gave me the hand. Okay, I will try to, as Nicolas said, is about a fight, and I will try to acknowledge a little my strategy. It's about 8 years that we are in the game, nearly 10 years, because we start first to be an organizer, so we are very aware about this problematic. And then when we move to start our esports team also, we got already a long, I think, experience about that. But I will just to reveal some critical information for the public also and for the panel, because in Africa, sometimes we say that we don't have data centers, but in fact, we have data centers. But gaming companies don't put their software in these data centers. And this is where the problem is really where, because right now in South Africa, Amazon has data centers, Microsoft has data centers. In Kenya, Microsoft has data centers. In Togo, in my native country, just 1 month ago, they inaugurate a data center. In Nigeria, they have data centers. And me, myself, in Senegal, in 2020, I launched this discussion about data centers with a governmental project called PTN, which is in fact a smart city that the government in Senegal is building. And in Senegal so far, we have 3 data centers. Orange has 1, Free Telecom has 1, and the PTN, which is our kind of smart city for business, has also a data center. But the big problematic, I will try to tell them which is the problem. The first problematic is our government masterize really the business model of gaming, because if you want that company come for install their games in the data centers in the country, the government need to masterize really how it can be sustainable for them. First problematic. The second problematic is the legislation, the legal. Sometimes in our countries, The digital law is just at the beginning. So sometimes the various company from abroad, when they look at Africa in the legal way, they see that, oh my God, this is the jungle there. There are nothing, no rules, or we can protect our business. So when you look at this view, you understand that, okay, this is infrastructure level, governmental level, and legal level. And you need to validate everybody in this level. In 2020, we were, for example, in a conference with Saudi Arabia. And I just heard that Saudi Arabia invests $1 million for their data centers. They have a strategy about that. Why? Because the strategy of the prince, which is young, understand a little the gaming things. So far, Saudi Arabia this year take share in big American companies because they want to hold part of the industry. So this is the reality so far. And us at Gamecom Cities, we engage the strategy further. For example, it's about 1 year and 6 months that we work for become a partner of Alibaba Cloud, because we know that Alibaba Cloud is right now the third cloud player in the world and the Olympic partner. Before that they was in the 4th position. And this year they just beat Google Cloud in the market. So the first one in the market is Microsoft Azure. After is Amazon, yes, Microsoft Azure Cloud, Amazon, which is the Olympic partner. And we succeed to partner with them on 50 countries in Africa about an education program called Alibaba Cloud Academy. So it means that, you imagine that myself, which is, I am a creative director, a consultant, I need to begin to learn things that I didn't masterize at all to make the trend advance. And so far, for example, I know that by a data center, I will reveal you the cost. A data center, for example, costs between 3.5 million USD and more. So this is already the amount of money that you need to invest for have a data center in your country from a global players abroad. Or do you want that esport team or 360 gaming agencies put this money on the table? That's why at a certain level, the government, because I don't like to politicize sometimes the discussion, but at the moment, the government or the institution need to play its role. That's the reality. And I hope that, for example, when Youssef won a worldwide championship in Valorant, or us at Ham Lion, we qualify on the top 8 of the Intel World Open Africa, Middle East, Asia. This kind of story influence authorities and government. They say, oh, they boys without investment, without support, they succeed to go on the top of the mountain. Oh, perhaps it's time to listen to them. So this is the kind of strategy that we have. And as Youssef say, because I have already this kind of discussion with Alibaba Cloud and others, is about a business. The first thing that they ask you, Kofi, how many people can connect to you? How many people can connect to our servers in a day? How many money it can bring back? So you are already confronted to financial demonstration and not potential. This is the take that I want to do on this this discussion.
Yeah,
Okay, I think we will try a last one with Shoei, and after we will need to finish in 5 or 10 minutes max. Shoei, can you hear us and can you talk?
Okay.
Oh, I didn't quite hear clearly. Is that a go ahead for me to talk?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, so I was saying that I agree with what Yusuf was talking about. I understand the return on investment, but I believe that the game publishers haven't been entirely fair in the way that they've structured the games. If they were to say, okay, fine, return on investment and such and so forth, then they should publicly sell their games for regions. They should say this game should only be played in North America or Europe and exclude us, because the thing is, it isn't fair to the talent that is constantly buying and investing in these games with their time and passion and energy and their years, investing in franchises, only to be let down when you try to take your passion a step further and get into the competitive scene, which is very unfair. So we're seeing a situation where it's now become deliberate. We've found a situation
Oh, I think we lost her.
I think we lost Shoei.
Yeah.
Yeah, she disconnected. This is the connectivity. You
But
see?
until she
It's
comes
the
back,
remote.
I wanted to add to what you were saying about the African server issue on that Microsoft has slots available, and that for Egypt, Raya has slots available. There's a lot of places where these people can actually install a functioning server that
Exactly.
has a very high quality connection to everyone in the continent. But right now, I think they're choosing not to come here because it's much easier to use our part of the world as a sort of a player pool when it comes to getting secondary players for teams in Turkey, for teams in the Prime League in Spain, like minor leagues in Europe. And I think that's very bad because you're creating
Yeah.
a culture of us becoming Division 2 athletes and never having the capability
Exactly.
of challenging for a title, and the lovely thing
Exactly.
about esports is that they didn't make the mistake football made, for example. The biggest mistake football made was that they made the biggest championships centric on one continent. For example, the
Yeah.
Champions League was centric on Europe. Serie
Yes.
A, La Liga, Bundesliga, all of these things are in Europe. But in esports,
In
all of
Europe.
the tournaments are global. So
Yeah, exactly.
it doesn't make sense that they repaired the model and haven't included us yet. In my eyes, I think that the only way, because we've tried everything in the past 6 years, I think the only way to actually convince them that what we're saying is real is by achieving, and this is what I always
Yeah.
tell the players and staff.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, is that it's not normal. It's not the normal path for us when we go into a tournament. We actually have a huge responsibility because our achievements are not only reflected financially and are not only reflected in a business way, but they are also reflected in changing this sector's future, or this continent's
Yeah,
future.
the perception of Africa to
Exactly,
the
because
world.
people think we don't have internet access. People think we don't have that much of potential, But I
Yeah.
disagree completely that we are the gem that hasn't been explored yet.
Yeah, exactly. Completely agree. Shoei is back. I think that it will be good to
I
let
think Shoei is
her
back.
continue. So, yeah, Shoei is back.
Yeah, sorry guys, internet issues. Yeah, I was
No
saying
problem.
that I was saying that we need to remain consistent in how we promote our continent and our region, so that even the fire in our players doesn't die out, the fire in our talent doesn't die out. We need to continue to speak for the voiceless. It's extremely unfair that players in Africa are given the same opportunity to buy the games, buy the consoles, but we're given limited opportunity to excel further in our passion. So I'm hoping that eventually the game publishers will realize that, we can't really track the numbers in Africa because by default, with
Yeah.
the way the platforms were created, they were created in such a way that Africans have to be tracked through EU or EU servers mostly, or NS servers in other games. So by default, if you are not giving us a way
Oh, she dropped out again.
I think she was gonna say if you're not giving us away, then it's a shortage from your side. You know, like the Europeans and American companies, they have a huge opportunity to. And I always tell the players this, by the way, it's not always bad to be weak. It's not always bad to be late. You can always use the opportunity of being late and weak as an advantage to learn from others who have reached a stronger or more relative situation than you're in. So we have a huge opportunity to learn from everything good or bad that's happening abroad. I think Cholwe is back.
Exactly.
Okay, I will let 2 minutes to show it, and after we will need to conclude to the last to go to the last talk.
Okay.
Sure.
So shall we?
Yeah, that's the stage to show. She is there.
Try to him.
Show away, we wait you. Go ahead.
Oh, I think. Okay, so I guess it will be too complicated for her. So if you want to have a final word to conclude this talk, and after I will all make well, I will all give your email to one of us so you can continue to talk and
To discuss.
so yeah, to discuss. Who want to conclude? You can all have the final word.
Okay, so me, I will say that right now in Africa, as the leaders, all we have resources, experiences, and we can learn from each other. And I think that if we succeed to share the experience of everybody and to learn from their experience to build something strong, I think that definitively the voice will be bigger. Because I will just to give you a little example. When we decided to work with Alibaba Cloud, it was just for one country, Madagascar. We decided to work with the University of Antananarivo for make a partnership, and then because we were decided to launch the academic eSport program there, and because they seen that we already work with the University of Antananarivo at is something real, they prefer to open the region to 15 countries. What does it mean? It means that on the aspect of Cloud Academy, we open other universities in 50 countries in Africa because we do good, we did good with Madagascar region. So I think that if we succeed each time to, as Moussef did for the Valorant things, if each other try to push the door very easily, I think that we can succeed to have multiple input from the continent, and then they will say that, oh, the continent is moving, shaking, we are obliged to put something there. I think that we need to make more noise.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will need to stop now. Thank you all for your participation. I'm sorry for all your technical issues, but at least we had you a few minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Okay, so Ivan and Suzanne, yeah, we're here. Can you log into the room and speak to me if you hear me?
Yes, hello?
Yeah, Ivan, I can hear you. Okay, Suzanne, can you activate your mic and so we can try it?
Hello, testing, testing.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Hi,
Suzanne is
Stephen here.
working.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. Can you change your name in the more button, at the bottom of the screen? Well,
Change avatar name. Oh, yeah. Okay.
yeah, just because we can.
Sorry, I just
Okay,
log
so
in
you're.
automatically with my. There we are.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? This is Susan here.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's perfect.
Okay. All right.
Okay, are Ife and Umu in the room? Not sure. We will wait 2 minutes and after we need to go because we are a little bit late with the previous talk. Wait a minute.
Don't look back, we're here to stay. A life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die. Looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who will never let go. Just watch us run to where no one knows. We'll never grow.
And esports, and what we do in esports is that we organize tournaments for brands, for sponsors. We have our own championships, and we organize as well tournaments for editors, video game editors with Riot Games, for example, especially in Europe. And we have also pro clubs like PSG Esports and pro players on some games.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. You can go.
Hi there. My name is Stephen Reed. I have been an educator for 20 years and using specifically games to teach. Off-the-shelf games, not games made for education, but the kind of games that children are just playing. And so the first game I ever taught with was Command & Conquer Red Alert. And I've used 140 games in 70 countries so far over 20 years. And that takes me through, Little Big Planet, Journey, Kerbal Space Program, Red Dead Redemption, even Call of Duty, you name it, we've used it to teach. And significantly, in looking at three separate things with those games. The first is explicit curriculum, math, science, literacy, the kind of stuff that we teach in schools. And we can do that, of course, with many games. But the second is the implicit curriculum. So things like gender equality, the refugee crisis, religious and moral tolerance, cultural exploration, climate change, the kind of things that we don't teach explicitly, but we can through games very, very powerfully. And then the third is social and emotional learning. How do we teach children how to be better people through games and better in our society through games? I now work for Microsoft and I specialize in using Minecraft. I've used Minecraft for 10 years now to do exactly that. And I'm also leading the Minecraft esports output for Microsoft. So we've developed 24 pieces of content and we are rolling out Minecraft leagues, Minecraft esport leagues in schools, colleges and universities all over the world, including on the continent of Africa. In fact, I put out a tweet today to say that actually Africa is our leading is the leading continent for our content so far, which is great. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Ife, you can go to introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, my name is Ife Akintaju. I am the content manager for the Afro Gamer, and the Afro Gamer is a content platform for esports in Africa as a whole. What the Afro Gamer does is we decide to tell the stories of things that is happening in Africa. There's so much going in terms of gaming and esports. So what we do is we decide to make sure that the world knows, and even Africa knows that this is happening, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay, thank you. So the first question, esport is not just about competition, there are also social aspects related to education, training and business. Can you tell us more and what do you think? And I will send the question in the chat so you can read it if you need, because my accent isn't perfect. So, you want to go on this question?
Yes, I can go if you want. So what's I think for me what's important is that esport has the same values as traditional sports. So it's about dedication, it's about team spirit, it's about hard work, it's about skills, it's about having fun also, or obviously, and it's also about learning. So yes, this is a great leverage to educate, to share, to teach, to gather people around the cause, around the goal. And what's interesting with esports is that you can do that with a very special, fun way or entertaining way. And you can talk to more broad audiences by doing this. So that's very important for me. The values that lay around esports, and we can see it. Well, I haven't seen it for now in Africa, but it's mainly because a lot of African countries cannot use streaming as a payment tool. But in Europe, for example, you have a lot of very big charity events with esports that can raise millions of euros. And put some light on a cause, on healthcare, on press freedom, on things that usually aren't very fun to talk about. And with this kind of events, with a lot of streamers or of influencers that plays charity esports, you can raise money. You can make a lot of mainstream awareness around those things. And lastly, what I want to say is that esport is now as much powerful as music or movies or big entertainment industries. So it's totally legit to use it for education, charity, and social matter. It's a very powerful leverage.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, as Evan's covered so much there already, but actually esport, and I think this is true of gaming in general, is that from parents as well as education professionals and business and stuff, I think gaming is still overlooked as a fundamentally critical part of a foundation of our human nature, and as a result, I quite often talk about the fact that we're still debating today whether or not it's a capital E or a small e or an E hyphen capital S for esports. In fact, I was involved in the debate this week. But the only reason we're even having that debate is because we can't just call it sport. Nobody will admit that this is just a sport. It has to be an electronic sport. I mean, it can't be like cricket after all. And I think what we need to do in order to be able to really focus on the true social impact of, because we wouldn't argue the social impact of any other sport, but we argue the social impact of esports, and we argue about the educational impact of esports and the business impact. We argue about those things because we still haven't agreed that it's a sport. It's an organized, competitive, creative pastime like football. And the crazy thing is, we pay, certainly in Europe, Ivan will relate, we pay footballers hundreds of thousands a week to kick a ball. And yet we argue about funding for esports. And so I think what we need to do in order to be able to truly grasp the powerful social aspects, the education, the training, and the business that you're talking about, we need to redefine the way we look at play as part of our social makeup globally. And actually, I think Africa has a wonderful opportunity to do that, because Africa, somebody mentioned in the previous one that, Africa is the gem, the esports gem that has been untapped so far. I agree. So far, you have a blank canvas. Start again and show the world why play is important and why esports sits at the center of some of the most important sporting events that we are going to have in the next 10, 20, 30 years. But yeah, I think overall, the social aspects and the impact is huge. Educationally, we are teaching, we're using Minecraft at the moment and other esports titles, but we're using Minecraft primarily to use in an esports capacity to assess all kinds of learning when we do a build battle, for example. And the students are using the build battle to play and show what they've learned, and the teachers are then using that as a definitive assessment model to show comprehension of maths or literacy or science or history, etc. And not to mention the career readiness as well. Like to bring a AAA title to market, there are 400 plus jobs that are required, not just coders, but designers and character designers and animators and all sorts of wonderful things, as well as the legal teams and the HR teams and the administration teams. And so the gaming industry itself is huge, like just the career potential for children all over the world and significantly on the African continent to compete with the rest of the world is just remarkable. And so I think esport is the gateway. I genuinely believe that esports is one of the biggest gateways to future careers and social impact that we have seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, I totally agree with Stephen. As you said, I had a conversation with someone recently where the person was arguing about football and playing video game FIFA, and talking about the fact that it can never be considered as sports. But I think you hit the nail on the head. And one thing, or the other areas that I believe that when it comes to esports, the kind of skill that I also promotes project management, which is really a big deal, and storytelling. I have a niece who plays and the way she's able to consistently tell different stories using Roblox. I've spoken with a lot of children because we're actually working on a program for K-12, and it's just amazing the amount of skill that they'll be able to from being a part of the esports ecosystem, from learning people management to storytelling to arts, project management. There's broadcasting as well, streaming. So much that can be learned or developed from being a part of esports.
Absolutely. And yeah, 100%. And things like even that narrative that you said, the storytelling and the narrative, it's all part of a much wider creative process, which again, we're in danger of just dismissing that. We're in danger, and I see this in education every day where people go, yeah, but it's just video games. Like, really? But they're dismissing every small thing that makes up what the children are actually doing, their creativity, their decision-making, their judgment. Children playing video games, and there's studies, of course, about this, but children playing video games are making thousands and thousands of minuscule decisions every second. Like the brain is just switched on and on fire, and yet we put them down, we sit them down in classrooms, we make them face the front. To this day, we're still doing it, and we ask them to focus on one thing at a time in their school. And then we wonder why they're bored, because they're going home at night and they're playing video games that are asking thousands and thousands of decisions to be made in a few seconds. So we really need to rethink all of this. Hello? Did we lose people? Did I lose people?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I
Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry, just have a little mic problem. I saw Umu was there. Can you hear us and can you talk? Umu? Can you open your mic and try to? Okay. Okay, Umu, can you hear me?
Clémence, I don't
Hello,
hear you.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah,
We can now,
hear you.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Perfect.
perfect.
So Umu, you can introduce yourself and you can react if you have heard what happened.
Hello, it's Umukan from Mauritania, the responsible of female soccer at Mauritanian Federation of Football, and at the same time, I'm a FIFA ambassador for women in football leadership, and I'm also working in a humanitarian social activist, and since 10 years, I'm working with an international organization, an NGO that I'm leading since like 10 years. And I'm glad to participate in this great conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So, do you want to react to the previous talk, maybe Umu or other participants, or I go to the next question? Okay, I will go to the next question. So, can we use eSport to teach young people in failure through their passion, show them the career, training, and employment opportunity that they are through gaming and eSport? And are there any programs in this direction?
The question is for me?
Oh, sorry. I have sent the question on the chat so you can read it if you want. So it's, can we use eSport to teach young people in failure through their passion, show them the career, training, and employment opportunity that they are through gaming and eSport? Are there any programs in this direction?
Thank you. So I think that Africa, it is a huge sorry. So I was telling that Africa, it is a huge continent of a lot of opportunities, and we know that 50% of African youth are 25 years old, and most of them are using smartphones and playing a lot of games. So I think it is a big opportunities how we can use esports that can educate, awake, and can empower how we can change mentalities in a lot of situations. Sorry, there is someone talking. Hear some noises. I hear some noises.
Okay. It's okay.
Disturbing me.
I found it. You can go. You can go.
Okay, so like I said, we have 50% of African youth who have 25, less than 25 years old, and as we know that a lot of youth are using smartphones and are very they love playing a lot of games. So how can we use this game that can awake? And as you know, in Africa, we are facing so many situations, the lack of education. Some part of Africa, we have poverty, and how many young girls are affected about violence they're facing. So I think that we can use that e-sport that can bring some awakeness, that can teach African youth. It can be a big for me opportunities that we can use. They can play at the same time. This game is teaching them how they can have that can awake them. At the same time, it can be very useful for them to be part of the development and role models that can play a big role to change the situation that Africa are facing. So a game that can really help them and motivate them to know some realities that they are facing. That's it. Thank you.
I think, if I might, I think one of the other things to keep in mind is that, we're all aware that we live in a more globalized society every day, and the world is getting smaller and smaller and smaller for these children. I mean, 20 years ago, children in the UK weren't really competing for jobs with children from Africa or Asia, but now those jobs, particularly in the big tech industries and the gaming industries and the movie industries and so on, are global jobs. And I was flown out to San Francisco for a job interview from the UK, and so today our children are.
If it is there any other question, and I hope that I respond to the question.
Is my mic not working? I'm not sure.
Sorry, what's the problem?
Oh, I wasn't sure if my mic was working.
Yeah, I said that if I responded to all the questions, now I'm trying to read the question that you write here.
Oh yeah, you did.
So in Africa, there is not. I asked it last time about any program in that direction. I think I don't think so. There is now any programs in that direction. I don't think so. I will ask my collaborator, who is Kofi Ladzu in Dakar. It's him that's really talk us about esport. It is toward him that we really discover about esport. So if it is there, it is not enough. It is not enough. They need more program about that. So I think it is very important to see all people working about sport in general. Like try to work with ministries of sport in Africa. Try to do some research about how people that, because most of people don't know about esports. So especially those who can play a big role, like some people in the government, how we can touch schools to do a lot of sensitization to make people know more about the importance that esport can play, how they can collaborate with some universities, some schools, and try to collaborate with some national association about sport, try to collaborate with the federations, the National Committee Olympics, all of them, because the more of them that I worked with, I never see them talking a lot about esports. So it is very important that all of them try to understand more about esports, because they hear about it, but they really don't know what is the meaning of esports. So I think it is important that people try to organize a lot of meetings because most of people are not very used to the technology. So it is important to do some meetings that in presence of some leaders that can play, that can understand and can play a big role, that esports can be really part of all the programs that people have in their agenda and try to put it. Yeah. And I
Okay,
think
thank you.
now actually, yeah.
Maybe Stefan, you can go.
Sure. So sorry, I thought I could go earlier. That's my fault. So we live in an increasingly globalized society where our children are competing. Children in Africa are competing with children in Europe for exactly the same jobs because of that globalization. And I think that we need to prepare all our children for that reality. And actually the question about their passions is that's one of the ways in which we can really harness the passions that children already have. Is just to say, hey, what is it you enjoy? And this is what education should be about anyway. Education should always be about what somebody enjoys doing, really. Like, you're not going to purposefully go out there and look for a job that you hate. You're not going to, and therefore you're never really going to, like, nobody does hobbies that they don't enjoy. And therefore we should be harnessing that as part of our kind of getting our youth and our students to look for the joy in life that's where they're going to put their energy, that's where they're going to grow, and that's where they're ultimately going to be able to compete. And actually that resilience of, if you're failing at something you don't enjoy, you'll give up. If you're failing at something you do,
is there any other question?
keep trying.
I don't hear anybody talking. It's a little bit quiet.
Is my mic working?
It is my first time to be. Yeah.
You can hear me?
I can speak French too if people. I can speak French too if you want me to talk
I don't think she can hear me.
on French.
Is that what's going on?
Also talk in French.
I'm not sure she can hear you, but we can hear you
see
perfectly.
that they said that the meeting
Okay.
will be in English. That's why I'm talking.
Which is great. No, that's okay. That's okay.
Because Mauritania, we work with Arabic and French. We are Arabic and French country.
That's okay. Let's try and reach her. Let's try and see if we can somehow let her know that. Can we do that?
Maybe in the chat.
Yeah, maybe in the chat, if somebody could maybe just chat to her. In the meantime, I'll continue because I'll make it super quick. But I think that esports, as I said earlier, esports, and particularly esports in Africa, I believe it will be the gateway to saying to children, hey, here's an entire world of wonderful things that you enjoy. I mean, we know that the average gamer is 32 years old. We know that huge numbers of our population worldwide are gaming. Africa should be no different. And then to be able to say to those children, if this is a space that you enjoy being in, if this is one of your passions, we have opportunities. We have embraced esports with you. And that's the thing, is that I think in order for this to be a success, this has to start happening at school level, collegiate level, university. It has to be more open in the home. I speak to some parents that are like, I don't want my kids doing that. It doesn't matter how much their children love doing it. They don't want their children doing it because they have the negative feelings about it being a distraction or too much screen time or, whatever, violent, that kind of stuff. And so what we need to do is we need to go, all of this is about going back to the basics. We need to re-educate adults in order to be able to allow children the freedom to explore their passion and fail as part of a wider learning process in esports. And I think, again, Africa stands on the precipice of doing all of that differently than perhaps other nations and other continents who have embraced it earlier and have either already made those mistakes or are still making them. In terms of programs in that direction, I will leave that to the people in Africa. All I know is that from our Microsoft perspective, we are developing programs right now, and we're running them in Kenya and South Africa, and we've also got Senegal and Madagascar and all sorts of places that are coming to us and saying, can we do that? So programs are coming, certainly from our perspective.
If I may weigh in, this is if I may add to what the speakers have said. First of all, gaming as a whole is already in Africa's culture. We game. Growing up, I would starve myself of lunch to go and watch or play people. And if you,
Hello, it is quite Maybe I still.
Oh, what a shame.
I don't hear anyone talking. Do I have any problem with my? Can someone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I've got my camera on, so I'm hoping she can see my camera.
Okay, so yes, so what I was saying is the opportunities for esports and education as a whole is a new opportunity, not even just for the young at heart, but even as the younger generation, because like a lot of people have said, there's this misconception that gaming, if it's not tagged as gambling, is tagged as a distraction, or you know, you're wasting your time. And that is something that education has to go from top to the bottom, where we're educating everyone that these are the possibilities of gaming and esports. And talking about the education of esports, also there's also that misconception that it's all about just playing the game. And we need to be able to educate everyone, the young at heart, to show them that it's not just gaming. So just like how you have the business of football, you don't have to just know how to play football or play basketball. You have the content creators, you have the media side of things, you have the lawyers who looks over contracts, who handles contracts, you have the managers. So that also, you know, can also be an opportunity for the young kids. If they say they don't like playing games, there's still that opportunity. What, like, you know, the previous speaker said, what they like to do. If all someone needs to do says, I like to post on social media, I'm a social media influencer, I'm a content creator, you can also carve out a niche for yourself in esports. So I think the education needs to be adjusted and widened beyond just the game part of things, because not everyone is going to love playing games. Fine, we have, you know, the millions of gamers in Africa as a whole. We have, you know, the mobile side, you have the console, you have the PC, and they are running in hundreds of millions in Africa. But once again, you still have those who would like the fashion side of things, who like the music side of things, and we need to be able to tie all these, you know, pieces to esports. So if it's you like music, you create music, then you can network with game developers on the continent so that you could give them the soundtrack for that. So for every opportunity outside of esports that you know, it can be tied to esports basically. And I believe that's something as stakeholders we should be able to you know, market to the younger generation when you start talking to them about gaming and esports. And just talk about the opportunities in terms of programs. I know there's HP has HP Garage, where they have tutorials, they have talks and webinars about gaming and esports. So the game development side of things, and you know, the esports side of things, where you have seasoned speakers in the industry talk about their experiences, or you know, what it entails to join esports. And you know, like you mentioned about Microsoft, I know Microsoft is also working towards that educational part of things. So I believe all that is what, you know, stakeholders who are in Africa as a whole should try and take advantage of.
I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. So I mean, I think everyone has actually everyone has made valid points. In terms of employment opportunities through esports and the programs available. I would say from what even Ife said, right from when we were young, a lot of people used to spend money to go to game cafes to play. Some would starve themselves just to go and play games and compete with other people. So that has always existed in Nigeria. Also, looking at the current situation of things in Nigeria, we actually have access to over 1,000 schools. We're working on a program for next year, already in talks with national brands as well. I can't disclose the full details yet, but even our interaction with students, we can actually see that a lot of students and a lot of people want to play games, and beyond playing games, they also want to watch. I've seen even girls from the age of 8, 7, watching Minecraft videos, Roblox videos, Among Us streams on YouTube and other streaming platforms. And it's just amazing to see that people can actually sit down and watch, for that period of time. And that's really that's the era that we're getting into. So of course we know that there are those who want to be entertained through esports. Not everybody would be able to play at least competitively. Recently we opened a cafe in partnership with Hard Rock Cafe here in Lagos, and we've also had quite a number of kids come as well as adults, and it's just even for those who didn't know how to play certain games. As soon as they picked the pad and were able to take certain moves, everyone just people want to have fun. But beyond the fun side of things, if you're looking people are taking in content, you would see there's an opportunity for content creation. We know that in terms of infrastructure, things are not as great as we want it to be in this side of the world, but there are definitely lots of opportunities for programs. I know that I know Microsoft is working on something, and of course, what we're also working on as well, we're going to be running the pilots next year with about 15 to 20 schools before we expand to other schools as well, and other partnerships that we're looking at. Education in the esports space and the gaming space as well is very important, because there are lots of skills that people can draw from. I mean, we're looking at intellectual property across the entertainment industry, from music to films, animations, games. There's a lot to unbox from all of this. And also I know music is most likely one of the most successful entertainment sectors here in this side of the world, and there's also the opportunity. I mean, we had lots of programs last year for stream, and it was difficult to even find those who understood some of these things, because we had restriction of movements, and people getting into a place where or having events. It's a skill that a lot of people can learn through games and through esports. So I know that a lot more people are most likely planning programs that would help. I'm not sure there's anyone that is effectively running that I know of, but I'm sure from next year we'll be seeing quite, which should actually help accelerate education around gaming and esports in Africa.
Okay, thank you. Maybe even you want to react?
Sorry, I cannot hear you very well.
Yeah, just saying if you want to react to the.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes. Well, on my side, I've seen a few projects from some local authorities here. Some years ago, I met the youth and sport minister of Tunisia, and who loved to play video games. And for him, he had the vision that video games and esports can be a great tool to work with youth that is out of the system, or in a scholar failure, or cut from the society. And they launched an official federation. So I think it's a great vision. I think it's a great thing to do, but the problem I see with those types of official federation is that they're not really connected with the grassroots communities and the players communities. So for now, it's a bit early stage, but I think that as the market, the video games industry is growing up, they will be more successful in the years to come. But I see that as a good sign that even people from government start to think about that and start to think about that in the right way. So I think that's a strong and positive sign.
Okay, thank you. So I will ask you another question, and it's how do you see the future of esport and its place in Africa? What is missing for takeoff? Want maybe to go?
Yeah, so let me jump in for this one. I believe for the future of esports, and it is great. Although presently we're doing majority of gaming than esports, but it's good to know that Africa is in the awareness stage. At least that is a good starting point. I believe, and the benefit of esports now for Africa is the we have the blessing to be able to use our culture. So you have game developers who are making games and tying into our culture. We presently a game developer just released a combat mobile game, and he's trying to make it an esports title where any part of Africa you can play. So I think the future is Africa for esports, and that's because we've seen everything the Western world can offer. And now, if you play the mobile game, you are seeing the deities, the little gods that many are used to, either, the god of thunder, which is not Thor in this point, but, there's a local one in Africa, or, the god of war in an African country. And, I believe it's a way to tie our culture into things like that. So I believe the possibilities are endless. We just need to move from the awareness stage to start to build it one block at a time.
Okay, thank you. I forgot the question in the chat, but I saw Suzanne that you answered. Maybe you want to talk about it more, or it's okay. So the question was, are the National Esport Federation or organization in Africa effective in developing the industry?
Is that question for me?
Well, for everyone. And I saw
Okay,
Suzanne.
could you repeat that question about?
Yeah.
I think they write it. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so in terms of the National Esports Federation and the organizations in Africa, when it comes to that, I know last year we started conversation with the federal government of Nigeria regarding esports and just putting a proper structure in place. But I mean, we've had quite a number of meetings, but we haven't exactly concluded in Nigeria at the federal level. But in Lagos State is the commercial city of Nigeria, and I know there's currently an association, I think, under the Lagos State under the Lagos State Sports Commission that is running, but it's early stage. So if there's it's effective or not, because we haven't exactly seen the plans. I just feel like currently it looks more like there's a bit of disconnect between the federations and the grassroots and of course stakeholders, but it's possible that there are plans in place to sort of bring stakeholders and those gaming at the grassroots level, bring everybody together and sort of find that balance. So it's a bit early stage to say if to be able to determine if they're effective or not. But so far, we haven't really seen much. But I'm sure a lot of people are working the scenes, and hopefully we get to start seeing some of the initiatives and the effectiveness of these associations and federations.
Okay, so just to
In
add
our
to what
case,
Suzanne said,
can I answer that question, please?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yes, in our case, we still need to set in place an e-sport federation. So this can be very helpful that they can show up the importance of e-sport. So in our case, in some places in West Africa, we need to set in place to put in place an e-sport federation, and this is for me the very important to work and make it to develop it. Voilà, that's it. Thank you.
okay, just to buttress what Suzanne had said, we really do not have official federations that we're actually seeing what they are doing. And like Suzanne said, there are a few moves that we've been seeing, but looking at Africa as a whole, we find out, I think there's Mesa in Morocco. I'm not certain if they are actually a federation under the government. I just know that they're a body. I know we do have one in South Africa also. I think the one in South Africa is under the government, but looking at all other African countries, it's more about, it's been community based, where you've had gaming communities, forming an association and having a president and so on and so forth. But like Susan said, there's still that discrepancy. Some governments have not, or Ministry of Sports have not yet adopted or embraced esports as we speak. And so, there's that power tussle as to, okay, do we need the government? And, with me speaking to a few gamers, there's also that question of, do we need federations? And what is the federation actually going to do for us? That aside, I know, we have governing bodies abroad. We have the Global Esports Federation, who they just, introduced the African Esport Development Federations, and they are looking to network with different African countries and their communities to see how, that can be adopted. I know, days after also the International Esports Federation also introduced, an African body that's also going to look at how to engage. So there's, those are positive moves towards the continent. But I think the question now is, what is going to be the roadmap for the federations? Because let's put this in perspective, most of this Ministry of Sports are clueless about what esports is. So if they're going to adopt it, what's going to be the roadmap? And like Susan has said, for many, we haven't actually seen what the portfolio is. How is it going to affect the grassroots? What are the education policies to go around to make sure that everyone, benefits from it, and, not just a segmented few as we speak. I know someone said there is an official Royal Federation in Morocco, but it is very new. So, okay, there are a few of them, but Africa as a whole, not too much federation. So we're looking at, more of 2022 to actually see what the Global Esports Federation is going to do and what the International Esports Federation is actually going to do with their new adopted bodies.
Yeah. Could I just add to that? I have many thoughts on this, but in the time that I have to speak, my only real thought on this is going back to a point that one of the speakers made earlier about the importance of African culture. And I keep going back to this idea that esports is a gateway, and actually from an African perspective, it can be a very fresh, new gateway. I think one of the biggest things that Africa can do is be brave and proud about how they tackle esports, and genuinely throw everything you've got at making esports in Africa unique. Don't I personally wouldn't be worried about looking at the International Esports Federation to see what they're doing, or to look at the Europeans to see what they're doing, or the Brits or the Americans. I would be really, and I know obviously you need to kind of pay some attention to what's going on around the world, but there's an opportunity for Africa to do this bigger and louder and more unique than anyone else in the world. And the sheer richness and diversity of your entire continent. I mean, I'm doing work at the moment in South Africa where, you know, the esports is transcending languages, and it's transcending cultures, and it's transcending race. And it's just the most amazing experience, you know, doing esports in the context of Africa. And I just think that celebration of your culture, or your multiple cultures, is just, and so esports in Senegal is going to be completely different to esports in Madagascar, and completely different to esports in Egypt. And I think that there's something beautiful about that. And I don't think you need to look at the rest of the world and follow. I think you need to look at the rest of the world and lead. And I genuinely mean that. Like, I think there's an opportunity that I would hate to find myself in 10 years' time coming back to an event, or 20 years' time, you know, and coming back to an event and saying, Africa followed. They followed Europe. They followed Asia. I hope that doesn't happen, because I think you have an opportunity to show the world how and the reason I say that, actually, let me justify why I'm saying that, because it's easy to say that and then hope that somebody goes off and does it. But there's a certain degree of snobbery around esports. I mean, when I started doing Minecraft in esports and really talking about the benefits of Minecraft as an esport title, I was laughed at for months and months by people in the industry. People in esports said, it's not an esport. Like, Dota's an esport, League of Legends is an esport, not Minecraft. And there was this real snobbery about what is esports. And, you know, you're not allowed to tell us what esports is. You're not allowed to change the parameters of esports. And I actually think the industry needs to really be careful about that. And I think Africa has an opportunity to say, we're going to show you what African esports looks like. And that's any title you want, you know, in any, as long as kids, and this is how I defined it in those arguments, was, if I build this in Minecraft, believe me, children will come. And they have. In their millions. You know, and so I think Africa's the same. If you are brave and you celebrate Africa through esports, believe me, the world will come to you.
Okay, thank you. So we will have to end this talk and the event in January. So maybe if you all have a last word before finish, something to add. If someone wants to go ahead to.
Yes, for me, I just wanted to talk about something very quickly, is that for esport industry, and this is all over the world, it mainly is financed by sponsorships. I mean, when you talk about tournaments, very big tournaments, when you talk about clubs, when you talk about pro players, and when you talk about all the ecosystem that goes around, like producers or streaming producers, etc. Sponsors has a great role to play. So I think that some of them began to understand that, like telcos or some banks, but we need to work more to convince them, because they really have a great role to play. Esport without sponsors is like sports, traditional sports without any sponsors, and it doesn't work. So if we want to have a very dynamic and rich ecosystem, we need to bring more sponsors, and we need to give more financial means to all those great actors that already exist. I mean, the future of the sport in Africa has already begun. I cannot hear that it's not here. So, but this is really important, and we try to do that with our company. There are a lot of other companies that try to do it as well, and I think we need to work harder for that, because without their economic hand, it will not work.
Okay, so just my closing remark, just like Mr. Reed said, any esports or gaming title can be esports as long as there is a community ready to play and compete, and there is a community ready to watch any sports. Because I don't know if any of you have seen this video. There's a video on YouTube where you have two people playing Break, this popular game we played growing up, Break, where you have to put in the right shapes to make sure that it doesn't, time doesn't run out. And people were playing on Super Nintendo and people were watching. Many would say that is not an esports title, but like, Mr. Reed said, we need to disabuse our mind that no one gets to tell us what titles are esports titles. You have your community, you have people ready to compete, and if you can create content around it, it is esports. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we will end here, except if someone has something more to say. But thank you all for your participation and the interaction. It was complete and really interesting. So thank you again, and thank you to everyone who participated to the event. This is the end of the African Creative Meeting, and I hope to see you all for the next edition. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for having us and giving us the opportunity to share our experiences.
Thank you.
Thanks.